Well, like I said from last night, I'm glad you stayed in the stream the entire night while we got our rest. The players got their rest, and we're ready for the semifinals today. It's Radiant Academy number 106. And you know what they say? The first 105 are pretty good. But the 106th time you do something, it's always the best. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Zach, and we are here for the semifinals and above of day 2 of possibly the best Valorant tournament of all time.
It's always nice when Keg brings the hype like that, and it's nice to be here, like you said, Keg. I mean, I don't know about you, I've been pretty excited about today. I was also one of the people lurking in the stream while I was, doing my day-to-day things.
I knew it!
Try to see, yeah, that's me. I'm one of those, lurkers, permanent lurkers that seems to hang around here. But that said, like you said, we're gonna be heading into semis and then grand finals today. We were able to narrow down the bracket to, I believe, our top 4 teams, and now we are going to be having those semis happening to see who will qualify for the grand finals and a chance to graduate as valedictorian of class 106. Coming up for you right now, we do have the bracket here, so you can see the padding that these teams took. We did cover a couple of games yesterday, one of them being YDZ Black versus the Crashouts. And I mean, we were still unresolved in terms of the last 2 games, but you can see that HyperSpeed managed to make it along with MEOWSTARS, and it seems that that's the side of the bracket that we didn't really cover. We get to see it today.
Yeah, no, this will be our first matchup for the day. HyperSpeed Red and MEOWSTARS do have some players on their rosters that have been playing in GC for a very long time. But to head back up to the upper part of the bracket, Thug Crashouts, they had a great performance yesterday, and kind of similar to spot of HyperSpeed Red and MEOWSTARS, they were relatively unknown names. They did have some past performances in Radiant Academy itself, but they were able to take down some very well-known names within this tournament, and now they're going up probably the best statistical team in this entire tournament to see if they can make it to Grands.
Could be the case here, and I mean, you were talking about HyperSpeed. They were a team that played the last time around as well. They were able to make it to playoffs already. This time around, going further, making it to semis here, it's gonna be huge for them. So they're kind of hoping that they could make it all the way to the grand finals. But just to highlight things on the other side, you've got Little Puffs once again making it to the semifinals here. We're not gonna be streaming that match, but there's a chance that they could be the first back-to-back winner this year, if I'm not wrong, of Radiant Academy here. And I mean, last time around as well, they had a flawless run without dropping a single map. This time as well, they have a chance to do exactly that. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see if they can repeat history on the other side of the bracket as we head into this particular one. And I mean, for HyperSpeed Red, right? You were talking about how this is a team that has made it to Radiant Academy before. They managed to make it to playoffs, so they're a much more experienced team than their counterparts, for whom I believe it is the first time, like you were mentioning, Keg, the first time that they are making it, playing in a tournament as a team, let alone making it to playoffs.
Yeah, this is a very big moment for both HyperSpeed and for MEOWSTARS. For both of them right now, they are not flawless throughout this tournament. They've each lost a single map. We do have the vetoes coming up here, which could tell the story about who might be able to win it out, and yeah, I'm not too surprised that Ascent and Haven are going to be the 2 maps we have in regulation, Zach, because these have been the most popular maps that both of these teams have played thus far in the tournament. But that also means there is a slight disadvantage for MEOWSTARS. They are one of those teams where, as a group at least, this is their only tournament run. Individually, they've had a lot of GC experience, but the only map they've lost so far up until now in this tournament has been Haven. They have brought out some interesting comps, a little bit more standard, I suppose, but with them having it played 3 times and losing out once, it might not seem like the biggest deal in the world, Zach, but it's still a loss. It is still a small knock in the armor.
I definitely agree. I mean, it depends on how they're going to be dealing with the loss, right? Do they go back to the drawing board, fix these mistakes, and are they going to be able to be covered looking forward, or is it something that's going to intimidate them? And now we're actually going to be having the agent comps coming up. First of all, shout out to whoever made that MEOWSTARS logo, because it is so adorable. I just want to squeeze it really tightly as any I forgot there's the name for this kind of thing when you see something really cute and you just want to squish it. If somebody knows, feel free to enlighten me. But back to the team comps here. It does seem like both teams are opting to go for the cookie cutter meta comp that Ascent seems to always bring to the table. I was kind of hoping for Something like we saw yesterday, like the Cypher Lock coming in, you know, a Yoru duelist, some kind
A
of
Sage.
shenanigans like we're seeing. Yeah, Sage. I mean, Sage isn't actually even the worst thing you can bring on this map, going by how the Crush Outs managed to play yesterday. But we're not, no shenanigans, no nonsense this time around. Just classic meta comp on this map. And honestly, I wouldn't say I'm happy about it in terms of like excitement, but I am happy about it in terms of consistency because, you know, this is a map like you've been saying, Keg, has been scrimmed to death. I believe that at this stage of the tournament, there is no team that doesn't know how to play Ascent, and it's just about what kind of creativity you bring to the table to try and make the utility combos work with this agent comp. And there's a lot of information out there, so I'm pretty excited to see how these teams are going to be leveraging it.
It's like the Go Dog Go of Valorant maps. Everybody has read this book. They know it inside and out. 1 fish, 2 fish, dead fish on B site. There's not really any surprises you can have at this point with a default mirror comp for both sides. Really, the only big surprise, I guess, at this point is that a lot of teams have been purposely moving away from this composition. And so bringing it back could be, in a weird, backwards way, a breath of fresh air to see something kind of new again and not your Phoenix, Yoru, Sage, Deadlock, weird, wacky shenanigans compositions.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like there is a case to be made for the Cypher Lock, but overall, completely agree with you there. No weird shenanigans this time around, just classics proving why exactly it's gonna be the case here. But I think one of the things that we noticed yesterday was kind of like the fact about how sometimes initiator info wasn't being used to its utmost. So I feel like especially with this meta comp, it's really important to be able to coordinate your KO and solo utility alongside your jet, because there's just so many moving parts to this puzzle if you want to have like a successive execute on a map like Ascent with this comp, because there's so much, it's just about who trades out utility more efficiently at the end of the day when it comes down to Ascent and its gameplay. And I think whichever team can handle it better, it is gonna be them coming out on top. Already though, you've got Zev going in for some early peeks towards mid. Doesn't really spawn anybody, and looking at the attackers here, I mean, MEOWSTARS, it looks like they just want to go for a 5-person hit on this B site.
B site's conspicuously empty. Lover has already been hit with the suppressed, and that does delay the injury. Information's gained from HyperSpeed Red about the potential entry on B. First opening pick goes through. Smokes are now removed. Zev is good to remove Maddie, but of course the opposite jet has no choice but to dash in. The plan's already been revealed. Ira, formerly Radiohead, hides away. Upper control space. This will be a great amount of information, even if one pick does go down. But no, Ira moves back. Still good for one. Gia falls. That's another for Ira. Radiohead. They killed the video store. But Sunny's there to get the trade. 3v3.
3v3, I mean, Shock Dart gonna do decent amount of chip damage, and HyperSpeed Red Clock not exactly on their side. They're gonna have to go forward. They're aware of the push, or rather the possibility of a player towards main, but it's just patience coming in from the Sova. It's the peaks on site here. 1-for-1 trade as Lover goes down, and Wire takes the timing to swing from main to find that final kill. MEOWSTARS, they're able to convert their pistol round, and I mean, very methodical approach. This is what we were talking about when we were talking about the strengths of this comp. You know, you use the KO flashes, you use the Sova drone and util to get onto his site. Once you're down there, you know, you've got post plants available in so many forms. And again, like the kind of post plant setup that they have, having a player towards B main, having like those double peaks on site, really enabling them to just play and trade each other out efficiently and not giving their opponents HyperSpeed too many openings. I think that's a good indicator of success.
And that could have been a horrible opening for Meow too. Losing Maddie as your opening pick before the entry, having no smokes to control the back lines. It's lucky enough that HyperSpeed Red gamble stacked A site and they didn't have anybody actually on B for the round. So blessing in disguise that HyperSpeed Red are not going to let happen again. Fortified defenses on B, any which way you look. Lover, set up and ready. Maddie this time holding for an aggressive push outside A that will never come. Smokes is not available on the entry for B. This cannot work out, but Lover falls immediately. That's another on a buy round for MEOWSTARS. They've lost 2 big weapons.
I mean, this alarm bot chasing Wire down as well, along with Levy, able to get at least a kill here. The Shock Dart could be huge though, and actually connects Arthur. Yeah, getting that kill Now the spike is back in position of MEOWSTARS. They managed to bring it down to a 2v4, but the Sova here is so low, and Maddie has to try and make a play to get a kill up in heaven. The flash dodged successfully, and oh my god, they line up, it seems like, making it the 2v2. Maddie happy to fall back now in heaven. It is now a 1v2. Maddie having to clutch it all out, isolates the fight with the help of the paranoia, but can't connect the final shot. Willing to come out on top. A little bit of tactical celebration crouching to come through, and HyperSpeed X should have the time for it to defuse after some flexing for fun.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a chaotic round overall, right? HyperSpeed Red getting a 2 opening picks against MEOWSTARS with a thrifty, yes, but the fact that it still ended with only 1 left alive goes to show how MEOWSTARS were able to pivot and take down a lot of these raw fights directly head-on in their favor. That's not good if you're HyperSpeed Red. It's not worth celebrating just yet. They do have an upper bye though, and MEOWSTARS are going to be going for a full Shiko round. But then again, we've seen what Meow can do up close. They're so good about winning these very close-up fights. HyperSpeed Red will want to keep their distance, and they have the rifles to use it.
Here we go. Shot dart to try and catch anybody lurking around towards B main. Nobody gonna be caught out in the chaos though. A little bit more of a teamwork approach coming in towards mid here. An interesting smoke to actually try and cut off these players. The spam as well, despite the recall not able to confirm the kill, but look at the chip damage that's been done. 2 of MEOWSTARS looking to be quite low here right now. Still 3 players on short. Timing on the peak could be everything for Zeb. Able to get the 1 tap and backs away. That's a huge opening kill, but look at Maddie. Look at how much space she's taken.
Again, Radiohead 2. Looking for the lurk inside of mid. Not to worries though, MEOWSTARS. Again, they have a lower buy. Nothing but pistols. Take A-side control. More money in the pockets for future rounds as the spike goes in the ground. Oh, I love this positioning here from Ira. Full utility available too. Seems like HyperSpeed are aware, but no, they take the risk.
Cover going out.
Seemed like that if Ira had been able to get to it, would have been huge, but instead it's just gonna be another shock dart kill. That's 2 in 2 rounds so far for the Sova. And of course, teamwork makes the dream work. HyperSpeed X, they hold hand, the retake, and they are able to convert this round. Not too many losses either. I think that they did invest a decent chunk into that round, seeing that they won their anti-eco, so they're able to carry most of these rifles forward for this upcoming round. And I don't think at this point it's even going to be a bonus. Zev is going to completely invest in that operator upgrade, and you've got rifles across the board. So at this point, it's full buy versus full buy. Ultimate wise, I mean, Ira could get their lockdown with the help of an ult orb, or they could get the null command, both of which could be pivotal ultimates. So interesting to see which ult they're going to prioritize for this round. But look at this, you've already got the Sova with the Huntress almost online here. And I mean, I'd like to see if they can go 3 for 3 in terms of shock dart kills.
Yeah, that'd be huge. Zev playing a much lesser position now after the flash, does attempt to push up and get the shot. Can't connect. A lot of pressure now against this operating jet. Wouldn't be surprised if MEOWSTARS go for a pivot here and rotate to B, but they've all set up so much. Abo drones out. Non-regenerative utility. This should be the dedication. Paranoia, soon to be the null command for the entry in 2. Zev, still in a spot not to have an escape option. The null command does not come out. This is usually what you see when an A defensive jet is posted up with an operator. They don't want to commit into A site. Direct funnel into the line of sight of that sniper. It makes B a lot more open, and it's so hard for a defensive jet to retake site.
Definitely agree with you, but look at this already. Always having pushed outside, breaks the turret. Might actually be able to find the time he can get out, so unlucky there for MEOWSTARS. But for HyperSpeed, they managed to find a pick. Finally, Zev with the operator taking down the Sova, so it's going to be much more difficult to find information as they look to execute on site. Maddie still on the lurk towards A, hoping for some kind of space to be found, but there's 3 people still all around the side of the map, and the operator shot doesn't connect, but it's keeping the rotations from really coming in. It's just going to be the killjoy. Yeah, and like you said, time taking. 20 seconds, they gotta make their way forward. B side is gonna be open here, with Ira on the lurk towards market as well. Now opting to fall back and find safety numbers. They should be able to get the spike down now that they've cleared the site, but advantageous retake situation here for HyperSpeed.
They have the body advantage, but again, that operator could be a hindrance. You might have to drop it now. No command in return. Simply means no more dashing available. Lover A fantastic spot. Like this position from Zev, though. Will it be spotted out? The answer is yes. Oh my, Lover. Anything but. Demon right now has been good for the double. Smoke's not available for the retake anymore. Initiative utility in full. Arthur, good to open things up. Lover still hiding behind B main, though. Great to remove away all the defenders thus far. Make that 2 more, or maybe a third, but no ace. One left, it's always. We can't say always now, though. Can't always go for a defuse. What a good cleanup, but unfortunately, too little, too late. Lover was unstoppable, and the op was lost.
Fact that Lover was able to get not 1 but 2 kills, dash out, and still buy so much time towards main. I think they got 3 kills that round or 4 kills that round.
4.
Yeah, 4 kills that round. Yeah, insane run coming out of them, and a key factor for why they were able to make it work. I mean, at least you're able to have like a little bit of a consolation prize of sorts for always, taking out these rifles, kind of keeping the economy from growing. But talking about economy, there's just nothing really left in the bank for HyperSpeed right now. They're gonna have to go into this eco with just a couple of sheriffs in hand. At least the saving grace is that they do have the Bladestorm here on Zev, but Zev taking it a little bit slow, not wanting to take too much space, in the Sova drone already invested to try and clear out B main, make sure that nobody's come around. Immediately going to be broken though by Zev's teammates, so Zev still has a chance to maybe make things work out here, but the 0 point manages to suppress the Jet perfectly, and with that info garnered that alright, knowing that this is probably an eco round, knowing that the Jet is playing around B, they immediately want nothing to do with it and go back towards this A side. Era all alone here could be huge if they can find both of these kills, and they do succeed indeed. Not a chip of damage taken either, so A side that's completely open for business.
Now you could bring out the lockdown here, have the counter of the Hunter's Fury, get rid of a pivotal ultimate for future rounds. But if you're HyperSpeed Red, you're kind of hoping that lockdown does come by. It gives you the entire onus of whether or not you want to use that ult. It comes down now if we can even out the numbers.
Here.
Zev Bladestorm in hand. Suppressing Knife should be regen by now. Takes his dash off of the recon bolt. Everyone hiding in B main. Not a player in sight from MEOWSTARS except for Maddie hiding down below, the only player directly on site. Suppressing Ice comes out after the death of Zev. Arthur's 1 of 2 left, finally no longer a flawless round. Always could try to make the attempt.
Imagine if I died.
2 squads in each side, that could be a 4-way swing. 1 by 1, they push up. Always is good for the frags, but guess what? That's not the win condition. And Arthur has to go down with the ship. Another round for MEOWSTARS.
Really nice there. I mean, again, like that previous round, just a consolation prize to be able to take out these players, keep this economy from growing. And I mean, considering that was an eco round here for HyperSpeed, it's not the worst outcome that you could ask for. Gotta set them back up with enough money to have rifles on board once again. And this time around, they've got the lockdown, they've got the Hunter's Fury. A lot of really crucial ults available in this particular round. But on the opposite side as well, if Anzo's Wire gets their own Hunter's Fury to counter with, you're not going to have any answer for this lockdown unless, of course, Era decides to drop theirs in exchange. So a lot of crucial ults here, huge swing round on the board, and both teams haven't really had a chance to build up an economy despite the wins here for MEOWSTARS. So I think that it's going to be really important. But look at this, they're using the lockdown in B, but it does seem like the spike itself is headed towards A.
I'm glad you mentioned about the economy, Zach, because that's the biggest swing factor on Ascent. It's so hard for attacking teams to find that presence a lot of the time, that the win condition can be just draining the economic presence away from defenders and barrel rush your way in thereafter and swing those rounds. Lover's already made the entry in, though. And again, the pies are not perfect so far for either team. Always is good for the opening pick, and that's gigantic. Spike is picked up off the hands of a Cloudburst. And for the backside control, this is really risky. You're playing purposely for aiming control. Hyper's good to remove Gia. You won't have to worry about the suppressing knife anymore. Hunter's Fury in tow to remove the lockdown. And thankfully it does. Keeps the attackers on site. They don't have to worry about a dang thing. But again, the retakes brings things down to a 2v2 wire. Through the smoke. Good for 1. What can you do now? It's Sunny. 12 HP, a single shot. Even the Thunder bolts will be able to do them in. 1 shock bolt available. There it is. Propped up in the back, and it should be it.
I feel bad for laughing, but this is like karma at this point, Wire saying, if you can get shockdown kills, Mr. Soma, I can too. And what a way to win out the round. I mean, it got really close for comfort, but I think the linchpin was really Era's lurk there. I mean, so much damage done, 2 kills found. They go down in the end towards short, but the fact that they were able to find those initial kills, keep those rotations from coming in, and of course, the fact that the micro as well, the fact that MEOWSTARS made sure that the Sova ult was prepped, they were ready for that lockdown attempt on the retake. So, very nice strategy that eventually pays off huge for them. I think they're going to be feeling very pleased with themselves after that round. And first time out of the day coming out from HyperSpeed. I mean, at this point, you're not playing too badly, but a lot of these rounds, it comes down to a little bit of, I would say, lack of care in terms of the engagements that are being taken, especially with the amount of lurks that MEOWSTARS are happy to invest in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, you have to identify those lurks and play for the anti-lurk plays. Grouping up for these retakes can work well, but things like the 0 point from Gia should be able to take down very, pivotal utility that isn't happening. We've been seeing free-flowing knives and blade storms all throughout from both these jets. It needs to be stopped here. It seems like MEOWSTARS may be opting to push towards B, and this is a good read from HyperSpeed Red. They're looking to play this proactive and aggressive, and I think that's another big pivotal factor they need to change up the tide and make sure MEOWSTARS have to fight tooth and nail to make these entries work.
Definitely. I mean, I think that so far, at least, despite Zev being able to find the first split a lot of the time, it has been very back and forth here, especially with the impacts that the lurks having, a little bit more of an initiative being taken here towards B main. Joan only going to catch one player, and I mean, the fact that it's a KJ is going to make it pretty clear it's the lurk player as well. Utility broken, the bait off the back of it though. Lover doing so much damage, but not able to confirm the kill. A little bit heartbreaking there, but I think that they're aware of the damage that has been done at the very least. In the meantime, I mean, this default kind of spread continues coming out of MEOWSTARS here. They know that HyperSpeed has been pretty hasty about a lot of these rotations, and they're able to catch these timings. Knowing that it's Nico as well, they're not being really fast about it, which is nice because they're able to kind of just bait out what HyperSpeed wants to do and figure out a way to react off the back of it.
Yeah, it's just a matter now of playing against those timings. MEOWSTARS have been playing fast and aggressive up until now. They took their time and they made that entry back in the B side that's been very lax in terms of defense. KJ Utility's always been placed inside of mid. That's a free B side though. Hunter's Fury in return off the hands of Arthur. Doesn't find much. Not really, no. Doesn't clear away the positions from Meow. Zev could try to find that entry in, but once again, there's another lurk. It's Wire. Wire has statistically been one of the best players in this entire tournament. And the fact that they have yet to be stopped inside of mid, and these defenders have chosen purposely to just not re-engage, gave up, pushed through Marketplace to face against the real tide of battle here to get that defuse. Has not worked. One left now, it's Arthur. And there's not much Arthur can really do, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, the clock's tick, the HP is low. Arthur happy to grab that Vandal, deny the flawless here for MEOWSTARS, and just, tuck away in a corner trying to keep themselves safe. But look at this. You've got some people on the hunt here. The 0 point actually going to connect. I feel like it's kind of a red herring here to try and tempt them to go to the other side. But yeah, nobody managed to take the gun away from Arthur, so that's at least something that is in their favor. But on the other side, MEOWSTARS, I mean, despite the timeout, HyperSpeed haven't been able to really be able to convert that round. Hopefully, they've got a plan for this particular one because, you've still got that lead for MEOWSTARS. They're starting to build up that economy, and you have a buy again. So I think the key linchpin here for HyperSpeed is going to be the null command. I think it can be really useful in that retake situation if it does come down to it. And I mean, already, once again, you're going to be having that 0 point shutting down that Sova drone. So no real info about how many players are here aside from that KO.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that the immediate Owl drone was shut down immediately. I guess some information was found, I suppose. But I definitely wish I had that utility back. Smokes down mid. Keep in mind, an alarm bot is set up deeper in the mid too for the anti-lurk. And Omen could teleport across it. That's something that KJ has to keep in mind. The double alt combo. Gia is just having such an unfortunate game. I think now she's 0-8. But I like this change of pace. Zev with the push-up is exactly what HyperSpeed Red need.
Spike down A.
2v2. Both these attackers are separated out. Only a smoke is keeping Maddie alive. Oh, good teleport. Broken door, though. A great wide swing afterwards. Wire tried to make it work, but no. Just a few frames late. And Arthur could have made something heroic happen.
Spike planted.
Maddie gonna be able to reposition though. Get the spike down on B and let me playing towards CT instead. It's just pretty interesting. You have to be careful of B main though, and I don't know if they're gonna be aware of this possibility, especially with the turret still online watching B main. They know for a fact that Maddie hasn't crossed over to this side, at least in the recent time here. Maddie just opting to play safe onto site, looking to take it early, maybe get a 1v1, and they're rewarded for their troubles. Now TPing back into backside, knows that they can play time here. And sitting inside their own smoke, it's going to be such a difficult situation for Always to try and clear this in time here. It's just going to be them towards the spike, looking to bait out the peak. But Maddie has played this to perfection here, and despite her not being able to get the kill, it is still going to be a round for MEOWSTARS here. The clutch, the Omen ult coming in clutch quite literally to be able to keep their pace going.
Just such great smart decision making from Maddie through the entirety of that 2v2. The biggest moment was that smoke directly onto the spike. Made sure that Always had really no information at all about backside control, about any of the small corners of green box, and made that clearing much more important with no seconds left on the clock. And that's exactly what you need to do if you're a smoking agent. Not overextend too much in 1v2. And play directly for the objective and use whatever utilities you have in your possession. Zev is going to double down again, though, on this proactivity. A ping has come down. Maddie set up and waiting in a very cheeky sniping spot. But all the while, this is all bait towards B site.
Here, blocking sight.
Be able to dash past the KJ Util, not doing too much damage, and KJ gets spotted out, but Arthur with his hero rifle actually able to take down Lover quite early on. I don't think that gun is in an easily retrievable position, but this push through CT, fantastic work from MEOWSTARS to even up the numbers here. And look at this lurk coming in from Wire. You really don't expect to see a Soma lurking at the best of times here, and it is gonna buy enough time and space for the spike to go down on this B side. It's just gonna be the Arthur taking down Wire finally, but it's a 1-for-1 trade at that point. So 3v2 situation, guns drop those. This is still very much doable round for HyperSpeed. They managed to retrieve these rifles. Problem is MEOWSTARS, they looked excellent in their post-plant conditions, and they just aren't gonna risk anything here with that null command being activated for good measure. Maddie, in fact, gonna be choosing to TP back into the site as well to provide some additional backup for her team here. And until the null command expires, it's gonna be very difficult for them to go through. Both players peeking the angle. It is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, and now it is just Sunny left alive here. 1v2 situation, gets the first, but again, the high-low angles. No way for Sunny to be able to switch that aim so quickly, and MEOWSTARS, they continue their rampage, 7-2 right now, and the kind of momentum that they have is crazy, kid.
Yeah, and Zach, you wouldn't be expecting a mirror combo like this to have attacking rounds be so dominant. For the most part, yeah, like for the most part in scrims, you're thinking, okay, I know how these attackers work. We've seen these set strats so many different times now in our hours of practice, right? But HyperSpeed Red, they're seemingly caught off guard every single round. I like the poking that Zev is bringing early on, but outside of, say, 1 or 2 rounds, they haven't been able to find the right finger on the pulse early on. Removing Wire's a good start, but Wire's always been the lurk. That doesn't give you a ton of information. And once again, B-side's completely free for Meow.
Lover though again finds that huge opening, pushing towards CT as well, again claiming a victim here. It's the second time that MEOWSTARS are able to do this. Lover finds a 3rd kill as well. So far, it just leaves Zev as well as their teammate in a position to try and make a retake happen. But with that lockdown coming in, an additional 8 to 10 seconds being bought here, Zev doesn't seem to care, looking to at least do some damage or catch a player out of position. Just not going to be the case though, and now forced to respect this lockdown already. A quarter of the time on the spike has been burned through here, but now 2v4. One way, already making things so much more difficult in terms of peaks being taken right now, and the flashes as well. I mean, you'd think that you would have exhausted a lot of utility in these side takes, but there's so much left over, and now there's already a player on first lane looking to take the contacts. An almost flawless round here for MEOWSTARS, as the angles they hold just provide such dividends right now. And 8-2, I mean, this might be the most dominant map we've seen since yesterday.
Here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, HyperSpeed Red, they've already gone for a timeout, right? They need to stack up B. They've tried so much already, and I commend them for it. But dude, you cannot give up sight like that. The retake strats haven't worked. And MEOWSTARS are well aware of this strat. And the fact that HyperSpeed are going into that hook, line, and sinker means the A site should be a lot more clear. Oh, good null command. I like this from Zev yet again. The push-up now, doubling down, make sure it's not a flawless beginning for this entry. But Zev wasn't able to convert. An Owldro meets them in return, and Zev has no choice but to back away. They can't possibly swing again into a 1v5.
Lot to ask for. Knives as well. Zev taking such aggressive position, like you mentioned. The timing might be on their side, though. Gets the first, but Wire quick for the refrag. And in the meantime, this B main and lobby area looking to get re-cleared right now. The spike itself still making its way towards the B side to boot, so there is going to be that Killjoy turret for that early info. Now, though, that's the rotation. Possibly it's going to be summoned in here. The Mulanos are not really doing too much to impede them from getting onto site as they continue forward. The one-turn CT, though, that does a great job. And, I mean, always just a Sheriff in hand on site looking to make some kind of magic happen, but it's not going to be the case. Again, these fights so isolated, so easy for MEOWSTARS. Arthur going to be the one to find the trades, make things look a little bit more viable 2v2.
Lovers in the backside with Levi. A good crossfire set up now. Green box positioning can span through with bullets. Fragment nades the start. Hunter's Fury is available, but maybe too late. It's a divide and conquer strat from HyperSpeed Red, taking their time. That's Sunny to find the opener there. Recon bolt to find Lover. And Arthur's there to help with the distraction. 3K to end up getting their third round.
The second time that Arthur has been able to really go huge here. First in terms of those shock darts, and now I mean the fact that they were able to find both of those kills towards mid and convert the 4v2 situation into a 2v2 and find those trades from beginning to end as well. The MVP as of now in terms of score for the side of HyperSpeed, but still I think you'd want at least one more round if you want to feel comfortable about this. Winning that round was really huge for the economy as well for HyperSpeed. Sure that they can comfortably buy into this, and even with that win, right, you still notice that you got two players with that half armor. Looking at the ults here, Hunter's Fury available for MEOWSTARS, so I don't know if they're going to be looking to get that as an early pick or, you know, try to find, keep it for post-plan, so as to speak, so it might be an ult you need to worry about, but now null command already got to be popped. The Hunter's Fury invested by Arthur here, actually got to be shut down, unfortunately, thanks for this null command. And again, what a shot from the Blades. Lover just slicing and dicing their counterpart Jet, and with the amount of utility that's being just thrown onto the site right now, there's no way for HyperSpeed to really hold on.
What are you going to do if you're HyperSpeed, right? You do have Omen ult. Could be good for the reposition, maybe for the flank. Held down, though, by the aggressive KJ util. Everybody else is sitting and waiting for that heaven push. A great suppressing knife from Levi. Iris hiding from behind inside the smoke. Has audio of at least one. Push in. Great information gain, too. Coordination now finally found from HyperSpeed Red on these retakes. 4-8 after what seems like a dominant half for MEOWSTARS isn't too bad.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you consider like the score being like, what was it, 8-2 or 7? Yeah, it was 8-2. So 8-4 actually looks like much more comebackable from, especially if you can win this pistol, because that's gonna narrow your gap down to 2 most likely. But I mean, looking at the scores here, it seems like both teams are pretty evenly matched. A bit of a quieter game here for Gia, but you know, beginner struggles, you're gonna be able to start pretty fast. And I think in terms of assists as well, you can see that the support are really racking it up, especially on the side of MEOWSTARS. I think that for HyperSpeed, Arthur has been doing a great job. You know, kills with shock darts, kills with the ult, just sheer kills being found towards mid. Really good aim so far in terms of being able to shut down players. And with the side swap, I mean, I'm hoping that the KO and Sova can continue to set up the Jet, because you saw how much value Lover was finding on that Jet with the kind of ults, with the kind of kills they were taking. Zev now having to go huge to match up and help HyperSpeed come back into this.
We've been seeing a lot of very big non-duelist high performances on Ascent so far this tournament. Yesterday we had an Omen nearly break 30 kills, and accounted for almost half of all the kills in the entire team. I like this pistol default from HyperSpeed. Much slower. picking away at the defenses, seeing where everything lies. That alarm bot most certainly spotted out. That's gonna mean a split push over towards A is the move. But what I don't think HyperSpeed is expecting is all this KJ utility stacked up on A site. You have one nanoswarm, one turret for information.
I mean, they're not able to really push forward either. That barrage of utility buying enough time for that door to successfully close and get themselves as a post one. 5v5s are never ideal at the right time. They tend to delve into such chaotic messes. And look at this, an aggressive position attempt coming out from Zev, but instead it is just damage and further chip damage to be given away. Arthur, though, once again stepping up to be the hero to try and find the damage. Always finding two as well, so now a 3v1 situation at this point. Sunny left alone without a leg to stand on, and Gia gonna be able to find that final kill. Like we talked about, this pistol so important for HyperSpeed, and they are able to convert it. So suddenly things look like they are swinging back in their favor.
Yeah, a fresh breath of air for HyperSpeed. Absolutely needed this pistol round in their pocket to build out their early economy. HyperSpeed, again, this is a team, this is a map where economy management is more important, I would say, than any other map in the game. Their strat book has been identified, well documented, annotated out of the wazoo. You really need to keep these guns alive in order to not bounce between eco rounds and full buys. Default yet again from HyperSpeed. They've already shown their hand in wanting to play these early rounds a lot slower than MEOWSTARS. That was the late round pivot that they made on their own attack. But I like this push up already from Meow. Zev was doing this a lot on the Jet, back on defense. But now having a non-duelist take the same role is risky. But it will be so good to catch these defenders off guard. Zev, on the other hand, does remove wire. And that's B's defense is gone.
Huge. I mean, you open up the site, but you're still not gonna really confirm that commitment. MEOWSTARS kind of just still hedging their bets, staying on A, not wanting to rotate until that spike goes down. Two players towards mid as well, watching decently aggressively, so problem is B has been the site less completely open, especially with that player going down, and once again you're going to be seeing it taken without any losses at all. So now the onus falls on to MEOWSTARS to be able to make this retake somehow work out. No lurks either, everybody's just kind of hanging around on the site here. They're ready to take these fights off the back of each other, and he is able to do a lot of damage to that's Zova there, who was holding B main. That's it though, 4 players on site. Already Sunny being able to find the first. At least the Sheriff gonna find always here. And at this point, it's about how much damage you can really find here. And I think being able to pick up at least a Sheriff for Ghost could help in that regard. Clock ticking right now. There's not gonna be too much time in terms of being able to keep this round from falling out of your pockets, but you can try to shake down the remaining 3 players here, which is what the team seems to be playing for. The one ways, the smokes, the dark cover actually might let them escape here and take a little bit of damage to boot. The right clicks are perfect, and every single kill goes the way of MEOWSTARS, but it matters for naught because there's no time for the defense.
And MEOWSTARS had such a huge lead back on their attack. Yet in the last 4 rounds, HyperSpeed Red have been able to win back-to-back over and over, to the fact now that they're only 2 rounds behind. The pressure for MEOWSTARS must be building up. They cannot let what they've had squander away. They finally themselves have a buy-up, and look at Lover. A Vandal. Arthur the same. 2 top frags on each team. Arthur was caught off guard last round. We'll have to wait and see if it happens again. Big mid-control this time, a potential crossfire. Dark cover set up top of the tree, though, is going to prevent half of those players from pushing out. They have to wait in the smoke to see if it's going to be a pivot back over to A tree that worked on Pistol. But instead, this is looking like it'll just be a B split.
It might be as well, especially with always going down. That's the lurk taken care of. No more killjoy utility either. So Spike itself headed towards mid. Sunny though, gonna have to be careful. That's a corner that you haven't quite checked. Looking to clear it right now, but the run and gun along with Lover's help is gonna be able to take care of that. They managed to close the door on this B site. Still got the killjoy utility hanging around there. Instead of forced to fall back towards market. Nobody really gonna be pushing them though. And it is just 3 players left alive on HyperSpeed to try and make things work Door gonna get broken here. Zev caught between a rock and a hard place if they're not careful. And the spike itself, well, I mean, it should be making its way towards B, assuming that Lovers doesn't find these kills. The Stinger, though, in Zev's hands, tries to pick up the upgrade. Now it's all going to be up to Arthur, able to get the first, but the trade is perfect from Livia. And it is going to be another round for MEOWSTARS. They win their full buy. They keep 3 guns in hand. I think that's the biggest difference from what we saw in that previous half. It's just such a pivotal round in terms of economy. And if you don't save at least 3 guns, it's going to make things very difficult. But now every single player on this team able to afford some kind of rifle and even an operator. You see Lover kind of debating if they want to go for it, and they are.
MEOWSTARS played that end round so patiently, not overextending, recognizing that they have a body advantage. You don't want to squander that. Especially on B side, where if you start to lose those numbers, it's so hard to recover. Oh, the suppressing knife. Finds a ton of info. Same could be said, though, for the attackers. They find at least the Jet's position. I don't know if the op's been shot yet. I don't know if Lover's Elo stick has been discovered. I want to say no, given how deep HyperSpeed Red are playing into B split. Then again, though, this default through A has been important, Zach. An early dark cover goes down, does have to add much more reclearing potential in terms of wine, but Arthur does fall, and that's going to leave the rest of HyperSpeed Red back over towards B. They have almost no choice but to push. Oh, but they don't. They're dawdling inside of mid, unsure of whether or not they want to take the B site route or they want to pivot back over to A with no information. But with 45 seconds left, they have to make a decision now, and it seems like B has been the call.
Ooh, another kill for Wire, though. Zev trying to fight for their life here to hold on, but it's not going to be working out. Lover on the operator, finding their value, getting that kill with the rotation over. Sunny at least making their opponents bleed with some spam from the smoke here. 4v2 situation, but look at this era. Still on site, playing the lurk, playing the deadly enemy right now, and a 1v3 is what stands between Sunny. The operator, though, will not be denied on MEOWSTARS. They get themselves 2 double digits here very comfortably. They save the op, they carry a couple of guns forward as well, and now economy here completely demolished for HyperSpeed Red.
Yeah, for HyperSpeed, this is not a composition they've been running too much this tournament. Earlier on, yesterday, they were running the Astra Breach comp. And I think moving away from a much more conventional setup worked out well for this team. They were playing into their comfort picks. They found more wacky ways of opening up on attack. Probably defending better on defense. MEOWSTARS, they have this good read again. Op set up and ready past this smoke. It could get flashed out. That's going to be a major issue for Lover. And Zev has been so hot and ready for a lot of these attacks. Chooses not to push in past this smoke.
I mean, I think that the awareness coming in from MEOWSTARS as well to be careful, knowing that it's an eco round. They really don't want to give away any of these rifles for free, and they're opting to play a bit more passive than usual. Usually at this point you see somebody pushing mid or B main or something or the other, but it's just a very passive kind of play. You got a lot of utility with this comp, as we both of us know, so trying to make something happen off the back of it. You do have, of course, the default setup coming out of HyperSpeed. They've already taken control of short. Haven't been able to go too far, but that's there. Operator gonna spot out Zev, actually. And I mean, a Stinger, along with the Jet, could make it into the site, but the problem is there is another player towards Jenny who hasn't exactly been spotted yet, and that is gonna be Miracle coming through. 2 kills for Levia before things go badly. Door closes as well. Operator finding another kill, and they are just advancing onto site together. Sunny, I mean, able to at least find a kill, but that small consolation here as the immediate refract comes in from Era. Perfect rotations from the entire team there on MEOWSTARS, and now only 2 rounds away from taking their map pick.
Yeah, such a good collapse. 3 rounds in a row now. Discovering how HyperSpeed like to play this early game has been so beneficial for the defenders. Not overheating as much as we had seen, like on pistol or the buy-up rounds, but instead expecting this early aggression, then a rotation on a big picture scale from one site to another. Did lead to a split on A that did not work. Nobody on MEOWSTARS rotated off of A once things became quiet, and it was only Zev and A-Man. That's a huge point of contention now for Meow. HyperSpeed are banking on empty sites and over rotations. But Zach, if they're going to hold their ground, MEOWSTARS could very well gain their next 2 rounds and take away map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be pivotal for them to be able to achieve that, but especially if they can win this map. But I mean, for Hyperspeed Red, this is the second time out that they're taking, if I'm not wrong. Things looking quite dire. 6-11, it could be worse. I mean, people have come back from 11-3 and even 11-1 on this map from what I've seen, but it's still going to be really, really hard in terms of being able to come back. They're going to have to play an almost flawless game here, and they still have to deal with this operator that continues to do so much damage in the hands of Lover. But, you know, on the bright side, they've got the null command, they've got the Hunter's Fury, there were 2 off of the lockdown, and I mean, all of these ults could be the key factor in them being able to, you know, win out at least one particular round. Already null command invested early on into the round, it's going to shut down the Killjoy, but look at this, position from Lover, just such a clean shot for another first blood.
Yeah, unfortunately the flash did not come out, and Lover's position was free to remove Zev before the entry could even begin. And that's going to shut down Hyperspeed completely. The train is halted. The null command was out and found no value because you weren't able to get on site. Levi has actually hit a little bit there off of the suppressing knife. That's a 3-game meltdown again where the flash is not available. Sunny's the last one left. Deep in backside. The ult was meant to clear so much space for Hyperspeed to have a safe gateway on the site. But there was just a miscommunication somewhere.
The fact that, you know, the anchor on site could just get not 1, not 2, but 3 kills is absolutely crazy to me. Like, that should just not be allowed no matter what kind of play that is. Either way, though, I mean, match point for MEOWSTARS, 1 round away from being able to push this to that second map here. And they've got a lot of money and are looking damn fine while doing it as well. Hunter's Fury is still in their hand. On the opposite side, though, you've got 2 major ults here, both lockdown as well as the Hunter's Fury of their own. So, along with this Blade Storm that's being invested too, there still is hope here. They've managed to put together some semblance of a buy, but with the smokes finally coming down, with the patience that, you know, MEOWSTARS have been showing on these kind of rounds here, it's going to be a very much of an uphill battle.
Wire's taking a dangerous spot here. Backs away off the timing here of the smoke going down. Alarm bot's been procced. Crossfire. Ready to go. Turret hasn't found much B main. Focus now back to mid. Lover, a Sentinel itself on A, has not found anybody yet. All Hyperspeed needs to be mid, and I don't like this for MEOWSTARS. They didn't clear their corners. Zev, the patience of a god. Yes, it was so good. And now the full rotation to B, an empty site, is exactly what this attacking team prayed for.
I mean, they've got those 2 picks thanks to Zev's lurk, and now B-side empty. Sunny as well taking care of Levia here. That's a huge kill. Now, it's just going to be 2 players left. Slime Maddie at least finding a trade, albeit a little bit late. 2v4 situation right now, and with the op in their hand, I don't know how efficient Lover is going to be at finding these kills. The paranoia connecting as well is just insult to injury at this point. The knife goes wide, so does the op shot, and now it's just going to be such a difficult fight here. I mean, can Lover get this kill? The updraft attempt to try and escape the Hunter's Fury, but instead it's going to be able to find the kill. 3 players stay alive in Hyperspeed, 7-12. 5 rounds in a row is what they'll need for OT.
Yeah, just a critical mistake. Overextending mid, allowing Zev to get those opening 2 kills. Getting rid of Ira, removing Wire. That's so much value on the board that you just do not have anymore. It opened up B-side completely. MEOWSTARS are not going to be making a mistake like that again. I wouldn't be surprised that going into this next round if they turtle up and play very safe in the back lines of each lane.
I think the only time we've really seen them turtle up so far has been like when lockdown was available. Otherwise, they've been really aggressive. This time around, though, I think they've gotten much more methodical about it and aware of the possibility of not. It is going to be the player basically spinning themselves in and yeah, going back to backside after trying to take an early shot here, but look at this one once again onto the lurk here. An attempt at least showing like the spike is headed towards Z. Probably gonna be something in rotation over, especially once there's still Killjoy utility on the site here at this choke point. Dev has taken up the space here. Spike still though needs to go down. Finally gonna be planted here, and again like 5v5 retake that we're looking at. We talked about the ultimates available. Hunter's Fury and Killjoy lockdown have cancelled each other out, so it's just gonna come down to a gun game.
That's right, gun game. Majority of these defenders down heaven. Stairs. A split push collapse has worked out well for MEOWSTARS. A late lurk on the KJ is going to confirm no flanks available, doubling down HyperSpeed to stay directly on A site. No ults to be afraid of though. Arthur does open things up, Wire does fall. It's going to allow the rest of these defenders to finally take some traction and move their way in. Lover and Maddie have a dominating the entirety of A site. It leaves one left. Back of sight. It's up to Sunny. Good for 2. Is there enough time to defuse? The answer is no. A great hold from HyperSpeed.
Oh.
Just a microsecond earlier, and this could have been a 13th round win for MEOWSTARS, and map 1 would have gone in their favor.
Getting closer and closer to that OT keg, and oh my god, that last round I got too close for comfort. Like you said, just a microsecond away. Sunny winning out the 1v3 to keep their team in this, and I think that for this entire team, Sunny and Arthur have been like a lot of heroes in these rounds, you know? Not just being in terms of being able to find these kills, but mainly in terms of being able to step up and find these kills when the situation calls for it, when it's needed the most. And I think that the formula for HyperSpeed that has worked out is this kind of slow default and then a flood rush onto site and then trying to buy time with your utility in that post-ban situation. Problem here is that I feel like at this point, eventually, MEOWSTARS are going to adapt to it, and you still have 4 rounds that you need to convert. You've basically burned through all of your ultimates that you can cycle through at that point, so you're gonna have to wait until they get back online, and in the meantime you have to deal with what exactly MEOWSTARS wants to do. I mean, look at this position being held here. You've got the Judge towards short as well, a Crossfire Crossfire towards short, a Judge on that part of the map, and Lover, of course, tucked away into Vines here to try and find a kill. The spam through the smoke, though, not going to really connect, unfortunately. And some chip damage done and counter to trade.
I do think MEOWSTARS have fully adapted already. They were just slightly off on their timings of the Flood retake last round. It was a defuse by 0.2 seconds. Slow default, as you mentioned, Zach, into a Flood site. But the dam is breaking. It's off the hands of the smoke faltering. The answer is no. Instead, it's just Zev pushing in. Very little support from behind up until now. A stagger. A walk in, sure, has been good. Zev does remove Ira, and that's huge. Rotation's been called, but always is not aware about the flanking jet. They're deep inside mid. May have heard the audio. Always attention is split in 2 different directions. Where are they going to go next? That's good. Wire, remove Sunny. Smoke's not available anymore. These attackers only have 3 left alive. Always, now discovered. Top of sight. Everybody else. The flood in. Zev saves the day with a 4K.
I thought that was another round that really got too close for comfort, with the clock having ticked down to about 10 seconds or less before that spike actually went down there. So a little bit too close for comfort, but the fact that you got the lurker being lurked upon by Zev, the kill towards main, the 4K overall, really just stepping up and being a hero. It's been through the heroics of Sunny, Arthur, and Zev. I think that the last couple of rounds have been found, and I mean, at this point, you've basically broken the eco here for MEOWSTARS. Just one last broken buy kind of available here, and there's a definite chance of overtime if they can convert this round as well. It just has to be firepower, and I think that at least for the side of HyperSpeed Red, they do look a little bit more comfortable on this attacking side for sure.
Slow default's been called out by HyperSpeed Red yet again. Has not been challenged by MEOWSTARS. The closest to doing so, Lover, holding a very good angle right before the choke of B. Mid's completely empty. Spike not procced up either. HyperSpeed Red are going to ramp up their tempo and play for this first initial fight. Back up and away and take that spike to the opposite site. Alarm bot, Owl drone discovered. But again, this is all fake. Meant to sell these rotations over to B site, but there's an issue, Zach. HyperSpeed Red are not aware. Yeah, the KJ Util all over site A is not going to move.
We've also still got 2 players along, apart from the KJ, you've got the KO as well. So if there were ever 2 agents made to stop a push from really materializing, it has to be these 2. And I mean, Zev can hear the turrets, can hear damage coming in. Null Command popped as well towards the B side. They're really using everything that they've got to try and sell the utility here. Now though, finally, the play being made towards the safe side. The turret's doing a lot of damage. They don't check the corner though, and that's a huge kill for Era. Era not going down means the lockdown is available as well. And now, again, 15 seconds left. The defender lockdown goes down as well. Spike gonna be dropped on that A side, and they have to try and get it down. Sunny finds 1 kill, but Era gets an immediate trade. Always left by themselves, no time on the clock, door closes as well, and they know it's over. Nothing that you can really do. You might as well just relax a little bit. And,
Defenders win.
nice try by HyperSpeed Red, but I think in a lot of these rounds, Kick, it's tragic that it came down to such a wire edge for them to even get down the spike. And MEOWSTARS, I mean, they deserve an award just for that logo. I'm glad they can play like heck too.
It was close. I will give you that. But MEOWSTARS just looked so formidable the entirety of that map. It took Hyper a few rounds, yes, for them to gain up momentum, for them to play very slow, flood retake, catch the defensive MEOWSTARS off guard, and it worked out well. MEOWSTARS failed to adapt in the early to mid game, but where they shined was those flood retakes towards the very end. They knew for a fact they could win these one-on-one gunfights almost every single time. It just took a lot more from HyperSpeed to play around with the spacing of the map even more, for them to angle out, for them to take mid, to flank, and that worked out well for them, but it came out too late.
I definitely agree with you. Those are great points. And I also think to add on to what you were saying about the kind of retakes that we were saying at HyperSpeed as well, they kind of realized that. I think that they tried to, I feel like in that last round, they overcooked a little bit. And again, like a lot of the situations where they make these really masterful plans and try to make them work out, I feel like the execution really cost them in terms of time. And kind of what a trademark of what we were seeing throughout that second half, right? But, shout out to them. It looked like it was over around like 12-5, 12-6, but they make that comeback. They almost get it to overtime here, just 2 rounds shy of it. So kudos to them. Remember, this was MEOWSTARS map pick, and it got close towards the end. So MEOWSTARS are going to be happy they have their map, but for map 2, we're going to be heading into their opponent's pick here. And I think that HyperSpeed definitely looking for redemption. They don't want to go down as one of those teams that gets 2-0'd, And I know I've heard from sources that Zev is a beast on Neon, so it's their map pick. And personally, Neon was I think that Haven was the first time we saw anybody really playing Neon when it came down to BCT. I think it was Victor for NRG who locked it in. So I feel like at this point, I'm really glad Neon is getting some love again, even if I hate the agent itself and the kind of buffs that people have given it that makes it so overtuned. But hey, that's why we're on the casting sidekick. We can watch people get bullied by Neon and laugh at it instead of, feeling bullied ourselves in game.
Yeah, that's true. I don't need to play anymore. It's fun to watch people get bullied by Neon. I got bullied enough, in school. I don't need to be bullied anymore. But that being said, though, HyperSpeed, they have been flawless on Haven so far this tournament. For MEOWSTARS, they have lost this map. It's the only time they've lost a map in this tournament. So there is a chance if HyperSpeed can learn what they did about the tendencies of MEOWSTARS in map number 1, take what they've learned in a more comfort pick like Haven, there is a chance we could go to a map 3. But, of course, we do have to set up that map and make sure everyone's all fine and dandy for us to see how Haven's gonna go. So don't go anywhere. Check out the Radiant store and buy some awesome merch while we have our break for just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to Radiant Academy Class 106. It is still Isaac, joined by the effervescent keg. I've been thinking about like words I can use at this point, and I thought this one was a fun one. So yeah, we've got some bubble time coming up here. And for those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. For those of you who are still here, welcome back, I guess. And we have a banger game coming up. Top 4 semi-final between HyperSpeed and MEOWSTARS. MEOWSTARS were able to close out their map pick of Ascent with a 13-10 scoreline, I believe, or was it 13-9? Pretty good first half. You know, a bit of a comeback coming in from HyperSpeed towards the end there, but MEOWSTARS taking it through in the end. But now, Keg, we've got Haven coming up.
Yeah, Haven's going to be interesting. HyperSpeed, they've been able to win dominantly on Haven throughout this entire tournament thus far. They weren't able to convert Ascent, but that was also MEOWSTARS' map pick. Now they have to go to their own comfort zone, and MEOWSTARS, unfortunately, this is the only map they've faltered to so far in Radiant Academy 106. So again, there is a chance we could go to Bubble City of Pearl for map number 3, but really it comes down to HyperSpeed recognizing the mistakes they made back on Ascent and correcting themselves against the tendencies of MEOWSTAR.
See if that's going to be the case. And we were talking about the duelists before we headed into the break, and we do see the Neon coming in on both sides here. Currently, one of the most complained about agents, I must add for good reason, is the Neon when it comes down to the duelist picks. And I'm very happy to see both of them here, especially since I'm not the one in the lobby right now. But, you know, both these duelists were having a banger first map. Zev as well on the lurk, having a little bit more impact in terms of these random kills in mid. But Lover, on the other hand, firing on all cylinders when it came down to these aggressive first picks. So seeing them switch to Neon, I feel like they're going to be even more zip zap zoom as we head into the map here. And once again, we're looking at almost a completely perfect mirror combo, except that MEOWSTARS are opting for that Cypher instead of the KJ, which, I mean, on Haven, I feel like both are equally good depending on how you like to play. But, you know, the fact that Era will have that global utility is not really constricted to being anchoring down one site, while, you know, always is kind of has that region-based restriction. You know, you gotta, if you're putting your setup on C, you gotta hang around Garage and C and the like. So either way, I think that lockdown is gonna be a little bit more useful in terms of the retakes. It depends to be seen how that will play out on the defensive side, because HyperSpeed, they're starting off on the attack here. And I mean, Neon, Breach, Silva, Omen, you've got the Paranoia, you've got the stuns, you've got more stuns from the Neon, you've got the info, the darts. We already saw the kind of kills that Arthur was getting with their Silva darts here, so this should be a fun map.
Yeah, the big thing to consider here is going to be how the Cypher's going to react in the server. KJ, stalling capabilities are certainly there, but not as much to kill out a Neon. But the Cypher, those tripwires can stop that Neon in their tracks. Especially if you start placing up on C site, you can hide behind your Omen smokes, go through the walls, and find so much anti-entry action. Right away, Zev is going out guns blazing, quite literally. Some shots have already connected to Maddie in the backside of C. She's gonna need immediate help, but it looks like it might be through either garage or a flank.
Managed to make their way onto A. It's just gonna be Maddie playing in her own smoke, trying to find the timing. The recon, though, it's gonna be the saving grace. 2 kills already, and now backup is here. Finally, Sunny able to find a kill, but it's gonna be too late as that recon just enabled Maddie to make sure this pistol started off as a banger here for MEOWSTARS. Pistol taken, 4 players alive, and no spike plants either for HyperSpeed, which means that the possibility of a force is looking quite unlikely. Maddie just played that so well. The Paranoia for delay, the fact that she still stayed onto side, it was such a big gamble there, Keg, but that recon from Wire completely changed the direction of the round.
I mean, hey, if there's a round to pull a gamble like that, it's gotta be pistol round. You're by yourself, you have the smokes, you know exactly where the entry is coming in from HyperSpeed. You can take those fights super easily. And now the adjustment's been made to have the Cypher ensure that a split push cannot be as easy as it may have been on pistol. For HyperSpeed, the lockdown garage. HyperSpeed are opting the default. They are focusing towards C split more, but there is this lurk from KJ that may be able to open up A for a late round pivot.
See if that is their plan as well. The tripwire again, it's just so much information. As soon as it gets broken, they're looking to react off the back of it, and once again, it's an aggressive push towards the C side. The counter stun, though, actually gonna catch all three players. Not able to capitalize on the kill, but you know, it's just gonna be a pistol in hand. And Maddie is able to take that contact and find the kill instead. 1-for-1 trade, as Sunny once again is in that position of having to try and make some kind of magic happen. Always now. Knows where the gun is, has a classic in hand, has to be able to get these kills, but you know, at that range, the Phantom just too powerful. Not a single bit of damage into Livia Cutie, so gonna have a nice bonus here actually with that Phantom being able to get carried to that next round.
Yeah, where did that Phantom come from? Don't tell me that was HyperSpeed, right? No, it couldn't have been.
Oh no, it was MEOWSTARS. They bought it.
Okay, I was gonna say, there's no way you lose pistol, somehow magically get the funds to invest into a Phantom, rush in and don't get a single lick of damage. That would have been very scary. But it looks like HyperSpeed, they're maintaining the same course from Ascent. Slow default. Let's see where we can bunch up and push in. And so MEOWSTARS are going to be coming into this defense with the added knowledge now about how HyperSpeed just ended playing the last half of the last map they played in.
It does seem like a little bit of a throwback to that for sure. Wire though, look at this, already a lot of A main having been cleared out. It is more of a patient play coming in, but the drone, the methodicalness actually gonna help out here. The stun might be able to save Wire's life, but it's not gonna be enough as Zev is able to cross it and go forward. Still, despite that first kill being found, it's not gonna be an overcommitment. Always in garage, looking to maybe break the trip, cause a little bit of chaos, force out a peek or two, but it's just a red herring. The spike itself looking to traverse back towards A. No sound having been made by HyperSpeed at all yet, and it's just gonna be a Lover with the Stinger looking to make some magic happen. I mean, stun comes in, might be the call for them to go through, and the Sova Dart as well as the as well as the Aftershock, not enough to be able to clear out Lover. They still go down swinging and find a kill. Livia Cutie as well in the meantime, having rotated over here. That Phantom really making magic happen with the spray. 30 seconds left right now. They are forced to fall back here, and the question is, where are they looking to go? With not much time left, they have to commit onto this particular site, but already you can see all three players have rotated over here from the defenders to try and make this work out. Crossfire in place, spam perfect from Maddie here, and it is going to be a bonus round in place for MEOWSTARS. 3 players alive as well, so upgrades across the board.
Yeah, big note about MEOWSTARS having that comfortability from the end of Ascent back down to the first half of Haven. Wire's already opting to push up well beyond the A orb choke into practically lobby now. Having that owl drone was certainly helpful, but them sacrificing their life too did buy more time for Lover to have that pivot back to A site and play that defensive prowess so well. HyperSpeed is so utility heavy, they will always make their presence known when the entry is going to happen. Once again though, HyperSpeed, they're playing this slow. MEOWSTARS are thinking that this should be a B execute, and they've read it correctly. A triple stack on B directly. Maddie's already playing for anti-flash.
Nice little tactic there. You really want to be careful about it, especially with Lover kind of being that bait player here to enable this from happening. Zeph, though, has some possible awareness of the Omen being in an elevated position. The problem is you've got 3 players kind of hanging around the B, knowing that in the eco rounds, this is where teams do like to go. And, I mean, depends on what kind of value Zev can find. So far, hasn't spotted out anything here. Bit of chip damage being done across both sides, but the smoke comes down here. The dark cover gotta deny further value, and Spam not gonna really find anything. Bit of distraction caused towards B. Possible rotation towards another side of the map. It remains to be seen, but instead, the rest of HyperSpeed just looking to push forward. And like you said, Maddie hasn't moved a muscle from that position. Dark cover fade. Leon comes through, and only gonna be 1-2 kills. Maddie's still alive, still fighting for her life. 3 so far, and no way for them to have any kind of purchase. HyperSpeed red caught between a rock and a hard place, or well, Maddie got a wall and Maddie just goes ballistic.
HyperSpeed continue to bank on the fact that they can sell these over rotations from the defenders, and they just can't. It hasn't worked yet. They tried it 2 rounds ago on A site, they tried it last round on B. Their defaults are trying to drive the forces out, but when MEOWSTARS or any defensive team can hold their own on an angle like Maddie can, it all crumbles. The recon bolt came out far too late from Arthur's end. That should have enabled the Neon to push in and discover the Omen spot. Didn't work though. Full rush instead. Change of
Oh.
pace. Wire gets the opening pick. Now you have no Neon. Are you still going to rush in?
Oh, the sun as well off the back of the orb being picked up here. Really nice way to play. Lover now going for the peek off the back of the flash. 1-for-1 trade once again. Gia gets taken down as well, so no more breach utility available. 4v3, but look at this. Sova so low right now, and the drone actually gonna be able to tag them out at the very least, seeing them fall back. The problem is, you know for a fact that at least one more player, that being Lover, is on the site, tucked away in the corner. Arthur able to find one kill, equalizes numbers here, and it does look like HyperSpeed, they still want to push the issue on this particular side. If they can hit this recon and it doesn't get broken immediately, it might be the, utility that they need to really make their way forward. Yep, Arthur able to get the first kill, second and third as well. And now, with that 3K, suddenly, advantage shifting firmly in favor of HyperSpeed. It's all going to come down to Era. Manages to get the first kill without taking too much chip damage. Arthur's so low as well. Problem is there's no information about the positions that these players are holding, and there's no crossfire either. I don't know if Era's gonna check under heaven first, knows that the player is there. So I think they have an inkling of where the second player is too, so this could definitely be a round that could swing in favor of MEOWSTARS once again. But Sunny says not happening, and a Thrifty once again won in round number 5 by HyperSpeed.
HyperSpeed had accidentally did something amazing with their macro. They changed up the pace again for their early A-side rounds, even with Zev's death within seconds of the round starting. MEOWSTARS are so conditioned to the fact that there's these late lurks from HyperSpeed in weird areas of the map that a player like Ira was forced to maintain B up until the very end, past the execution. That made less numbers on MEOWSTARS end, fighting directly against HyperSpeed on A. And now if HyperSpeed can continue to keep this going, they will be able to fight sites with a numbers advantage every single time. Back to A we go. I'm really curious to see if MEOWSTARS are going to play for this anti-flank yet again.
It could be the case this time around. Overdrive gets taken care of. The Wire once again being able to win out their confrontation with Zev, and now that Hunter's Fury, it's actually going to be pushed here by Wire. Arthur caught out of position, caught lacking, and that is going to be a second kill that will shut down this push on HyperSpeed's side. Vera now might find the timing on this peak, but instead it's Sunny who takes down the Cypher, so that's suddenly going to open up the other side of the map here. Dia booking it towards this C side. The Omen ult as well to take some early control. The problem is that Garage, there's still gonna be alert coming in from Always as well, aware of the possibility of another player coming through, and oh my god, Always needed to get that kill. That was such a necessity for this round to try and succeed here. They do a little bit of damage, but Lover staying alive there means there's more bodies to throw at this point. You can kind of use Levia, QD, and Lover as like entry drone, so as to speak. Just for a successful trade. Shock Dart not really gonna find anything this time around, and the flash is perfect. The shot from Wire as well. It's up to Sunny to try and make some kind of magic happen. And 1v4, you get 2. That's about all you can ask for unless everybody lines up there. And thankfully for MEOWSTARS, they don't make that mistake. 5-1 right now. And again, Kek, we were talking about how last game they got off to such a blistering start. It's just history repeating itself.
It really is, and HyperSpeed at this point, they started making these very late adaptations when they were practically on match point against them that looked promising. It just came out too late. And with attack timeout called now, this is the time to stifle it as much as humanly possible. It's been a rough series for HyperSpeed Red. They were able to make these, again, adaptations that were important, but at this point, this is a much harder map to call than Ascent. This really falls to the shoulders of the IGL. 3 spike sites to deal with on the attack. Not enough defenders to hold all 3 effectively. You have to call these rotations to perfection. But with MEOWSTARS proving over and over, Zach, that they can hold their own and take down these 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 kills off of the entry of the attack without being cleared out, that is a really tough ordeal to get past, and I hate to say it, there's not really much strategically you can do other than win fights and clear corners.
I definitely agree with you. It sounds so simple when you say it, but at the end of the day, it's about execution, and I feel like a lot of the time, right, it starts with Zev being caught off guard or going untraded. So many rounds in the last 3 or 4 rounds, it's been Zev who gets taken down for free on A main. Wire just, being rewarded with a free kill, it feels like.
I agree. But where is the help Zev needs? Where's that recon drone? Where is the stun from Gia? Watch the timings into this round and see where they come to benefit Zevs.
Hopefully it's gonna be there, but a lot of the time it also just feels like Zev is running it down here. Ooh, barely getting away with their life thanks to that spam coming through so hard. And the distraction works. I mean, attention towards B. Arthur able to get the kill on A instead, and Maddie looking to make a cheeky play there. The TP perfect. Oh my god, the Paranoia finding so much value in being able to keep themselves alive. And I feel like within the chaos of the round, they just didn't hear the TP. Oh, the good old Omen play is exactly what you love to see here. And now Maddie on track for a 4K. It's just up to Arthur right now. Spike dropped onto site as well. And I mean, I feel like they have an inkling that this is where the flank is coming from the recon. Going to confirm it as well. And Arthur, such a difficult battle face down here. Not gonna happen. It's the Cypher from the spawn with the op to find that final kill. And 6-1 here. Maddie just doing crazy things in that round.
Maddie's doing wild things, but 9 times out of 10, Maddie shouldn't be able to get away with moves like that. The recon bolt
I agree.
was sent out from garage to backside C, right? That's good. That's good clearing. Maddie had a smoke backside. You're not able to see as an attacker what's beyond the second half of C site. But not a single player on Hyperspace Red cleared out C long. Maddie was able to hide there the entire time for free. That should have been the KJ's job on the anti-flank to reroute back around towards C long to help the team clear away site so they can focus back of C site itself. It always falls immediately. The trade's not found.
That is so unfortunate. That was a kill that needed to be there, honestly, especially with the lurk. It's a lurk that went down as well, so again, you're gonna have no way to really rotate or gauge how much of the map has been pushed through here. You're forced to leave your Omen behind to kind of play that role, and in the meantime, well, you're able to sneak up on C, but at the end of the day, it is a site that MEOWSTARS have been more than happy to play retake simulator, and you've got 3 players just waiting for that exact outcome.
Oh.
And A side as well, still locked down here, 2 players there.
I like this call. C site control from Zev. That's good. No one on MEOWSTARS is aware of this. They're expecting a push-up. Utility dump outside A is going to force a rotation over to A site, and Zev will run across with the timing to take down everybody. But look at this, though. Ira's going to give away the entire plot. Zev cannot run at all, or the audio will be her timing!
30 seconds.
Zev!
Oh my god.
I can't
All
believe
right.
Zev won that. And now it's a pivot back to C, but Zev's position's already known. You're not going to see a spawn rotation unless you're fighting Zev. It's all going to be through B site.
Like gets taken down. I mean, Huntress Fury invested timing, though. It could be everything. And Zev looks at the wrong place at the wrong time. Lover happy to capitalize off the back of it, and they get that kill. Huntress Fury invested early on into the round as well by Arthur, so that's not going to be something available for this close glance here. Recon actually going to be able to find something now. The Breachos invested to boot by HyperSpeed to try and buy Arthur the time to come back through garage here. Fuse though already on its way. Maddie with the smoke, just looking to stick it right now. It doesn't matter what happens between everybody else. Maddie knows what the objective is, and Maddie able to get it done. It is just Arthur left alive, and I mean, at this point, you gotta cut your losses. You gotta go back and lick your wounds. 7-1 start once again. At least Arthur able to save a gun here, making this force look a little bit more convincing. But that said, right, 7-1, I mean, nothing seems to be working for you. Even when you have these kind of plays, these kind of entries, I feel like HyperSpeed just aren't decisive enough yet.
HyperSpeed had the right ideas throughout the entirety of that last round, but it was the micro decisions about angles held that really costed them everything, especially Zev. They have the room to make those corrections, though. The macro they have down, it's the micro play that has been keeping HyperSpeed Red from winning out rounds. MEOWSTARS are stacking up A. Overdrive is available now from the Neon. Lover has the chance to do the funniest thing and electrocute everybody on this A funnel off the stun.
Oh my, that's lucky it was Zev stuck in the corner and not somebody else, because there was a whole firing squad on raid. That said, they'll push from wire. This time around, actually gonna be caught out here. So Gia gonna be able to find that kill, deny further information. Util. The thing is, the rotation is going towards C, but this is like the one site where you have the Cypher Util in play as well. You spot out
Zach.
Era gonna be forced out of the map. What?
The Rolling Thunder's gonna come out any moment, and that's gonna ruin everything for HyperSpeed.
Not always like this. There we go, you called it, Keg, perfectly on time, and off the back of it, they're just gonna be able to go when you're talking about the finger guns coming into play, and that's exactly what is the case here. Lover with the Neon ult looking to do as much damage as possible, and sure, Arthur finally shuts down the rampaging Neon, but it's gonna be Cole's consolation as Maddie, again, able to find that trade, the Rolling Thunder and the Neon ult. I mean, it's already hard enough to hit a sliding Neon, but, you know, add throw in being concussed by the breach ult on top of that, and yeah, you're not having very much fun.
Again, it's just the micro plays now. HyperSpeed, they know in terms of leading what they want to accomplish. It is just when they're bundled up together and they're in the face of combat, they're deer in headlights. I love the formation that MEOWSTAR had off the Rolling Thunder, timed perfectly for the anti-entry of Seaside, not giving an inch of space for HyperSpeed, excuse me. No spike picked up though. Back to the defaults we go. Oh, Zev, where are your flashes, man? The breach flash not available. And it goes back to what you mentioned a few rounds ago, Zach. Is Zev just running it down? Or are they trying to be this distraction factor that force rotates? If they are, it's far too early into a round. MEOWSTARS can rotate, yeah, they'll just go back.
So many decisions, so many calls to make, and I mean, I think that is the biggest difference. I feel like the rotations are being read very cleanly most of these rounds by MEOWSTARS, and even if they're not, because they get that early advantage in so many of these rounds, they don't really need to overcommit resources to be able to move around the map here. You do see, of course, Sunny booking it towards A to try and help with the rest of her team. The problem is, again, you've got the Cypher util towards long. Sure, nobody else is here, but with just these sheriffs and a couple of these hero rifles in hand, it's still gonna be difficult for you to really find too much. The operator, of course, doesn't connect, but that might be the space for you to go forward into the site. There you go. Spam with the Cypher util. It's gonna be able to find the kill. The neural depth available as well, and now the firing squad just waltzing into sight for the final blow. They make it look so easy there, Keg, and it is gonna be 9-1 right now. A flawless round to boot. I mean, it was against eco rifles, but at the end of the day, it's just another devastating loss here for HyperSpeed, and they've got to win these last two rounds. I mean, sure, Haven, you know, you can play a very successful defensive side, but for that, you need some kind of foundation, and we saw that this team is capable of putting up a good defense, at least in that previous map. Let's hope that, you know, we can kind of see more of that coming through.
I wish I could say it's sunshine and rainbows for HyperSpeed when they go to the defense, but frankly, I'm worried about this KJ going up against a fast Neon. It's so easy, with all the utility in the world, to still get past it all before the nanoswarms can detonate. Zeddo's caught out by a tripwire. I want to say that's the first time this map that's happened. Levia is in a great spot, the whole garage control, spam away bullets, take away one body that's always down. Now the flank needs to be watched. Wire, backside, a great start, never mind, that is an ending. 10-1. MEOWSTARS are collapsed yet again, Zach.
Last round before the switch.
And collapse is like the best word for what's going on there, unfortunately. And last round and a half, you're gonna have at least a buy to work with, you know, 3 Guardian, some Phantom, a Bulldog. It's not the worst thing in the world. More importantly, you've got 4 ults to work with, including the Overdrive here. We've seen the impact that it can have in these tournaments. You've got the lockdown as well, and I mean, to be fair, Always has had this lockdown for a long time. They just haven't been able to get themselves into A short to be able to put it down, and I think the read is there as well already from the side of MEOWSTARS here. They've got 2 players, one towards short, one towards long, looking to go a little bit aggressive, go in for those peaks because they expect that lockdown to be a key decision factor in this game. And look at this, a pixel angle here being held by Lover to try and find that first kill. No noise being made by the attackers either. It's just very patient pushes so far to try and find some value. Sova Drone, I feel like they've got to chill down their spine, invested to try and see if anyone is coming this way of the map. And there you go, Livia Cutie actually gets that first peek, but it doesn't matter. Sunny with a clean headshot, that Guardian really shining through here to make that first blood look possible.
That's a great opener for HyperSpeed. One they desperately need. 4 ults available, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, of course, reposition of the Omen ult, and the Overdrive for ferocious force on B site. All so good that this should be a slam dunk for a second round. And their final attacking round this map. Smoke goes down off this lockdown. If this is a fake, you gotta sell it now. Overdrive from Zev clears that space back of B site, and this is good. Oh no!
Oh, not like this. That is such a huge kill. The operator coming through, the neural theft as well for information. And look at this. Maddie has the position as well to try and take care of the second player. Arthur, I don't know if they have any idea. And with that Hunter's Fury being invested, the timing on the peaks just perfect here for Maddie. The patience paying off. And it's all down to just Gia. Nothing that she can really do here as Lover slides in and takes care of that final kill. An insane defuse to come through. And I mean, the patience from Maddie, the kind of plays that she's been making this whole game have just been like so 500 IQ, like fifth dimension. Like, you know, they shouldn't really work, but when they do, it's just so glorious to watch it. I mean, 11-1, Kek. What are your predictions on a hyperspeed comeback at this point?
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not going to lie. Hyperspeed, I think, again, they have the big picture down, but Maddie's taking advantage of the fact that Hyperspeed are just not doing their due diligence to clear angles and winning out proper fights. Maddie is just waiting and playing patient. She's so focused on taking fights in these later rounds that she has that trust in her team to not necessarily have to worry about proper smoke placements all the time or even the timing. It's just taking fights. So MEOWSTARS, they only need 2 more rounds. One of them pistol. Hyperspeed Red, they have to win this round. They have no other choice. A lockdown on C is a good way to start. Always. Who has yet to get a single kill in this matchup is Jiggle peeking a 1v4 now, finds information. Early nanoswarm's not meant for damage, it's meant as an escape. But guess what? It's the rest! A split's been discovered by MEOWSTARS, and you know what? It may very well be over unless Zeb can reprieve a little bit of this pronged attack.
Oh my god. Era fighting for their life here, you know, towards Garage, but it buys enough time for that spike to go down and the rest of the teams to actually get themselves in post-plant position. Hyperspeed still with the numbers disadvantage, but they've got some utility. Recon 5 seconds away from coming back into play, and the corner cleared out as well. The Neon also not having the greatest of HP, so not entirely unwinnable round. Here comes the Recon though, gotta catch out at least one player. The flash is perfect, it's gonna buy time. Arthur finds the Neon player here. Now a 1v2. What can you really do? Perfect paranoia to come out of the Omen, and Maddie making sure that her team gets to match in serious points on yet another pistol. This time around it wasn't as explosive in terms of kills, but in terms of utility, 100%, Maddie just being a hero once again.
Yeah, MEOWSTARS are really feeling comfortable right now on all facets of gameplay here. Really great work with the paranoia. The flash dump coming out from MEOWSTARS off the hands of Levia have been nasty. Entirely nasty throughout the entirety of this map. And so now MEOWSTARS, they can buy up heavily. Maddie is getting a Vandal on an Omen round 2. That's how comfortable everybody is. And Hyperspeed, they're going to double down. Run it down. Ultra fast. Gia needs to find impact here. The Stinger does connect, and that's a good start. And honestly, this proactive playstyle might be the move from Hyper. If they can convert this round, this is the game plan they need to stick with for the rest of the map.
I don't know though, Era getting that kill. That is the Killjoy taken down, which means C Garage is now completely open. And I mean, sure, you're able to get a couple of kills with this Marshall initially, maybe, but on a retake, it's just not the best gun that you want to have. And this double flank, I mean, especially with Era alive, I'm not sure how much value it's really going to find. At least there are going to be some upgrades picked up here by Arthur, as well as their teammate, but it's just going to have to be them funneling back through Garage without this tripwire being broken either. There's no way for them to be sure that, you know, there is a flank coming in. There's no resources that need to be devoted towards that side of the map. Lover though already finding that first kill with that Stinger takes out the Omen here. No Marshall available either. One of the few guns in this retake. It is gonna be one player left. Arthur has been a hero so far today, but 1v4, clock ticking. It's just gonna be a Spectre in hand at this range, and MEOWSTARS know they have it in the back. They're gonna be pushing with the help of all this util, giving them kills at least for small consolation, but there's just no time left on the clock, and MEOWSTARS 13-1. You know, we were talking about how Haven might be an issue because this is the one map that they've lost so far, but it seems like losing that has encouraged them to really go back to the drawing board here because, heck, they looked practically flawless.
Yeah, MEOWSTARS looked flawless, and I think they were able to take advantage a lot of the faults that Hyperspeed illustrated throughout that the last 2 maps. I hate to say it, but MEOWSTARS' victory wasn't really map dependent. I think it was a lack of Hyperspeed changing how they wanted to have their style of gameplay. And, you know, for Radiant Academy, that's what these tournaments are for, right? Is to get that experience, to learn more about how you can change things up and really better yourself for the next Radiant Academy, right? And I think HyperSpeed, if they go back and watch these VODs, there's a lot they can take away from the small scale about how to take fights better. But in terms of them working together and the big picture as a team, they were on par with MEOWSTARS. It's just that the execution needed a little bit more refinement.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you there. Refinement is the key word. I think just a bit more practice. They should be able to step up huge for the next academy. And I mean, shout out to MEOWSTARS. We were talking about how HyperSpeed is the more experienced team in this matchup here. How about how they've made it to previous iterations of Radiant Academy? And I mean, shout out to them. Each step of the way, they've been making it further than the last time. Like last time it was top 8, this time it was top 4. So hopefully in the next iteration, they're able to make those grand finals and maybe even win it out here. But for this time, right? MEOWSTARS coming in as a team that's playing together for the first time in a tournament and still being able to not only win, but win in such a fashion in the semifinals against a team that's been here before. It just shows wonders things about how, you know, having initiatives like Radiant Academy to encourage players to participate and, you know, participate in tournaments like this can be fantastic. So if you do want to support Radiant Academy as well as the other projects related to this that Radiant has running, you can go check it out on our website. And of course, if you want to buy some cool merch that will also, again, feed the cause quite directly, go to Raidiant.store. We got some fun designs, but more than that, we can make sure that with your help, these tournaments keep running. That said, that is our semi-final match of the day. I don't know if we have an update yet on the other one to see who will be our other grand finalists, but heck, I think we can confirm very happily that MEOWSTARS is going to be our first grand finalist of today.
That's right, MEOWSTARS, first grand finalists, have looked fantastic thus far. Lil Pups versus Thug Crashouts, they have both been amazing teams so far in Radiant Academy for the last few tournaments. That's going to be a hard-fought battle to see who can win it out. Right now, Lil Pups is one map ahead. I'm not sure how updated that scoreline is, but we will be having an extended break while we wait for that matchup to finish and before grand finals is secure. So it gives you more time to go to Radiant.store and pick out some amazing merch to help support us. But in the meantime, we will be going to a small break to get everything all set up for a banger grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's time for the final exam for Radiant Academy number 106 to see which of these two teams could be the valedictorian. My name is Keg and I'm joined by Zach. We will be seeing between Lil Pups and MEOWSTARS who can be the best of the best.
Best of the best, and you still forget the spike. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just cosplaying Silva there. But you know, to be fair, like you said, Keg, it has come down to the grand finals here. After 2 days, we have gotten our top 2 teams ready, raring to go, and I think this is actually the shortest break we've had between 2 games because both teams are so ready to go and get that trophy for themselves. Looking at this playoff bracket, we've seen that, you know, Lil Pups, they haven't lost a series yet. I think they were also one of the few teams to make it in with a 3-0 as part of that group stage. And, you know, bonus trivia for those who weren't watching the last iteration of Radiant Academy, they were the winners as well, and they won that without dropping a single map. So Lil Puffs has the weight of history on their side. But on the other hand, you've got MEOWSTARS here, and you know they might have had a little bit of a rockier road. I think so far they've been lost 2 maps here, but you know what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and hopefully they're bringing some of that energy into the grand finals. And Keg, you know what's really funny to me?
What's up?
Look at the names. It's basically cats versus dogs.
Oh my god, you're right. Mass hysteria. I don't know what's gonna happen. But Lil Pups, their history goes way far back earlier this year, right? Avery has won every single Radiant Academy this year, except for the very first one, which was Radiant Academy 101, and that's where Avery lost out in grand finals.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. I was actually the one casting that, so I didn't know that they won every single one. I know they won like 3 of them so far, or 2 of them so far, but every single one is just absolutely crazy. So yeah, you have got that momentum in their favor. You really want to close the year out with yet another win. But on the other hand, you've got this team with this history. You've got, while MEOWSTARS is again a team that is playing together as a tournament, playing this tournament together for the first time as a team, and already look where they are. They made it to the grand finals. And I think it's just really exciting to see the contrast between these 2 teams. You know, one that has been consistently shaped and, you know, improving as part of the ecosystem, and the other which has taken this bracket by storm. So I'm very, very excited to see how this grand final plays out here, and whether Little Pups can add another trophy to their cabinet, or will the cats come out on top. There were a lot of cat emojis as well, like being sprayed. I remember hearing the meows, angry little meows there. Meow. Yeah, that's. I think yours is more cute than what the spray sounds like. You know, I really love the way the spray looks, but it always scares me a little bit.
Yeah, I feel that. Have you ever owned a black cat before?
I actually do have a black cat.
Oh, no shot. I had one when I was growing up named Ripley.
Mine is called Nyx, and she's very quiet unless she wants like chicken, in which case she'll like meow the house down. She's just a really hungry cat. But cats aside, we have our map beater ready for today, and it is once again we're gonna be taking you through Haven and Ascent. The order is swapped around a little bit. MEOWSTARS actually gonna opt to pick Haven. You were talking about it, Keg, how it's the one map that they've really lost so far, you know, as part of this tournament, and we just saw them come out with a 13-1 win. So I feel like they're definitely having that confidence buff heading into this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, after Meow's excellent performance in the last series on Haven, there's no reason not to pick it, really. I think the biggest strength that MEOWSTARS had was just their overall read on the macro against HyperSpeed. Now, Little Pups might be a whole different beast, so I'm really curious to see how the first half of Haven goes, regardless of which side they're on. Little Pups, the adaptability is going to have to be the name of the game. Both these teams have shown to be very good about taking a lot of one-on-ones, very great mechanically, and so I think Lil Pups, just given their history and them playing at the very highest stages of GC, they may still have the advantage on the mechanical, but really that's going to be MEOWSTARS' area to show up and prove themselves in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw MEOWSTARS coming in with that win, like you said. So excited to see what kind of, if they're going to be swapping around Asian comms or something else here. Looking at the picks so far, once again, you're going to be seeing the Neon locked in on both sides. And Cypher as well coming in. It is going to be Carry picking that role up here, and Madison on the Neon. So pretty much mirror comms across the board. No real changes being made here. And I mean, when it comes to these mirror comps, what we've really realized, Keg, is it's not about the agents at that point. It's about the kind of strats you have into play that. And I feel like, you know, MEOWSTARS, that confidence is going to be carried over from the first map, but Lil Puff's experience, I feel like they just have so many plays in their playbook on this particular map. So MEOWSTARS is going to have to be very careful about how they want to approach this.
That's why I really liked having the map pool containing both Lotus and Haven, because you had two maps where there's a lot of condensed sites, a lot of long lanes, but most importantly, you had 3 sites that allowed a lot more maneuverability for your IGL to take control of the big and small picture scenarios. Having Haven here is going to be a very big test for both these teams to see what the communication and what the set strats look like. Whichever team can evolve better and have better set strats is going to come out of Haven looking very good in the grand finals.
I mean, strats, plays, all comes down to who shoots the other person better. And I think the main battle that I'm excited about here is Madison versus Lover. We saw the kind of impact, the kind of first look that Lover was consistently able to find on both maps last series. So kind of hoping they're able to carry that same energy forward this time around. You got Little Puff starting off on defense here, ready to cause, or rather howl to bring the house down if things go their way. And in the meantime, it's just a quiet contact play up towards C side. They've already taken C lobby control, and it does seem like right as left over for right now. You have the sun actually attacking the Neon already. Looking to take the duel, but Wire finds that first kill. Crucial first blood to start off with here, and now the rest of Little Pups, they're forced to wait to regroup. But Chris somehow gets 2 there.
Yeah, Crispy's looking amazing. 2 left alive. Oh my.
One enemy remaining.
I'm just watching the health bars whittle away. It's like the half-life of an atom.
Oh.
And MEOWSTARS made a distinctive opening play. Lover especially with a 3K to start things off. That is a huge economic boost that MEOWSTARS needed on this attacking side.
Every round you get is going to count. It came down to the wire, though, especially considering you got that first blood. The fact that Crisp somehow got 2 before being traded out there makes things look a little bit difficult. But, you know, all's well that ends well. MEOWSTARS, they convert the round, they get the plant, they get the pistol, and they're going to be able to fight or invest heavily into this round. You got a Vandal in the hands of Livia Cutie, as well as Lover investing in this Guardian. On the other hand, you've got 3 players kind of stacked up towards this A site, and I mean, so far, at least, it's a little bit more of a default kind of play, as you do see MEOWSTARS slowly creeping up towards 8. They're not committing yet. They know that on these eco runs, there's always a danger of somebody pushing through these areas. But, I mean, when you consider that you have these shorties in play, you really don't want to go down A short. And I feel like MEOWSTARS kind of feels that, you know, it's the sixth sense, the spidey sense kind of tingling, especially with that lurk from Cypher already having taken so much space on C.
Not a single piece of utility used by Lil Pups thus far. They're going for a full reflood eco round. Their goal wasn't even really to win. They're looking to take away guns, take away lives, and feed up ult points into this next round. Things are not looking good, of course, for Little Pups, but it's not designed to. Avery getting 2 here is gigantic to potentially get closer to an early Rolling Thunder. I want to mark about, man, I really wish we had a telestrator here. Avery's position, deep lower left mid corner, is so important for Lil Pup's defense, because what's going to happen is we're going to have a Cypher trip inside of Garage, and whether it be a call off the Cypher on C, or even just a trip being activated, right? No matter what happens on really any part of the map, it's going to be up to Avery to always use her utility anywhere on that stun to shut down an early push. But she's not playing there. Instead, this is going to be an aggressive push outside of A lobby with that stun. But no one's going to be activated there. I don't know if Avery's used the stun yet. She might be on a timer. And in that timer, MEOWSTARS have to act fast on C.
Talking about acting fast, though, there is one major ultimate that's already online that could make this bonus round swing in favor of MEOWSTARS here, and that is the Overdrive. Neon has it ready to go, but look at this aggressive A lobby control having been taken here by 2 players. Madison gonna be holding down the angle aggressively. Olivia Cutie actually finds that first kill onto LeBron. And now it is the Overdrive that gets shut down. Madison willing to hold the angle, willing to take the fight, and with a sliver of HP still fighting for their life and finding these kills. That's 2 that they've taken down right now. In the meantime, once again, the C lurk, we talked about it. We've seen it in action before, and the trip gets broken this time. That's the cue that C side is now under control of MEOWSTARS. They should be able to get the spike down at the very least. But now in terms of a retake, it is still going to be a 3v3 as Wire gets that crucial kill on Battison. 10 HP, a bit of overkill for sure, but these trades have been fantastic so far by MEOWSTARS, and now they're in a position to actually be able to convert this round. The double peek possibly coming through. Wire still gets the kill, and it is just going to be one player left in the corner. Beautiful peek from Chris, but Wire, 30 HP is all they need, and they find 3 on the round to convert the bonus for MEOWSTARS.
What I love about MEOWSTARS is that they're taking the same exact strat that HyperSpeed used against them on their attacking side of Haven last series, right? And they're just employing it better. They're slow defaulting early on, they're allowing Lil Pups to get antsy, use their early utility, then scale up to take these fights that are disadvantageous for the defense. MEOWSTARS can then win those fights, rotate across the entire map, reset any advantages Lil Pups would have gained by rotating to the opposite site, and are able to reset everything for the anti-retake. They are so good about controlling this map and allowing Little Pups to stay on their toes the entire time. It's looking like A site yet again. Maybe not now. It's a default at play, making these defenders waste their utility, selling the B site push. All the while, this Omen's crawling up C long, removing any Cypher utility for the late game.
This is like the 3rd round in a row where somebody tries to sneak up C long, and I feel like they've got an inkling of that. You've already gotten 2 players in position to try and take an early duel here. Paranoia at the ready as well for Chris to try and take contact off of. It's all going to be a question of timing. That Aftershock as well, cutting off this crucial choke point. And now I feel like they have an inkling that A is going to be a little bit more empty, that the rotation has come over, especially with Era not going to be hearing anything. Instead, Wire going to be breaking the tripwire, actually going on this long lurk that could find and cut off rotations. But in the meantime, there is still a player towards short. LeBron could be the linchpin of this round. Careful about where they find the kill. That's one, but Lover immediately there for the refrag. And now Wire, look at this lurk. It is just so late. Could find so much value, especially with the Paranoia kicking in. 1, that's 2, could be 3. Never mind, Wire playing jump for dear life. Finally, Curie gets that kill, but again, just a little bit too late there. There is a rifle that they could pick up, but I mean, with 3 players arrayed in the most insane crossfire ever, it's gonna be very difficult for Curie to find anything much, I would say.
Yeah, these ring around the rosy, Nelly Bly type beat rotations around the world are forcing Lil Pups to play reactively, and they cannot set themselves up for crossfires or any team-wide action. If MEOWSTARS can continue to keep playing the map the way they are, they could go for another 11-1 half scoreline just like they did up against HyperSpeed in the semis. Lil Pups now, they have to start taking these fights early on, which it kind of is what MEOWSTARS want them to do. They want these early fights to whittle away the defenses earlier on, but you're not really giving yourself much of a choice. You have to push up MEOWSTARS now. And there's an early Rolling Thunder that could devastate mid doing so.
Finally gonna have the operator come into play, and immediately LeBron gonna be rewarded with a kill onto Lover. The thing is, it's just immediate refrags coming through, and at the end of the equation, it is Little Pups coming out on top in terms of numbers. 4v3 right now. The Rolling Thunder, though, like you said, Keg, is still on the board here for MEOWSTARS. That said, I mean, you don't have the neon anymore. It's gonna be hard to find these explosive entries in the view position from Madison. The off angle being held here along with Chris. It is just gonna be the 2 people fighting kills respectively. It's all up to Levia QD. A side is empty, but look at this CT being watched as well by the operator. So Levia QD might be able to get the spike down at the very least, but that's about it. They need to go for a kill, try to find something, but LeBron more than aware to find that final kill, and finally Little Pups get themselves on the board.
The LeBron of Anked striking yet again. 4-4 now. The Sova's been popping off. Sova's have been just doing so well this entire Radiant Academy. Yesterday was all Omens. Today it's all Sovas. Both top fragging on each team. And now MEOWSTARS, they themselves can change up the pacing after losing their first round. They're going to fast rush with the Rolling Thunder into A site, and my worry is that LeBron, buddy, you have it up deep down this choke point. You're going to get overrun.
The possibility of that now with the utility. The Aftershock gonna be enough to drive the breach out of play, and Maddie rewarded with a free kill at that juncture. Yeah, that's huge. And
I'm so surprised that MEOWSTARS isn't committing to A site. They have the breach ult that would clear out the entirety of the site. But instead, they're opting to
think-
play slow again. But here's the thing, though, Zach. You're allowing Little Pups to use that reactive playstyle. You don't know where the Cypher utility is yet. You're giving more map space and time for Little Pups to react.
I mean, it could be a mistake for sure. It's all a question of timing at the end of the day. And I mean, HyperSpeed gotta try to deny the plan from coming in. It will, in fact, buy a little bit more time. And look at where Crisp is already. One tag garnered by that particular ultimate. Looking to spam down this player, but it's gonna be Crisp once again to find that opening kill to let them go in. Madison now with the overdrive. Neon versus Neon finds the run and gun and finds both of these kills. It's all up to just a Cypher here, but nothing to be found. Maddie on the lurk. What more can you do here? It seems like they know exactly where she is. And with the spike dropped, I mean, sure, a couple of kills, they'll have the Omen ult to get out of dodge, but with that smoke going, it is going to be just one kill to be found. Madison taken down finally, but the carnage has been done here. And like you said, Keg, you know, the decision to not commit with that Rolling Thunder was red. I feel like the MEOWSTARS have been doing this a lot, just rotating around, getting a pick. And this time around, Little Pups weren't really taking the bait. They're like, all right, man, you run around, we'll play retake, we got you. And Madison, with that Neon ult in particular, just disgusting.
Yeah, I'm really curious to
way.
know what MEOWSTARS were thinking in that moment. Was it a call from the IGL to say, no, let's not commit to this? Was it the lack of clearing out sewers? Was it the fact that the op was shown A main? I'm wondering what MEOWSTARS were wanting to change into that round, because they had A site in the bag and they ran away. And it just allowed Madison to overdrive their way to victory there. 2 rounds now for Little Pups, right? This Sova is bypassing this Omen smoke deep down A main. A cheeky angle to, oh, never mind. I was going to say remove Lover, but no. That opened up A side even more. But at this point, if you're Little Pups, you're expecting this late lurk C and the pivot back over. Zach, why is MEOWSTARS so afraid of taking A site?
I think they're also worried about the counter ults maybe available from Little Pups. I'm not sure exactly why. If we do get to interview them after this, that's definitely a question that I would love to ask them. But I just feel like they're not comfortable in their post-plan capabilities. Like, even then, I just feel like C is like where they found the most success in the previous map. So that could be kind of like a subconscious, you know, bias or, you know, ability to want that side already. I mean, the spike gets tapped. You've got the aftershock looking to stop, deny that plant here. Now the spam to come through as well. The stun at least gonna catch the player off guard. But 1-for-1 trade, and Lover still getting the one tap, and in the meantime it's Avery who has 3 trophies, like you said, in their name. The Cutie able to take them down at the very least, but it's gonna be small consolation as Little Pups are slowly but surely starting to narrow the gap here, 1 round away from evening things up, and they've still got this operator on LeBron. I also think that's another reason why they don't want to go into A, because that operator can find so much value even in that retake attempt, because you can just hold down long, you know, when somebody taps the spike. Long or short, if you have the information, that's an angle that you can pretty easily hold, and with the amount of utility that MEOWSTARS are burning, there's just not much left in the post plant.
I mean, I suppose so, sure, but you can burn all those post-plant ults away in one round from Lil Pups. I think MEOWSTARS should have gone for a timeout this round. I don't think their faults right now are strategic. I think it might just be nerves. They're wary of committing to A site. They're willing to take C. They have a lot of the utility and positional holdings to do this, but they're falling directly into Little Pup's trap. Crispy once again takes down Lover. Ira's right on the other side, and that's a great way of opening things up by removing carry. Again, this Rolling Thunder is still being held.
My camera is destroyed.
I mean, it's still there in the back pocket if you really need it. Finally gonna be put into play here, and now they're gonna use it to try and push forward. The problem is nobody is in this angle, and you've still got LeBron being an absolute beast here, continuing to make that operator sing. 3v2 situation. MEOWSTARS unfortunately just don't have the numbers. Era has to go aggressive to try and find the kill. The running gun not gonna work out, but the kill still has come through, and it's all gonna be up to Era here. 1v2 lock on their side, trying to play ring around the Rosie, but Avery more than ready for that kill to come in. Time to retrieve the operator as well, and Little Pups, they even up the scoreline 4-4. And I mean, I don't know if that was a lucky accident or just awareness coming in, but nobody was caught by that Rolling Thunder that was invested by MEOWSTARS. And I don't know, Kek, I feel like they might have been better off to just go back to C long and try to use it there.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting to see the Rolling Thunder used in the post plant. If you're going to be on site and use a Rolling Thunder, the rest of your team needs to push up aggressively and take that extra space and not give it back to the defenders. Little Pups have been so wary about that ult the entire time it's been procced up, and yet only now has Levi used it. Only for the post plant. not a bad option, don't get me wrong, but I was really hoping to see it used on entry. Hunter's Fury available now for a post plant on B site. A great call by Little Pups to stack it up here. A stun from Avery, not available for 30 seconds. Great for Crispy, though, to remove the breach and the Neon away. It leaves it now down entirely to this Hunter's Fury to be the post-plant savior. Never mind, there are no saviors here. It is a mowdown yet again. Little Pups have solved the equation of MEOWSTARS.
Yeah, I think they realized they were over-rotating a little bit in those initial rounds, and once they stopped just leaving C completely open for free, there's always somebody there to at least get a kill and fall back, wait for the regroup. Like you said, they've managed to crack the code, and MEOWSTARS, they gotta figure out something new here. That was an eco round, to be fair, so previous round, not a big difference maker in that regard, but now look at this, 4 ultimates available for the MEOWSTARS side. You've got the Hunter's Fury as well as the Overdrive to try and make some magic happen here, and these are the ults that you really want to try and take control quite quickly. Again, looking at this distribution from the defenders, they're just happy to play this default already. Though look at this towards the long, you've got Battison holding a super aggressive angle. They might even start pushing out quite soon, and I mean, B-side so far, every time whoever tries to come in here does fall victim, so it's just a question of timing, and so far at least Little Pups have it nailed down.
I like this default from MEOWSTARS. It's a good change of pace. Really allowing the Sova and the Cypher to lurk up and take this space and figure out exactly where they can find at least one player. And picture out the rest of this, Ira. Unlucky. It may have bought enough time to push into A sewers, and it looks like it has. They're not expecting Wire to be the secondary lurk outside of B either, but as I say that, there is the double back down now. Carry up top Heaven. Waiting for that tripwire to be procced up. Wire does remove Avery. That's a strong opener there. Unfortunately, it's traded out.
Lack of information as well. I feel like Carrie needed to call that there is a possible push into the site. Now Chris having TP'd over, looking to capitalize off the pack of the trips, but yeah, the box actually gonna keep Lovers safe, barely taking any damage at that point. It's just the tripwire that's done the trip here. 3v3 situation. I don't think there are any retake ults available on the other side as well. Look at the flame throw. This could be huge here, but Maddie catches out Battison, and suddenly this round does look to be very convincing in hands of MEOWSTARS. Things working out in their favor. Carry now on a 1v3. How much more can he really find? Gets the first, knows where the second is, but doesn't know where the last player is. Are they gonna check under Heaven? Yes, they do, and they need to hit the final shot. The Lover in mid-slide is able to close it out here, and 5-5. Once again, MEOWSTARS tight things up.
This is the MEOWSTARS I wanted to see. That is such a good comeback. You have one player left. It's not the best in the world. The economy is still in a very scary spot, but you were able to parse out in the beginning this early default, lurk up, figure out where the Cypher utility is, which honestly might be the factor why MEOWSTARS have been so scared to push into A site, and then they find that comfortability to push into a site with less bodies to worry about and take site control. Exactly what you're looking for. Little Pup's response here is to play aggressive yet again. This corner from LeBron, discovered already. The shorty swung far too early, but it does call for the rotation back to A site with this Rolling Thunder.
Battison and Chris, once again, they're able to find so much damage right in the beginning. They've got control of the site as well, so you know, you've got the additional neural thefts coming through. Just so many factors to try and shut down this push. You do see A side having been taken, though the Ominodes being able to save them and retrieve the spike. The problem is that the Rolling Thunder is still available on the Little Pup side, and there's no real way to stay alive here. Maddie tucked under Heaven, fighting for her life. The aftershock from Avery that takes care of that, and Wire suddenly able to bring things back. A double kill to come through. They were also focused on Maddie that they forgot to worry about Wire.
Round in the half.
6th round. Very chaotic round, I must admit, for MEOWSTARS, but you know, they bring it back, and I think that aftershock from Avery, that hurts a little bit. Just a bit.
Yeah, can MEOWSTARS keep up the streak though? They only have one more attacking round. They're good for the half already, but if they can make this not tied, that'll make the defense a lot easier. Remember, both these teams are mirrored compositions. There's no distinct advantages one way or another for a unique pick. That's going to mean the Neon's still the dictator of the show, and the Cypher needs to overthrow it. A good chance to parse out A main early on, something Little Pups have struggled with consistently on this defense. They have not been able to hold A site well or retake it effectively. I like this hold this time though. Not overextensive, still holding the corners, leaving the LeBron of Eng having a lot of advantages in their pocket off the hands of this flash from Avery. Back up, though. This could be that pivot back in the C, and this was a big fault of MEOWSTARS for most of their attack. They went to a site that's been so easy for little pups to retake. Looks like they're going to dedicate to it.
I mean, 1 minute left. They can still choose to fall back, but no, it does seem like they want to commit. At least give that impression for sure. Again, though, they're going to be falling back here. A little bit of hesitation, seeing if anyone's taking the bait. And I mean, they're working the map for sure, running across from A to B, but a lot of time is being burnt here. And now they are down back towards the mid push. I feel like Maddie did spot out at least 1 or 2 players towards this A side. So once again, falling back towards Garage, looking for the push. Already clock run down to 30 seconds, and they've got nothing to show for it in terms of control. They're just going to have to go and try to commit into C, but look at this, the rotations already come in. 3 players lying in wait right now. The Paranoia ready to go as well. And Era on the lurk might be the linchpin here as that ult comes in, but on site you've still got so much presence. Carry getting 2 already. Trade coming in from Madison finally, and now with the clock ticking where it was, Spike has to go down here in this 3v2. Lover has to be able to stick it, and luckily for them, there's nobody to be able to try and stop it here. Recon Volkov only gonna get 1 tick before anything else, and Lover with this Neon ult could be the difference maker here. Find these kills, not just a flash, and between Maddie and Lover, they're able to find themselves an advantage in the second half. 7-5 is what we're seeing MEOWSTARS take on their map pick. And now, Keg, it's gonna be little pubs on the attack.
It got so scary so quickly for MEOWSTARS at the very end. They were rushing to get that spike in the ground. They had 1 second to spare. It made me really worried to see again. A-Site had been flawless for the most part, and yet they still pivoted back to C. They were aware of the adaptations that Lil Pups could bring out. But now that they're on the attack themselves, let's see how they go for their own rotations. This is looking like a big rush towards A-Site. The Cypher already stacking up the defensive utility on A. Very deep into A-Site too. This is a MEOWSTARS willing to give up a lot of that A control for a Flood retake. Because they want to duke it out mid. And there's nobody there from Lil Pups.
Madison at least, you know, breaking the camera, causing a little bit of ruckus on the A side, but like you said, be completely open for a taking, and I think they might be going in for that crunch towards that A side. 4 players right now coming in, you know, all the players right now coming in towards this A side, the CT as well. They are just gonna go in for a 5-1-5 retake as the spike goes down, and I mean, first blood already found by Batison here. That peak rewarded. Lover not ready for that one. And in heaven, it's Era trying to find the damage. Unfortunately, though, it's Carrie and Batson across the board to just find these kills. All of these isolated fights, and it's just multiple, oh my god, shots that connect. Madison finally gets shut down here after a 3K, but it's a little bit too late, and Little Pumps, they take another pistol.
One big reason,
their first pistol.
One big reason why MEOWSTARS was so good about taking A-Site and holding on to it is that A-Site Haven is just very, very, very awkward to retake. You have Heaven Control, which is just a window that you jump down blindly into 4 different angles, right? And then you have a teeny tiny little corner in the back of site that leads directly to a 90-degree angle that 2 different attackers can hold in the post plan that you just blindly have to take a 50-50 on. It's so hard to retake. And now we see MEOWSTARS, at least on pistol, opting to play purposefully to take back the site. It wasn't going to work. So now they're doing the opposite. They're holding these angles and playing for trades that isn't working out. That's 3 immediately gone. But again, this is not a round for MEOWSTARS to win. This is a round for them to take away guns, money, and rack up their ult. And they didn't really do much of that either.
At least they got 1. It could be worse, but yeah. Towards the end there, it's a shock dart kill to find that final player, and it is going to be 7-7 here. Scoreline's tied up, and a pretty substantial bonus round shaping up here for the side of Little Pups. I mean, on the other side, of course, you don't really have any ults to work with, but my eyes are on Batison here, Keg. If they can get an ult orb and maybe 1 kill, that is going to be the overdrive available. And I mean, so far, Batison, every time they've popped their ult, they've been able to find at least a double or triple kill. So definitely something to be worried about if you're a MEOWSTARS fan here. But that said, looking at the way that, you know, Little Pups are playing so far, they are giving their opponents like the necessary respect, especially in terms of the kind of control that they're taking on the map. Maddie already spotting out at least 2 players towards B, so forced to play a little bit more passively, but here we go. Madison running their way in. The smoke comes down just a second late, or rather Madison went ahead a little bit early, and that is a huge kill that has been taken right off the bat. Stun gonna buy a little bit more time. Avery, though, pushing in through the smoke. They actually gonna be able to find Maddie here, so that's a huge kill. Era on the trade. 3 versus 2 situation. Carry on the lurk, though, takes care of Era. That's a battle that can be retrieved, and Avery still going massive. It is all down to just Levia Cutie here. A 1v3 that they have to try and win out, and already that recon bolt gonna be detecting their position. Avery, perfect for the kills, a triple for the breach, and I mean, 2 of those were with the Spectre here, Kex. So that was a round that Avery just completely W-keyed down.
Up close and personal. There's a big reason why Avery again has been the most winningest player, I think, of all of Radiant Academy. The only time we really haven't seen a victory on Avery's teams has been, I think, the very first Radiant Academy, where again she lost out in grand finals. From then on, it has been a flawless victory every single time. Lil Pups again, they just had the raw brute force value of someone like this Breach that can just win these fights so effectively, consistently too. Back to A we go. MEOWSTARS have learned their lesson. They don't want to retake A, they want to fight towards control. Wire still has an Owl drone to work with, recon bolt on a timer. Lil Pups, biding their time and waiting. They don't know about this aggressive push-up from the Cypher deep down defensive C. They can't rotate effectively. Wire, though, removes LeBron of Anked, and that's going to make info gathering much harder at any point in this round. A minute left on the clock, yes, Zach. But I feel like at this point, Lil Pups, they have almost no choice but to push A.
Yeah, they definitely got no info, but I feel like they wouldn't mind. I mean, sure, the stack is there, the recon is there. Not gonna really spot anybody, and I mean, they are making the call to fall back, at least give the impression so, and it's gonna be interesting if they still do look to commit. Wire gets spotted out here. Paranoia ready to go for Maddie as well. There's so much utility you can throw back into the side, and I mean, maybe they could have rotated, but right now they're getting these isolated duels here. Crisp already with 2 openings to find, and despite that flash connecting, it is gonna be only 1 kill found. Crisp with a triple to open up the side, and now Era all alone, 1v3 to try and clutch out. Carry will deny that, and it did look pretty bad for a second there, Kev, but in the end, it is going to be the Omen stepping up huge. Crisp has been just incredible this entire map so far. So many multi-kills in these crucial rounds, and Little Pup starting to build up that momentum now. 4 rounds in a row. This is a round that MEOWSTARS kind of have to win, not just for their economy's sake, but also really don't want to let a team like Little Pups with the history that they have, the experience that they have, just run away with it.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough shout to have. MEOWSTARS once more setting up for B site. Looking to play close in the condensed once more. I don't know if I agree with this play. Little Pups only want to use B as an alt strat, not as a main goal of things. Wire removes Madison. That didn't necessarily stop Lil Pups from the execute on A last round, though. They're not taking Sewer's control. Instead, this time, a direct shot towards A. Why are MEOWSTARS not focusing A site, though? They're not showing nearly the same presence they did before. They're waiting to see if there's going to be that lurk, and Carrie will confirm that momentarily. Owl drones out. Hunter's Fury available for the attacking side. But there's no ult for MEOWSTARS to use against that wall on A side.
Nowhere to run!
Just Fury, like you said, it's going to be invested early on by LeBron, trying to clear out these crucial angles in short. Really don't want to risk pushing it in case of a judge, and in the meantime, Carrie on the lurk here. Timing gonna be super crucial. They might be able to find a kill and cause some pandemonium, as that spike is gonna go down on A. No real way to stop it as LeBron gets it down. Instead, though, Lover still managing to find a couple of kills before being shut down, and Avery trying to make things count here. Carrie on the lurk, catches out the Cypher. Neural Theft to come through. Avery with another triple kill, on track for finding things. Just has to buy enough time for Carrie to come in and help. It is going to be the double peak coming in, and it is perfection. Livia Cutie gets the first, but no way to be able to shut down Carrie. And Little Pups, I mean, it was close for sure. I got a bit worrisome there, but they managed to have it done in the end. And again, Avery, I know we're not seeing their point of view here, but this is the second time that they're getting like a huge 3K to save the round. And I mean, shout out. This is why they are, what is it now, 5 times champ?
Yeah,
5 times
you know,
Ring
no
Academy
big
champ?
deal.
Just another day at the office.
Yeah, you just, sit down at the desk, crack your fingers. Time to win school once again. This is some 4.0 GPU gameplay. Oh, GPU, good lord, I'm
GPU?
chronically online. GPA. It goes to show him how much I cared about school. My GPA was like 0.5. But guess what, though? No KD's here at 0.5. Madison for the round will be less than that, though. Fortunately, again, the Russian hasn't worked. Carry had great patience with the alt lurk last round, but it won't show up this time. But because of conditioning's sake, there are bodies still locked into B, waiting for a rotation, a different choice. The little pups again, they found a formula that works. They passed science class. They can continue to take A site.
Trades coming in as well. Crisp able to shut down Lover, only letting them get 1 kill, but still it's a 2v3 and it's still a doable task here. Especially, I think, with that flank coming in, the Omen undetected by the trip thanks to that TP. Or rather, they're still, sorry, that was Little Pope Omen, that's my bad. But yeah, both players coming in towards CT. The Cage buying a little bit of time. They've still got a flash available from Avery as well, and they are looking to play aggressively. There's Dark Cover coming down at the worst time. They try to push in together, but again, Era just able to find one. Avery with another triple kill. I think this is like Avery's 3rd or 4th triple kill in this game. And 11-7, Little Pumps definitely running away with the momentum here. I don't think they've lost a single attacking side round yet, and finally, we're going to be seeing a timeout coming out of MEOWSTARS.
I mean, MEOWSTARS are falling into the same trap that they had beaten out HyperSpeed in the semifinals on. Giving up A site, flood retake, taking fights that they mechanically have not been getting consistent success with. A timeout is certainly needed here. If not for strategy, just to slow the pace down and MEOWSTARS to recollect themselves. They understand the gold mine of advantages they're on right now with their ults. Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, even the overdrive off of Neon can be so good to, at the very minimum, push back Lil Pups even more and make them play against the timer for A-side control. At that point, really the big thing you have to worry about for Meow is Carry's sometimes on again, off again relationship with lurking B main.
Kind of like that it's something that you have to consistently worry about, because like you said, Kek, the conditioning that's been done the first 3 or 4 rounds, it was constantly somebody lurking up. It was Carry sometimes, but also even I think one of these rounds it was Crisp who was left in that position as well, but there's always been somebody on the other side of the map ready to catch these rotates. So it's just buying so much time, forcing MEOWSTARS to be so methodical about how they want to re-clear and go through these areas here, making things so much more harder for them. Little Pups now, they've definitely got a lot to work with. They've got the overdrive as an ultimate to work with. They don't even need it though, just going in, sliding for the aggressive play. Wire makes it count, gets 2 kills. One of them being that Omen is so crucial because now there's no more smokes available for this execute, but they are still able to retrieve the spike and fall back. And now look at this already. Rotation has made its way through here onto this A side. Sure, you've got a cam, but look at this. You've already got a player so close and personal. You got Carry as well, looking to make their way into B, cause a bit of a distraction, get the Cypher off the cam, forcing them to play aggressive here. And that might be the call for them to sneak into the C site. I think the cam hasn't been broken yet either, so look at this. We already have Sova all the way towards backside. Tripwire destroyed, camera destroyed as well. Finally, the game is up. They know that C-side is where this push through is coming in. But the thing is, you still have Carry around this part of the map being an absolute mess.
And there it is, once again, the lurking demon, finding value off that late lurk. Lil Pups, again, it was a 3v3. They didn't even need to win the round to succeed in their win condition. Get rid of those ults off of MEOWSTARS. At this point, the Rolling Thunder absolutely necessary from Meow. It would be a big waste to potentially use here too, but you don't want to go to 12 if you can help it. They don't use the ult whatsoever.
Oh my god.
And Lil Pups once again finding their path to victory. 12 now. One more round and they'll be 1 map away from converting yet another win in Radiant Academy.
Okay, I just gotta say, I feel really bad for Maddie there, because she almost was able to stick that spike through completely. A little bit tragic, like a couple of milliseconds away from at least 1 round on this side, but so far it is a flawless attacking half coming in from Little Pups, and I think they're doing so many things right, whether it's the kind of openings that Madison is able to find, or even if Madison goes down, there's always Avery or Crisp to find those trades, and they get more than their fair share most of the time. Now, with all the confidence in the world, Neon ult versus Neon ult, it's an anime battle in A main, and Lover is the one to come out on top. 2 kills already now that they have an advantage. A bit more of a methodical fallback here, And I mean, Lover, sure, their ult might get exhausted, but it's not gonna matter at 3v5. And this is the first time we've seen MEOWSTARS with such an overwhelming advantage in the half.
Yeah, but we've seen Lil Pups bring it back too. They had an advantage last round, not a 5v3. Oh, maybe a 2v5. But now, this will be a tough challenge for the Little Pups to bring back. Notice Ira, backside, jump peeking, waiting now, a direct presence on C site, not just relying on their camera anymore.
Last player
Crispy
standing.
setting things up for the take. MEOWSTARS looking like they could gain their first round this defensive half. It's not flawless though. Crispy hides away, evading every bullet. Neo for the Matrix. Right? 14 seconds left. Not one of these players on
30
MEOWSTARS
seconds
is
left.
Agent Smith. Far better, potentially. Crispy playing off the timing there. It's going to be the teleport back to A site. No! A great call on the aftershock there from Levia. Saving MEOWSTARS potentially and taking them closer to overtime.
First round here on the defense finally gonna be coming through, and it's off the back of the heroics coming out from Lover. 2 huge opening kills, and this time around no trade to be forthcoming there. 12-8, and I mean 4 rounds doesn't seem like much, but it is still gonna be a little bit of an uphill battle. But hey, MEOWSTARS, they do have that history of having been able to win this map in a very dominating fashion, so hopefully they'll be able to tap into some of those lessons. They've got 4 ultimates to work with as well, Keck, so it's not entirely hopeless here. But that said, it's gonna be that quick push towards C. A lot of chip damage being done already to the Omen, and the thing is, this time around there's no Cypher player here, so there aren't going to be any of these pesky trips that you really need to worry about. Bit of noise being made. They're still going to be contacting all their way completely up towards C-Long, and now the drone invested towards Garage as well to try and make sure nobody's around this side of the map. I mean, you do have a player tucked into Garage. The Omen caught out of position, forced to TP away here. But aside from that, look at the amount of space they've already been able to take. And I don't know if they're going to be aware, the players of MEOWSTARS are aware of this, that their CT is already very close to being compromised.
Yeah, but there's a lot of ults here for MEOWSTARS to have an effective retake. Rolling Thunder's gonna be part 1, Hunter's Fury will be part 2. Battison hiding in the smoke does get rid of Lover. It is a Christmas feed of kills across the board. Right now, MEOWSTARS, they're at the disadvantage. They cannot lose these ults. Have to save them for a proper time. Rolling Thunder was brought out and immediately fragged back. Battison's still alive. Garage now the point of battle. It's going to be Carry to remove the Spy versus Spy, but unfortunately does not have the ammo for Wire. Twice now on Wire. 2 left, 2v2. Battison holds the angle, and 13 for Little Pups.
What did I say?
13-8. I mean, MEOWSTARS, they started off great on this map, but Little Pups, once they cracked the code, they were the ones to be able to come out on top, and especially that attacking half. My god, there were so many different heroics coming in, especially Avery. I think that, for me, Avery was probably the standout player here from Little Pups for this match, because aside from like the 4 or 5 3Ks that they had, I think Avery also was doing a great job in just buying so much denial utility. Even that last round, right, Keg? You could see, you know, first there was a Rolling Thunder, and then there was a stun, and then there was a flash, and then, you know, they were just holding the angle. Like, so many layers that made retakes almost impossible here for the side of MEOWSTARS, and a little bit unfortunate that they lost on their map pick, because now they're going to be heading into Little Pup's map, Ascent, to try and take it through. And the last time, it was really close.
I mean, after a dominant win in the semifinals from MEOWSTARS, you would think that they could convert that same win or have a really formidable scoreline back over on their in the grand finals, but the answer is no. Instead, we had seen a duel of different IGLs. The in-game leading that we saw from Lil Pups was fantastic, and it shows that experience diff of playing at the highest stage of Game Changers and really able to control a 3-site map like this where everybody had a plan and how to bounce off of each other. Of course, MEOWSTARS, they had really good set strats too, but once they started getting challenged, they started falling into the same exact traps. Great example would be retaking on A site. They recognized early on, hey, this isn't working for us, yet they would try different paces to either retake, hold the line, do something different, but at the end of the day, they would fall into the same exact traps that Lil
Welcome back, everyone, from your break. We are back in session here with class at Radiant Academy 106. It is still Isaac, joined by Keg, to bring you our second map here of the grand final, which is going to be Ascent. To recap for those just tuning in, our grand final is happening between Little Pups and MEOWSTARS. That's right, you heard it here first. The cats versus the dogs going head to head here. And on map number 1, which was chosen by MEOWSTARS, it was them unfortunately taking the L as Little Pups was able to steal their map away. And now, Keg, they're only one map away from winning yet another grand finals at Radiant Academy.
Look, I'm just so happy we can finally solve the age-old debate about which of the two animals would win. It's been stressing me out since the dawn of time. Since I was in the womb, I've always wondered. But thanks to these two teams, we'll have our closure, and we can finally move on as a society and see who our valedictorians are. Little Pups dominated map number 1. They looked fantastic on the attacking side. The experience buff came through from a player like Avery, and of course Carrie, Miku, and Crispy, and others who have had that extensive experience in winning Radiant Academies. But of course, Avery has been essentially flawless in the grand finals of all of these tournaments so far this year. We have Ascent, another map that teams have scrimmed non-stop since the dawn of Valorant time. It's up to them to find a way to bring themselves to a clean 2-0 and not go to split.
Yep, I mean, I think Little Pups would definitely like that because so far at least, last Radiant Academy, they won through the playoffs without losing a map. Definitely looking to repeat that history here, and this is a map that they've historically been very, very comfortable on. I think that's going to be something that's hugely in their favor. That said, though, I mean, we did see the first semifinal just now go down on stream, and MEOWSTARS were able to find the win against HyperSpeed there. I mean, it got a little bit dicey. It was like 13-8 or 13-9 by the end of it. It was a very close map, if I do remember correctly. But still, MEOWSTARS have shown that they also do have a good reckoning on this map. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the momentum of that previous map does carry forward here, because I think the biggest difference here between these two teams is just the level of sheer experience that they have, right? You can see how much quicker Little Pups were in terms of being able to adapt, in terms of being able to figure out what MEOWSTARS were doing, and then, adjust to that and make those adjustments to the way that they were setting up on site. Looking at these comps, though, it does seem like MEOWSTARS once again opting to lock in the most meta comp of this map that has been around since day 1, while Little Pups are going for the new meta comp. Leviathan, started the comp that Leviathan started to pioneer here, and it's a Cypher lock coming in. What are your thoughts so far, Keg?
I mean, I think a big reason why the Lev comp works, and again, that might be a comp I have to look at even more closely now after these matches, is that I think a lot of teams on Ascent just don't take advantage of KO flashes very well. You mostly just see them on the attack as like standard entry flashes. And what works a lot of the time for the defensive end is that you can flash early on, allow your jet to push in an angle that normally they'd be very too risk adverse to take with an op, and then find that opening pick and get out, right? But if that's not the strategy Little Pups want to go for, and Battison in turn is also comfortable enough taking those fights without flashes, then yeah, I could see the swap out for the deadlock and shutting down every single lane, really make MEOWSTARS fight for anything they can. It's gonna be a rough time for Meow, especially in post plans.
Definitely agree with you there. I think you really can't afford to let Little Pups get that spike down, because once that spike goes down and there's a deadlock wall, there's those grav nets that can trap you. Avery has been proving to be deadly with the utility as well over the last map, and I don't think that's going to change because they're switching over to the Silva. So yeah, it's going to be, I feel like MEOWSTARS are gonna have to be very careful about how they play this on defense. Ideally, you want to see them, taking the initiative, trying to find some kind of value early on, and maybe leave like a player as a rotating anchor, playing a little bit offside, trying to get a kill while they flood in and going for those retakes. But again, MEOWSTARS, they have proven that they've had quite a bit of trouble on this defensive side, just dealing with the onslaught that comes in from Little Pups. They only won one of their defensive rounds in that previous map, which was their pick. So a lot of question marks in my head about how that will play out, especially with them being the ones to start on defense this time.
Big thing to consider too, similar to Leviathan with Little Pups, right, is that both teams are very comfortable taking fights and fragging out, right? Little Pups on their attack were unstoppable on Haven in almost every 1v1. So I'm sure Battison's going to take that same restraint throw it out the window, bring it back over to Ascent, and not need flashes, and use the deadlock to take even more aggressive fights. That being said though, split B early on. Alarm bot will be brought out on top of the paranoia. Does not work out for LeBron, however. Wired was ready. And Wired was a consistent fragger back on Haven. That's going to be something to worry about if you're on Team Little Pups. Of course, as I say that though, Ira, who had a bit of a slower performance on that last map, was good to remove Battison. All that entry ability is gone now, Zach. It's going to leave it to a 3v5 with very little map space to convert.
Player standing.
Aware of the lurks as well, Carry gets shut down. Avery, I mean, they've been a hero so far, able to find 1 kill before losing their life posthumously with the help of the shock dart, but now Crisp, a 1v4 to try and clutch out here the turret as well. Timmy the turret doing its part in shipping them down. Just, I don't know, already down to 70 HP. Started off with 125 if I'm not wrong, and there is a push coming in through towards mid as well. I don't think that Crisp is going to be expecting this player tucked away. Maddie could have gone for the knife, goes for the right click instead, and once again it's another pistol round that's going to be 1 out here by MEOWSTARS. I think that's 2 out of 3 so far, which is a decent record.
Yeah, it's a really good record from Meow, and it gives them that early economic advantage. I think even in the semifinals, they won every single pistol.
Every single one? I thought... I'm not sure if it was 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, but I'll take your word for it, Keg. I mean, if they did, that is, so far out of the 7 that they played today, they've won 6, which makes it, you know, really, really good way to start. The problem, I mean, even the last map, right, if you consider Haven, it was very neck and neck until that side swap happened, you know, Little Pup. It was, in fact, it was MEOWSTARS having the lead after that first half. It was just Little Pups running away with the momentum after that side swap happened. Now, though, I mean, I like that they're prioritizing the Soba ult 0 points. Actually going to catch out at least 2 or 3 players here. And LeBron kind of forced to wait until their utility comes back online before they can try to make a play with the help of the shorty. I really like this. I mean, you could TP into your own smoke, try to catch somebody with the help of it. And with that smoke having faded away, I mean, you could try to go in for a repeat, but the spike itself is rotating towards B, where once again, you've got not just the Killjoy utility, but also this Sova who can rotate over very quickly to try and cause some damage. Alright, the shorty at that range, interesting. Battison goes unchecked here. That could make a difference.
It could, but though, it looks like Lil Pups are opting to make their way very much known towards B. Recon Bolt available from Avery's side. It's going to be hard to bypass all that KJ utility without removing her from the server first. Shock Dart doesn't find anything to kill it. Instead, though, 30 seconds are left on the clock. Battison falls to the hands of an outlaw. You're losing out on so much extra needed space. Lil Pups, once again, this cannot be a round they're expecting to win. Maybe even just looking for a way to get past these defenses on B could be a great starter.
Last player standing.
Ooh, yeah, just nothing that you can really do there. I mean, small consolation for Crisp, able to find Livia QD before being shut down, but at the end of the day, a very successful bonus round here for MEOWSTARS. 4 guns that can be carried into this next round. Outlaw as well in the hands of Lover. I mean, especially against, you know, players, it's gonna force these players to invest in full armor, which means you're gonna be seeing 2 players compromising and going with the Guardian instead of that full Vandal half armor buy that you're used to seeing at this point. But that said, right, it has the potential to be such an important round here for MEOWSTARS. They got off to a really nice 4-0 start as well the last time, if I'm not mistaken, so possibility of them being able to build up that momentum could definitely be useful. That said, though, already a very aggressive push towards his A side. Outlaw, though, already finding the damage. Battison down to 140, and it's the pistol spam that does the job here. First blood once again going in favor of MEOWSTARS. 2 kills, though, come in on the other side. Lover with that Outlaw still making it sing. 3v2 situation. Players on Little Pup alive, trying to just get that plant down, and it's going to be a hard-fought battle right now. Lover gets shut down by Carry. 2v2 situation.
The entire point of this composition is to have the Sentinels play for the post plant. The only 2 players you really need left alive are certainly there for Little Pups. Crispy holding down near Jenny. Carry's taking the upper angle. Cannot destroy the wall with just a single shock bolt. The doorway's the way to go. Crispy on cam. Caught off guard. Through the cyber cage. Noise has been found. Door's been opened up. Angling at least 1. Carry's been discovered. 1 by 1 they fall. And there it is. Once more, MEOWSTARS. A struggle for their defense back on a Haven. Are finding so much more success retaking on Ascent.
Like I said, Keg, it's nice to have just two sides to worry about instead of three, and MEOWSTARS definitely know how to play their defensive side on this map, as we saw from the semi-finals there. But that said, this is such a great start for them. They're able to charge up these ultimates, especially Era. 5-0 right now, hasn't died yet, does have the lockdown almost more than halfway there, and looking at the investments in this round, you've got the Odin available for the Sova, the Operator on Lover, a lot of very preemptive utility available here, and I mean on the opposite side, Gary is the one to be investing in a hero rifle, close to a couple of ultimates as well. They could definitely charge up the Sova ult as well as the Annihilation from Deadlock, but you want to be careful about how you really do use these ults, because it's just such a eco round here. You really don't want to commit too much without getting anything in return, or being sure that you're going to win the round here. And a lot of space taken very aggressively towards short very quickly here. I wonder if they're going to try to check it with a 0 point or just take these contact plays, and the latter seems to be the answer.
Good smoke early on, though, to block off. What was that defensive smoke for? That should be blocking off their own Killjoy's angle top of Marketplace. That may have been a mistake. Avery, good remove Levia early on. That's not where the smoke presence needed to be made anyways. Back over towards Garden, though. Forcing out these rotates. Little pups. Trying to force away this KJ to have her utility not be necessary. But it's only Nano Swarms, and Wire now with an Odin propped up. Was not able to move. Deep in the spawn, however, we've seen this strat plenty of times before. Take the back lane's control and bypass KJ. But the Odin has moved its way back around, back at market completely for free. That's Corbin get an ace.
Oh no. Oh, the Annihilation actually manages to catch a player as well. Could have just tried to go towards some other part of the map, but like the push there from Wire, timing perfect. Everybody's so distracted towards CT that they forgot to worry about market, and Wire off the back of that able to find an ace for themselves. Gotta get them the Huntress Fury for this upcoming round. And now, I mean, right side here for Little Pups, they've got the money to work with. They've also got a Huntress Fury of their own along with the Neural Theft, so all they need is a corpse to try and find crucial information off of. But the problem is that so far, at least, they have struggled in terms of finding those first kills. It has been very consistently either Lover or Wire finding them based on how they're pushing. The Operator this time around positioned towards A Heaven. Not gonna really be messing around too much in that aspect. And look at this again, it's just a quiet walk-up contact play towards short. You're gonna have to be very careful about how you're positioned. And Maddie inside the smoke, Demon in the dark, able to find the kill, and no potential of a trade once again.
Lucian Battison's gonna be a rough start here for Little Pups. Angles being held, no flashes available outside the Omen's Paranoia. A high-low setup very necessary for MEOWSTARS. Brute force taking mechanical fights. Best thing Little Pups can do. They meander their way into A. An Operator in play though for Lover. Again, no flashes. Does not need to be stifled off this angle outside of a single smoke. It's going to come back and bite Little Pups. Avery has the Owl drone. Cannot find this jet. That means they're certainly not Heaven now. He's far enough away for them to be affected. LeBron not in the proper angle. Avery's the last one left alive. A Hunter's Fury used here would be most certainly a throw. Wasted away. One shock bolt, 16 seconds till recon. Missing the Paranoia though. A jump down from MEOWSTARS. Overwhelm Avery. Spotted out completely. MEOWSTARS are all set up to win this defense so well.
Got everything they need, and they're able to keep all of these resources in their pocket as well. The Operator especially, I mean, Lover hasn't had too much of a impact in terms of that, but Wire with the Odin especially has just been devastating the hopes and dreams of MEOWSTARS so far. That round where Lover really got to shine, and now only one away from the Bladestorm could be a huge ult here. On the opposite side, I mean, sure, Little Pups, the comp does tend to be a little bit more defensive-sided, but I think the biggest problem is the fact that MEOWSTARS is so willing to take these fights head-to-head, really wanting to make sure that Little Pups don't get any ground. They aren't able to get that spike down, and now it is going to be an eco round to come in here. Nothing much to work with aside from, you know, a couple of Singers, a couple of Marshals maybe, and again, the policy of just playing for these sites, stacking up towards them, and leaving mid open to a couple of utility pieces. Eventually just watching with the help of an off angle, it's proven to be successful before. I would like to see Little Pups explore their option towards mid a little bit more. Sova now drone now though for the information, actually gonna catch out a couple of players here, and the Operator position known as well, so that might trigger a rotate over towards A.
Yeah, when Little Pups, they have their team comp designed to whittle away the economy of MEOWSTARS, prevent them from gaining things like an Odin and an Operator. Little pups, this is a comp again designed to take fights and ego them up, knowing full well that you're gonna win them. But if you don't, you're losing critical utility, and your win condition now is you have to play on to A. B site's almost impossible to push into without a KO. You don't have a null command to drive that Killjoy away. Defensive Killjoy, oh, it's the lockdown. Little pups have no choice but to keep pushing A round after round, and MEOWSTARS recognize that. There's only one option left, and it's Madison to run. No.
Oh no.
Just barely
Not like
stepped
this.
into it.
Oh no, not the bonk with the knife. Maddie finding vengeance for that Marshall shot that caught about one of her teammates down and 2 players really low. I mean, nice damage in terms of HP there from the Jets, but unfortunately the lockdown doing its work there, and I like that MEOWSTARS were aware enough of it to just fall back and play for that retake situation. Wire has just been a beast so far. What was it, another double or triple kill with the help of the Odin in that round, and sure, the lockdown gets used, but they've been cycling these ults so well. One off the null command, Hunter's Fury already in their pocket, Omen ults as well for quick rotations. And on the other side, even though they've had these ults coming into play, just not the greatest value that's being found by Little Pups at this juncture. So I would actually like to see a timeout at 6-0. You really want to be sure about what you're doing here, and I like that the Operator is never positioned in a super aggressive angle. It's more about like them holding down these expected angles, and consistently towards A main, it's just been locking down this entryway.
Yeah, Lover's the sentinel of A site. And that's gonna mean now B site could be under full lock. Again, Lil Pups, this is a comp designed only to push into A main. If that can't work out, they're out of options. No timeout in the world can fix that unless you can take these early fights and guarantee the opening pick. Maddie falls. A huge opener. Lovers all by themselves effectively in the back of heaven. The paranoia does not connect, and now through a smoke, that means the op cannot re-engage. 2 left alive now.
Oh no, Yera. 2 left in, I mean 2v5. I mean, Era just very unfortunate. Could have tried to wait for the team, but we still have Wire alive, Keg, and Wire still has the Odin Keg, and I don't know about this. It does seem like it's very much a possibility. The spam, though, will take care of Lovers. It's just the counter spam to come in. 1v3 right now, and if anybody can do it, it has got to be Wire here. Caught by the trap, at least for a little bit. Spam, of course, not going to connect quite yet, and 24 bullets, but still plenty to be able to find the damage with. But Carry this time around at range, able to, you know, take advantage of that Odin spray really being difficult to control. And Little Pups finally get themselves around off the board. Really nice pushing through short. I like that they were basically holding hands and they got both of those kills there.
Yeah, Little Pups have to guarantee the opening pick every round if they want to have a chance to succeed. Again, there's nothing driving Ira away off of B site. Normally the pressure of a null command against you means that KJ has to play off site to allow a Russian to still use their utility. And whoever's left defending on B will have to take the fight. Not going to be an option here until Annihilation comes up from Deadlock. Mid could be the way to go. Split all the way through into spawn and maybe take back A or back B control. That hasn't been something the Little Pups have taken advantage of yet, though. Outside of, I believe, maybe the second round. Otherwise, it's really just making sure you can hold these chokes. There's no flashes, again, to drive you out of the way. MEOWSTARS, well aware of this, and have their null command in their possession to use to prevent an entryway off of this jet dash. It's going to be a game of attrition now until we see MEOWSTARS get antsy and swing for an opening pick, and then Lil Pups may just then have an opening.
Timing is everything here, and I mean, so far, MEOWSTARS, they've been able to keep themselves out of trouble. We were just talking about how mid is an area that we haven't really explored as much, and now we're going to be seeing Little Pups finally contesting it, at least for a little bit. Nobody really to be found there, just a lurk to come in from Carry, and it is going to be the Sentinel versus Sentinel here. Killjoy versus Carry,
That's B.
and Era is the one to fall. Yeah. That is B, open up, but instead they want to go towards A, the Operator, though still connecting. Lover now, though, caught between a rock and a hard place. The L is actually going to catch somebody, and it's baiting a peek out here. Unfortunately, Leviac Cutie can't take advantage of it, and now it is just going to be a sad device here for Maddie. A huge round here by Carry, the triple kill already, and now Wire again in a 1v4. Sure, one of these players is quite low here. The trigger discipline to come in. All right, that's a little bit awkward, but Wire gets that kill. 1v3 right now. Doesn't have any logs available or info available, and Avery is happy to swing and save their teammate, picking up the Odin as well for good measure. You know, maybe giving them a taste of their own medicine in one of these rounds here. But Little Pups, they seem to have recovered here, Keg. And again, Carey just going huge that round for a triple. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see we're starting to have Little Pups find the traction and understand how MEOWSTARS want to operate. Odin now in the possession of Avery should mean early spam on B main will give a lot easier of a time to get past this initial choke. The KJ util is still something to worry about. Shock bolts are ready for that. Hunter's Fury too. But instead, this is a default early on. Expectation now is that MEOWSTARS are going to change up their pace and push in aggressively. Little Pups would be right about that. Or so we would think. Instead of just holding a more aggressive choke line.
It's still got plenty of money to work with, MEOWSTARS, so it has to be a lot more whittling that's down. Lovers, though, with the Blade Storm, takes care of Battison. That's first blood again going back in the favor of MEOWSTARS. Now Wire looking for the aggressive angle. Avery with the Odin, though, takes care of the Killjoy, so that's a huge kill. And now the HP on Wire, not the greatest as well, so MEOWSTARS might have the advantage, but Little Pups could try to venture into A. There are 2 players towards short here, but not much more. Carey could find the timing here to maybe get a kill or 2, and that could be the difference maker. Both Sentinels, sneaky beaky like on the safe side, looking for some value. The pre-angle being held, almost pre-fired there by Carey, and that is a huge kill to start things off with. They do have the null command available for the retake here. If necessary, Carey has to be able to get the wall down somewhere before then. And I mean, you've still got the Blade Storm on Lover as well, 3v3.
A good start here. Hunter's Fury, like you said, available. Already we see the Sova procced in a position just for the ult itself. Lover normally playing top heaven, not the case, allowed an easier time for Little Pups to get onto the site. Now it's been activated for the backside control. 1 left alive, the null command used. 30 HP left, won't connect. Shock Bolt should be available now. Yes, there it is, the ricochet. No, and Odin instead? Ooh. Did Avery not have the utility? That was a huge blunder from Little Pups, and MEOWSTARS run away with this defensive half.
I mean, they've definitely confirmed their lead. Shout out, though. I mean, to Little Pups, that round looked pretty much impossible, but they managed to bring it back from a 3v5 to a 3v4 and so on to be able to overcome that numbers disadvantage. But towards the end, unfortunately, yeah, like you said, I think the shock darts were used to break some wire or some utility or something. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe they just thought they wouldn't have the time to make it, especially since the Hunter's Fury was popped from so far back to avoid being impacted by that KO ult. Interesting trade of utility there coming out of both of these teams, but at the end of the day, luckily for the side of Little Pups, there's still gonna be money to work with and go for a bit of a change of pace here. Aggressive push in through market, and okay, Carey actually a little bit late, caught with utility in hand. That's why Madison is gonna pay the price with their life. 2 players towards the backside, looking to find something, and Wire running in through battle, still able to find that crucial first kill. Now 3v2 situation. Neuro that's actually gonna find out the position of these players, and Crisp knows where this player towards backside is. It is gonna be Maddie trying to hold down the fort here. A 2v2 situation. KO Flash comes in, but the position from Chris was not expected to be there, and now they have control of B site.
Great change of pace once again for the entry for Little Pups. Levia, last one alive. Suppressing knife available. No other information. Ooh, discovered though. The cipher on green box still unknown.
One suppressed.
Just a matter now of holding on tight.
One enemy.
One huge flick. The Odin's available. Spray through. Avery gets their revenge.
Yeah, came down to the Sova versus the KO again at the end, and like you said, this time around, Avery takes down Livia QD. Bit of vengeance found for that previous round, but still, 7-3 lead in favor of MEOWSTARS. Finally, though, for the first time this game, Keg, we're gonna be seeing an equal round coming out of MEOWSTARS here. Unfortunately, you know, despite the number of rounds that they won, the lack of a loss bonus, they're really hurting them here, and they are forced to go in for a very awkward bye. There is, of course, the Hero Guardian, as well as the Hunter's Fury on Wire, who has been having an absolute ballistic game. 16-6 so far, by the way, and is a major reason as to why this. Look at this Avery spamming down the fort, and Wire expecting this, actually gonna push forward and not just take down Avery, but also take down the Spike. I mean, I think the Omen ult is available, or it's not actually. I thought it was to be able to retrieve it, but now they're gonna have to go back for the Spike. They get it in their hand, sure, and they look like they want to go towards A instead, but look at this Maddie in the corner with a shotgun.
Rush in with the annihilation. The deadlock ult would be everything here. Carry, no! The timing! Directly to the face! 3v3. 100 Fury to prevent Spike Plant should be used in just a few seconds. There it is.
IQ called it.
Prevention. Oh.
Ooh. This is very stressful. LeBron, though, being the GOAT there, able to find the kill, and now the recon as well. Despite the spam, it is wired to just go ballistic. Finally get shut down here at our era. In a 1v2, only a Sheriff in hand could try to retrieve a gun here. There's plenty dropped on side.
One enemy remaining.
The awareness, the headshot, the perfection, and the trade from Madison. It was an eco round, remember, for MEOWSTARS, but little pups still make it look easy. And honestly, at this point, they managed to make enough rounds to be able to hold on, because this comp is inherently so strong defensively as well, with the Cypher and the Deadlock both being there to deny the push-throughs. I feel like it's going to be a big challenge for MEOWSTARS if they don't get this final round on board. 8-4 looks good as an advantage, but 7-5, I mean, we saw what happened in the previous map.
Yeah, a lot of pressure's been alleviated from Little Pups too, just because they found a way to consistently get the B site. They don't have to worry about the KJ utility as much. They were overthinking it. Now they get disrespect all that KJ util, not funnel themselves to A round after round. Madison falls. They did their job. It's a good start. It's just a matter now of keeping these defenders at bay. Ira top of marketplace, excuse me, no, back of site. Back of lane, I should say. And it's LeBron looking to find that proper timing to sneak into the back of marketplace itself. Carries the distraction factor, but Maddie was there for the mini flank. 2 left alive for the attack though. And Odin's still available for Avery, 100 Fury to boot. Does buy time for Crispy to take those extra angles, and yes, she does. That's going to be 1 left. A 3K for Crisp, a 1v1 now. 28 bullets. All the info you need. A swing with a giant LMG is what you want. But no, the jump peek instead through the wall. It's made of paper mache. Stalling for time. Avery doesn't want to take the fight. Shock bolt's available too. Plenty of options, but you don't need options. You've got Avery.
Avery again coming huge in a clutch. I think that's 2 out of 3 1v1s that they've been able to lock down here. And I mean, that was just perfection. Jumping around, the recon, the time buying, not committing to the fight until the chip damage was already done, and just playing around in terms of position, knowing that the plant is for them at the end of the day. Easy enough to navigate from backside. Really well played there by Avery. 7-5 now in Little Pups. I mean, sure, again, you're starting off from behind here, but you've got, if you can get this pistol, you're going to be able to tie things up. And look what happened in that previous game. It was just them running through amok to be able to take that win. And Little Pups, I mean, I don't know about how you feel, Keg, but I feel like this is a team that holds themselves to very high standards, especially after the amounts of wins that some of these players have had in Radiant Academy. So, Carrie and Avery, top fragging right now, and Carry especially on the deadlock. I mean, if that was Carry on the attacking side, I'm very intrigued to see how much more powerful they are going to be on the defense, especially with the Cypher utility towards A, and the deadlock seems to be hanging out more towards mid instead of B, as you'd expect.
Yeah, this is a good timing wall though. Shuts down the entirety of mid. No chance for a split B whatsoever. A lot of pistol rounds. You'll see attacking teams rush down the back of mid to the defender spawn and take A site from the back. Not the case. Now you have to play directly into either Omen or Cypher util. But the timer of that wall, again, it exists. Now you can go for your delayed plan to take that spawn control. But no, they choose not to. Split the B instead. Suddenly now a severing of the head of both B members. It's Avery.
Oof. At least here, I'm able to find a trade, but Avery still holding down the off angle. The Paranoia, I don't think it connects. It does connect, but there is Carrie coming in for the rescue. And I mean, we were talking about these two, Carrie and Avery, before. And look, man, for a second, I was kind of worried because Avery, those seemed like a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs in the beginning. But the fact that they were able to quickly adjust and find the second headshot as well. Huge pistol rounds for Little Pups. And because of the fact that MEOWSTARS didn't get the plant either, not going to be enough eco to force here, most likely. So once again, just so much to work with here for Little Pups, and if they can keep themselves alive, carry forward the amount of guns that they had in the previous bonus as well, previous anti-eco as well, it's going to be a very substantial bonus that they can look forward to.
MEOWSTARS are only 1 round ahead. They have to keep themselves afloat if they want to win out the Radiant Academy. Little Pups are already a map up. They only need a few more rounds to make themselves yet again another winner. Shut down immediately. The jet's gone. How do you make distance now onto a site? You don't have the same issues as Little Pup. You have B site with flashes to take back over. We saw that on Pistol. But Levia falls. Flash is gone outside of Omen. A funnel towards A. And only now is the Cypher trip broken. Good luck getting the spike. LeBron can just wait behind the Cypher wire.
Camera taken out.
Found the tag as well with the cam, and the spam comes through. Carry the one to actually find that kill. It's not the player who got tagged who got punished there. And look at this. There is a lurk coming in from Killjoy here. Ira having walked into her spawn, but already you can see Avery kind of expecting it here. 2 Omens in the smoke, up close and personal. Just gonna be taken down. Pistol versus pistol. Not a biggest loss though. It's just a sheriff here, and Maddie finally pays the price. Look at this though. Avery has the expectation, knows that when it's the Killjoy lift, it's probably a lurk coming through his spawn, and it's a team ace for Little Pups here as they tie things up 7-7. And again, Keg, notice no big losses here. They lost 1 sheriff, so this bonus is gonna be so substantial here. In fact, LeBron feeling it enough to actually invest in a full vandal.
Yeah, I don't blame LeBron at all. Playing a defensive full-on anchor, not overheating here on B will be so good. This is a great read from Little Pups. Understanding now what the A hold looks like and how difficult it was for MEOWSTARS to get in, they're going to attempt to go B here. It worked on Pistol. It didn't convert to a round, but they certainly got distance. I love this call on the macro from the defense. They broke the deadlock wall early, though. That could be a big tell. This is a default, though. Maddie was, well, up until then, not discovered. Smokes are lost now, and MEOWSTARS are going to struggle. They have to take this extremity control to get into a site. They try to begin with Catwalk, and that doesn't work, so it's got to be a split to B.
Outlaw doesn't connect, but Lover and Livia Cutie between them farming down these kills. 3 casualties already on this B side, and now a 2v3 in this bonus round on the retake. The thing is, there's been a decent amount of chip damage that has been done, so this Outlaw could definitely find massive value, especially if Madison can get themselves in position. Instead, though, they're going to be opting to switch out for a Vandal instead. All 3 players on site. They hear the turret towards main, and now it's 2 Vandals versus 3 as they head into this fight. First kill garnered for free. Second as well. Crisp going ballistic, and now they know exactly where Lover is. They're gonna be able to get into the site, and Chris doesn't even need any help here. Crisp shots living up to their name, and a bonus that very successfully goes to MEOWSTARS. It looks a little bit dicey there, Keg, and I just feel like that post plant, it was so awkward towards the end there.
It did get really awkward, but again, Little Pups, when you're on a very distinct bonus like that, and you still win it out with more than 1 body left, or even winning in general, is a really good sign of things to come for your defense. MEOWSTARS now, a broken buy. Lover's gonna attempt to go for it though. I feel like Lover's gonna end up selling that Vandal. There's no way. I'm not convinced.
I mean, I think they're kind of banking on having the Blade Storm for next round, so even if the rest of the team is buying, that could be there. I don't know. It could be a possibility. Maybe they're feeling themselves enough. And honestly, at this point, like, you don't want to let MEOWSTARS run away with, Little Pups run away with things completely. I mean, it's not the worst call. Operator actually hitting the leg there of Ira. That's a lot of damage being done already here. Deadlock wall gotta be contested. They hear the sound of the Vandal. Maybe they'll hope that everybody else has one as well. But look at this.
The Vandal was to destroy the wall, but they don't know about the Cypher Util right behind it. Oh no.
Not like this. Operator as well. Pixel angle actually gonna miss the shot, so another lease of life available here. Not for very long though, and there goes the Vandal Keg. RIP. And there's gonna be a player TPing over. Gonna be caught out by the camera, so still a possibility of a kill. And Crisp happy to confirm it. 2 players left alive right now. Leviathan actually gonna be caught by the grab net to boot. So a flawless round coming in, and a little bit unfortunate there for the side of MEOWSTARS. Like you said, it was an investment. Now Lover, not the greatest economy, still gonna be able to buy a Guardian with half armor, but do or die, you have a buy this round. You have to convert it, because otherwise it's just going to be a repeat of Haven with Little Pups running away with the momentum. So what do you think they can do better?
Again, MEOWSTARS right now, they're in a spot where I don't think that it's necessarily a strategic issue. I don't know why that Vandal was bought. I think it was to destroy that deadlock wall, but you could have bought something significantly cheaper to do the same thing.
Hashtag Ares win.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Ares too. That would have been a perfect option. Maybe a Bulldog. It would still would have been more expensive, but not a Vandal. But I guess the Guardian can work out well, and I think that goes into the mindset of MEOWSTARS more, that this Jet does not necessarily need the top-end technology to frag out, but MEOWSTARS are struggling to find a start whatsoever now that full rifles have gone to Little Pup's hands. And again, they don't have the same issues that a Deadlock comp would have. They have the flashes to overrun a lot of utility, but they need to find a way to figure out where this Sentinel utility lies and how to get past it. They're conditioning the Deadlock wall to break early on, but right behind that is going to be the Cypher tech to goad MEOWSTARS into it. So this wall is not going to really be the winning factor that MEOWSTARS might think it is to open up mid. They're just going to barrel rush A and go for a default strat instead.
Could be the case, and your call seems to be accurate. I mean, all of MEOWSTARS just looking to put into the site. Null command as well. Huge ult here, gonna shut down the Cypher utility at least for a bit, but Crisp still looking to play on site and possibly place Boils for it. The spam down is good. 2 casualties found already, but Wire strikes back, and now they can get the KO up as well. You have to be very careful about how you take this pick, and actually, it is gonna be Lover to take down Madison. So no more ultimate available. Carry though goes huge, finds a trade, and now it is just gonna be Carry versus the world. Has the annihilation once again. However, we were talking about Wire before, and this time around, it is going to be them to be the hero for the round. That MEOWSTARS desperately need a 3K to once again bring the score down between to 1. And unfortunately, I think there were only 2 people left alive, so Eco's still in a bit of a dicey situation. The thing is, they had the null command. That was the win condition kind of for that round, for them being able to get onto site and have an extra body. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna manage without it. Sure, they can get the Hunter's Fury online. They could charge up the Killjoy ult for the next round. I think these ults are gonna be very pivotal for MEOWSTARS to be able to get their way onto site in the first place at all.
Lover destroys the Cypher camp early on. A 4-stack already set up for Little Pups on A. They're just leaving the Sova by themselves. Imagining he has an Odin in play. Yup. Call for the Odin. Essentially the op of B site. I think Lover has an operator deep in mid too. So all the riflers are going to be stacking up A site, ready to play off this Cypher tech. Lover's going to jump up and dash in. That's going to isolate Lover completely. Oh, still through the stun. That's huge.
It's 2 kills as well, so 2 huge opening picks. And I mean, it seems like Lover is still looking to maybe push up a little bit here. Counter spam not successful as Carry able to get away with their life. Still though, re-pushing, looking to find the damage could be huge. They're aware of this possibility of a player towards short. I think Madison has to be very careful about how they approach this, and their timing is rewarded right now. However, there is still a flank coming in from Era. A 1v2 right now definitely has a chance at being able to win it out here. The both players ready for the peak and ready for the kill. Carry showing why the Deadlock can have so much value here, and even gonna be able to charge back that annihilation. Remember, they used it the last round and they already have it almost back again, and they're gonna be able to retrieve the Odin and the op as well. The cherry on the cake here. Double digits for Little Pups, 3 rounds away from graduating as valedictorians of this particular classic.
I really think too that the value of the Deadlock isn't even necessarily the utility a lot of the time. It's the fact that you have a Sentinel that isn't beholden to distance of their equipment, but also they can just frag out. Your Deadlock dies, it's not doom and gloom for your team. It's like a Cypher where you're able to be a little bit more expendable, and that practically makes you a duelist at times. You're in the same category now as Sage, where you can frag out heavily and be there where your Jet isn't. But the LeBron of ranked, you need your smokes to survive. A flash doesn't connect, but it's a good distract. Well, sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Well,
I completely agree.
smoke for smokes, I guess.
Wire though making it at least a little bit more expensive, and Carry caught out of position as well, so that's going to be the crunch onto the A side that helps them succeed here. Now a 2v4 situation, operator in mid. I don't think there's a way for Madison to be able to get through this, but luckily the wall is about to end at this time anyway, so they're going to be able to make their way forward. If they can find a kill, it is going to be a huge frag to get operator in play once again.
No.
Oh no, not like this! That is a kill that you cannot miss, and Wire takes full advantage of those mistakes to find both of them. Oh no, not like this, Madison. But either way, great route from Little Pups. I think they're able to really vary up the pacing. They're not going in kind of like staggering these entries. A little bit of awkward fights in the beginning, sure, but just them having the, staggering those fights meant that they were able to catch Carry on the way to rotate, catch her a little bit out of position, and now you have a chance of tying things up here. You've got the Silva ult, you've got Maddie's ult for the reposition, and Eco looking to be on its last legs for MEOWSTARS. In fact, LeBron only having an Stinger to play with along with the light armor, but there are 4 ultimates available on this side of the map, and the only thing is one of those ultimates has already been temporarily shut down thanks to the 0.
Yeah, shut down.
What a shock dart.
Lover's gonna attempt to trail their way into the back of Wine. I don't agree with these plays. Little pups are fishing too much for an opening pick. And now your Jet's gone. The ult is lost. MEOWSTARS have so much they can operate off of now. Even removing a smoke for smoke last round didn't really do much to stop MEOWSTARS. They just took fights. And Wires could be waiting top of mid. I like the jump peaks from Crispy. Wire's not aware of this, however, still clearing out the potential crossfire outside marketplace. And Lil Pups are playing much more reactively now. They've realized they can't just brute force the opening pick. At a body disadvantage, they're gonna have to wait for the execute to start taking fights.
Ooh, the utility at least gotta buy a little time. Unfortunately, that kill trip not gonna be, not exactly in a position to find kills off of it. But now you've got this recon as well for the spam, and it's good to at least find a little bit of damage. You're actually gonna catch somebody with the annihilation. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get that kill for free. And Avery finds the timing on the push through. In fact, goes through the molly here to find these kills, but gets a little bit ahead of themselves right now. It's just gonna be a 2v2 situation. KO drops onto site, no real way to get that res, but they can call out where these players are. So it's like a stationary drone if you think about it. Neural theft though, info for info here. You know exactly where this player is. Hunter's Fury comes through from CT, and it is gonna avail very little. They're just gonna be able to get onto the defuse here. Hira though finds the kill. Chris able to get half the defuse here at the very least. Gets the first one, knows where the second is, but Wire once again coming in clutch to tie things up here for MEOWSTARS 10-10.
Yeah, Little Pups now, we have to see how this early round plays out. That's been their biggest fault. They keep starting things off with a body disadvantage. Madison. Oh, the buys aren't looking good. Carrie's gonna invest in a Vandal. Yeah, you've been fragging out, I agree, but I don't know if this is worth the investment. It's 10-10 though, and Lil Pups are surely buying into this not to give away any leads to MEOWSTARS. 3 rounds away from graduating Radiant Academy. Oh, and Minima Sheriff, very nice. But even then, oh, why?
Not exactly what you want to be doing with the Cypher, but Carrie still here to try and make them pay, at least able to get the numbers back in even count. And I think expecting the rotations, you're going to be seeing MEOWSTARS kind of make their way back towards the B side. Maddie has the Omen ult as well to try and make their way forward. The nice thing is that you've got so many guns on this A side that you could possibly go for. I think they're aware of that, which is why you're going to be seeing Little Pups come back into play. Actually gonna invest the lockdown to be sure that they have complete access to this site. Madison gonna tuck themselves away in a corner. I think they might actually get detained by it if they're not careful once again. This time though, they dodge it in time, and that's gonna confirm that there's nobody on the site. Wire again on a fishing expedition, rewarded with the reward that the bait provides here, and now Avery as well as their teammate. It's 2v3 right now, not the greatest weaponry either. And the recon bolts unfortunately not gonna get anything aside from space to pick up this Vandal possibly. You do have the Sova drone coming in as well. Spam comes through, the shock dart as well, but the timing again just not there for these players, and it's gonna be MEOWSTARS getting themselves to 11 in the lead once again for the first time this half, and now 2 rounds away from pushing us to that Decider Pro.
Really have to wonder what the decision making for Lil Pups is right now. Trying to ego their way into getting these opening picks. Crispy, Madison, big offenders of doing it. Now that they have their full buy, this is looking like a reality where it could be their last full buy of the map, and not in a way that they would hope. An Odin available now for Avery, bought up. Default positions now down to hold the extremities of A and backside. We are not seeing any players push up and take these fights. This is so important for Little Pups. They've taken the tempo and lowered it down so much, waiting for MEOWSTARS to make their first move. Avery, though, is going to be the one to make the first noise. Spam through the B wall. Recon bolt most likely out. On a timer with that. Fire's the most exposed inside of mid. But they haven't been able to find an opening outside of the tripwire falling.
Do you have LeBron tucked away into the corner here? Maybe the timing. They have to be careful about checking it. They don't, and it's gonna be 2 kills that LeBron finds. So crucial, this crossfire, and it's gonna find all the value in the world. Again, though, you still have the Odin in play, and Wire is gonna be lucky to get away with just that little bit of chip damage. But now, but 3 players to try and contend with. This time around, Carry wins their duel, and now Maddie in a 1v5. Gets rewarded with the first, takes a little bit of chip damage, but LeBron, truly the GOAT in this round, to be able to tie things up once again for Little Pups. Three kills on the round there for them, and again, like, yeah, that round, right? It felt like you need to be... The A site was working great, but they just didn't expect that crossfire to be so impactful, especially with LeBron not having played that position before. It just took them completely by surprise.
It really just felt like it was night and day for Little Pups. Their macro control, holding together as a team, waiting for MEOWSTARS to actually attack before Little Pups decided to be attackers themselves and go after them was such an important change. Oh, but Carry's going to go for it again. This time at least having some utility with the grab net to help out. It's a good stall procedure. And the Hunter's Fury on top, this is what I would love to see. But it's just a little too far outwards. Avery can't find a whole lot, and info found from it from B is also not available. But it was a good bait and switch in the beginning there for Little Pups. And destroying this deadlock wall is going to give info about how many guns are being fired outside A main. Split the B is the call here for MEOWSTARS.
Huge.
The loss of a Cypher, yeah, not great. Madison does have some help here on top of mid. And I like this flank being set up too.
I mean, the Omen, they don't know where it is. They're probably going to assume it's that backside, but instead Wire actually finds a timing, takes care of LeBron here. That's such a huge kill right now, and especially with that Omen having gone down, you're not going to have any smoke to retake, so it's all a question of timing here, and it's just not in favor of Madison. Wire going through the smoke at the right time, in the right place, finds the kill. It's all up to Carry. Not even able to find that first one, though, and Avery, I mean, they've been incredible so far, but a 1v5, I don't think it's happening, and MEOWSTARS, they get themselves to match point first on this particular map. 12-11 right now, and I mean, Little Pups for this final round, they are going to be able to scrape together a bye, but looking at these ultimates, I mean, Lover 1 off of the Blade Storm, 2 away from the Hunter's Fury for Wire. The way they're going, they're definitely going to have it this round. I think it's going to be important for Little Pups to kind of play more for the retake here, because they've got Carry's ults. They are close enough to Crisps as well. 1 kill will let them the neural doubts, and both of these Sentinels have been incredibly strong. I think that the rounds where MEOWSTARS are able to convincingly win, it's the rounds where Crisp or Carry go down without a fight. So I think it's important for them to play a little bit more safe.
Alright, I like this back-end control from Little Pups now. Waiting very far back. Possibly expecting the orb to be picked up into a null command against the 2 Sentinels. Something to be very fearful of in this comp. Annihilation's available now for Carry. And this could be a great anti-entry tech. The null command's not available. You just have to worry about the suppressing knife. But it's been very, very quiet on Meow's end. They're faking smokes, faking utility. What they don't know is a Cypher tripwire on the top of A main might get destroyed here. Otherwise, this fake isn't going to work out too well. Little Pups have nothing to fear on A main. Deadlock wall falls. Still a Cypher trip available as a contingency plan. A consistent cycling of the recons going to allow Avery to have that Odin available. Info on all lanes of the map. Split the B it is, says Meow.
Ooh, I like this. The fallback as well, but still Wire hunts down LeBron here, and with that kill coming in, it seems like it's the end of the road here for Little Pups, and we are guaranteed a map 3. It's all up to how much the remaining 2 players can play. It is their top fraggers, but carry, not expecting that positioning to be there. At least Chris has that neural that we can expect the other players to come through from the back, but has to be very careful about how they're holding this position. Maddie through CT will confirm that final kill here, and it does seem like MEOWSTARS are not going down without a fight. They are going to be pushing the series to a map 3 keg, and I think that those final adjustments that we saw, as well as them being able to capitalize off of the tools that they were being granted by these dedicated Sentinel players, were a huge factor in this victory.
Yeah, I think the endurance from MEOWSTARS was fantastic, especially in that second half. It really felt like at times that either you were playing off the mistakes of Lil Pups, or Lil Pups themselves were just being a little too silly in some of those defense rounds. We would see times where they would just swing openly into a 1v4, and you know, you can get amazing kills, and we've seen that from this team from every Radiant Academy, but those overextensions really added up, and I think MEOWSTARS took so much advantage of it, especially on a map with only 2 sites.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there were a lot of micro mistakes being made, especially, you know, I feel like a lot of engagements that Little Pups, took were completely unnecessary, and kind of like it was a cascading flow of events. Like, you know, for example, their Cypher would go down, and then you would see Carry peek in a last-ditch attempt to try and save it, and so many of these times it was just like mistakes that compounded into bigger mistakes, and eventually you were left with a 2v5. And I mean, some of those rounds were really close. I feel like if they had just another couple of bodies available, you know, if it had been a 4v5 or even a 3v5 instead of 2v5, they could have made that retake work out. That said, though, I mean, kudos to MEOWSTARS. They looked like they were down, but they definitely were punching back. And I mean, especially Wire, like, I don't know what exactly this player had before they came into this series, or throughout today, honestly, because I need a checklist of that. It seems like something that all of our classes need to include as nutritional supplements and way it's going. Just some absolutely bonker shots, 3Ks, 4Ks, and overall, a really, really nice map to come out of both of these teams here. But before we go to our map 3, which is going to be Pearl, we do have to, you know, let our teams cool down a little bit. And honestly, everybody should take a break to hydrate as well. And of course, if you have the time, go check out Raidiant.store so you can buy merch that will support initiatives like this. And I mean, it's not just for a good cause, it's also pretty fire merch. But we will be right back after a short break to bring you the final map of Radiant Academy, number 106. Stay tuned, class, because we're not done yet.
past recess, we're past lunch, we are down to our final class of the day. The final map of the grand finals. It's the only one I believe we've made it so far to a third map. Little Pups and MEOWSTARS, the greatest battle that the animal kingdom has ever seen between cats and dogs. It's time to see who the real winner is by throwing them both underwater.
Yeah, we're going all the way to the lovely shores of Portugal, or well, like you said, the seas of Portugal, I suppose, undersea city, all that. Do you see who is gonna be the one to come out on top? We saw map number 1, even chosen by MEOWSTARS, going in favor of their opponents, and the same feat repeat itself, but in the reverse way on Ascent. Both quite close maps, I would say. And since especially a nice comeback by MEOWSTARS to deny yet another trophy quite yet for Little Pups. But we're gonna be heading to Split. Never mind, we're heading to Japan. My bad. We're heading to I think it's like I think Split is like a, you know, going into the lore here, it's like a metro station, because you've got like, if you go to like ACT, you've got like all of these trains and stuff coming through like a schedule. So
I mean, a good train station is essentially Atlantis anyways.
If you think about it, true. But it seems more like a place trains go to for their demise rather than, you know.
Oh, so we're just going to a train graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
I'm sorry,
we'll
Thomas.
Leave it to Pearl, man. Split is an actual. No, not Thomas. I feel bad. I like Henry more though. Henry's always so grumpy, you know. I feel like I can
sorry, Henry's there too. Stacked up.
R.I.P. All right, moving on from tank engines and, you know, train engines and whatnot. Split as a map. This hasn't been in the meta for a while. You know, we're finally having it come back in here, which is a heaven, honestly. Get rid of Breeze. Get it out of here already. Thank you very much. It's nice to have like a fun, reasonable map back where, you know, teams can run triple duelists. They do a good job. Double duelists, they do a good job. And there's just so much variation we can see. But, you know, talking about agents here, what would you like to see, Keg?
Honestly, this is such a wild card map a lot of the time for teams that it could really be anything. We've seen teams right now play very standard comps, even back in the olden days, before the Sky nerf. We'd see a lot of Sky on this map, and we've seen teams already so far this tournament rock the Sky Viper comp. So I could see a Sky Viper. I know Avery historically plays a lot of Sage. We could see a defensive Sage comp come through, which is so great for mid-stalling. It's just a matter now of seeing how wacky either team wants to play this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Little Pups take more advantage of more duelist or frag-heavy compositions. I think that's the area they wanted to lean towards on the end of Ascent. The big issue, though, with that, Zach, is that that backfired horribly for them. So I hope they go for stall comps.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do go for stall comps, I hope that they really just play off of those stall comps instead of giving like those kind of weird fights that we were seeing a lot on Ascent. I'm hoping for a little bit more patience coming out of this particular team. But, you know, Split, definitely like you said, wildcard map could go anyway. Historically tends to be defender-sided, but that's if you don't have like incredibly powerful duelists on your side to kind of push through away. I would be interested, or I would really like to see like Wire or, you know, Carry pick up that role. I think in terms of Asian comps, we're likely to see the Raze as well. I think this has been like the most popular duelist for a good reason. There's just so many cheeky nade kills that you can find with the help of your utility. But also, aside from that, I mean, this is like the one map where Sage still does seem to be a meta pick. I know we were debating about like Sage and her place in the meta or lack thereof yesterday. I feel like Split is still the one map where you can get away with it. I still think it's not really the best idea. You'd be better off served with like a Fade or something, or like a Breach, for example, to try and deal with that mid. But a lot of teams do perfectly fine with that double Sentinel controller, double duelist comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen MEOWSTARS previously in this tournament bring the Sky Breach Ultra Aggro comp out. I think that's still going to be the case. I think if we do get to see more like Sages, Vipers, that type beat, right? It's really going to come down to whether or not a Neon is brought out, right? Because if you don't have a Cypher, you don't have a Killjoy, you don't have any direct stall, like as in you're stopping the fastest thing in existence right then and there, you're going to have a Neon that can just trample over your defenses completely, and they're going to ignore your Viper walls. What's stopping them?
Yeah, I think you make a great point about the Viper there. It does serve as that pseudo Sentinel, but Cypher in particular, I mean, there's just so much that you can do with Cypher on the map. Like, look, man, I'm a Killjoy fan. I personally think Killjoy is the best major agent on every single map, even when she's not, because I'm a little bit biased that way. But Cypher, you know, you've just But Cypher, you've got like these one-way cages on B, you've got like these kill trips that you can put on A, and you can be playing anywhere. They have no idea where you're gonna be coming from, where you're gonna be shooting at people from. And even on site, you can just hunker down with like a judge or something and relax towards A elbow or B backside. And there's just so many plays that you can make. I think Split in particular does, like we were talking about, skew towards that defensive side. And I'm excited to see what kind of agent comps these teams are gonna be bringing in, because this is the one for all the money, the pride of graduating top of class, and of course, at least for the side of little pups, this is your chance. This is their chance rather to be once again the champions of Radiant Academy. But again, we've been saying this since the beginning of the show. You need to remember that while little pups does have that storied experience, they've got multiple players who have been and won Radiant Academy before. This on the other side, you've got MEOWSTARS who are just playing for the first time in a tournament as a team, and already they are in the grand final. They have pushed us to that decider map. So no matter who wins, I think that MEOWSTARS deserves like huge credit for their achievements so far. And personally, if they can take it all the way, it's gonna be super, super cool to see that they've managed to just pull that off. It's like you come in as a team, you win a tournament, and then whoosh, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show how ferocious the talent pool for GC North America still is after all these years. It just gets more and more competitive every single year. But yeah, MEOWSTARS have not had a flawless victory getting their way to the grand finals. They did beat out HyperSpeed Red 2-0, but before that, Bundles of Joy, they did put up quite a fight. Little Pups, however, not quite the same. This has been the only map loss they've had so far this tournament, which again really goes back to show how great the competitive pool will be. Now, the reason why we haven't gotten in the game yet is because we did have one player have some tech issues, which does mean you have even more time to not only check out our amazing bracket, but also the Radiant store that helps us fuel and fund these tournaments and give you some amazing merch. So check out Radiant.store. That is the link, Radiant.store. You should totally check it out and maybe even buy something for us too, please.
Yeah, I'm always down for presents. I mean, if you're, I think most of their merch is like kind of focused around Overwatch, if I remember correctly. There's like this really.
Hey, I'm
really
overwatching
cute,
you buying merch for us.
Hey, what?
I'm overwatching them to buy merch for us. Hey, look, please, I need more shirts. But I'm sorry, I cut you off, Zach.
You have like a huge. No, don't worry. I was just fangirling about. They have like this really cute cat T-shirt that's like Mercy from Overwatch, but a cat.
I love cats.
I love Mercy. Actually, no, I hate Mercy. I hate playing Mercy. It's so annoying to play against. She's like this little fly that you're just trying to spot out of the sky. But don't get me started on Overwatch rants. We're gonna go back into Valorant here. And talking about splits, we talked about our hypothetical Asian picks, what we'd like to see here. But yeah, after watching these two maps so far, which player do you think has the biggest potential to cause like a massive upset here, or just go absolutely ballistic from each team?
I mean, that's a loaded question, right? Because you can answer that in a lot of different ways. I feel like the usual answer would be Avery, but I think that's too obvious. Avery has just been consistent, which makes her like one of the strongest players in the entirety of GC right now. But I'm going to throw you a curveball. I'm going to say Wired. I think Wired has been unbelievably consistent too today, on par with Avery.
Would you say that she's been wired? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So much caffeine. Just like, one of those like air pumps. Straight into the bloodstream. That's why we see Wired drop like 40 kills every single game.
Honestly, also, that is so valid. Yeah, what?
Wired gets so many kills because they have the Radiant buff by checking out the Radiant merch store.
Wait, if we can get them for an interview after this, it's going to be such a good question to ask. How much Radiant merch do you have, and how does it help you function? But, I think, like you said, Wired is also the player that I think definitely has stood out to me today. They've just been so incredible in being able to make these impossible rounds or situations actually look like they're tenable again. Like so many rounds where MEOWSTARS have been at a disadvantage numerically, or haven't had the best kind of gunfire to work with, and especially on Ascent, the number of Odin kills that Wired got has been like absolutely filthy. The sheer amount of damage and collateral that has been committed by this particular player should be legal, and is a key reason why we are in this map 3 today, especially looking at Ascent. And talking about map 3, thankfully, finally, I can stop yapping about random stuff. We are going to be heading into Split, and we are going to be seeing what agencies teams are picking up here. Personally speaking, I think this is one of my favorite maps. I'm really glad they removed that cesspit map called Breeze and put this one back in. Personally, you know, Breeze is just a map that ideally should be removed from Valorant permanently. What do you think about that?
I mean, we're just about ready to get in the game. We're going through the pre-recorded fly-throughs right now, which is very pretty. But no, I agree. I think, you know, Breeze is a very aimey map. It probably doesn't necessarily fit what we need, but I want to bring back Fracture, man. Like, that's the one map I feel like has been...
miss Fracture.
Yeah, like, I think, you know, there's the dichotomy of having two, like, traditional TAC FPS maps, right? Like Split, Ascent, all the ones with 2 sites, right? But then you have Fracture, that's the in-between between the 2-site maps and 3-site maps, where it's still 2, yes, but the way you approach the map on the attacking side
feels like 4.
Yeah, it's 4 lanes, it's split every time. There's just a lot of different options that you have. And I really think with where we're at right now in the meta and the agent pool, it's a great time for Fracture to come back.
Yeah, I would really personally like to see Fracture come back because, especially with how overtuned Neon is, someone nerf her please, but how overtuned Neon is, I think already existing, like because of how big Fracture is, Neon was one of the agents that really shone on that map. So, especially with how she is right now as well and how relevant she is in the meta, I would love to see Fracture come back into play. There's just so much that you can do, and I feel like we haven't really seen Gecko too much on this map either. So I would like to see kind of how the different initiators and agents fit together. Ice as well. I feel like that's one of the few maps where she could actually have like a really good place to play in, though I still think Killjoy is just better, because not just because Killjoy is my favorite agent, but because Killjoy is just better.
Yeah.
Lockdown especially, we've seen the amount of impact that it's had. If you can take that A heaven control again, or just take control of the drop on B, it's just a complete site clear. And especially if you have a smoke available, you have a Gecko wingman available. I've been thinking a lot about how to make cringe retakes happen, and the best way to do that is clear out the site, put down some smokes, and just put the wingman on top. Little Bro's got the rest. And today we've almost seen 1 ninja defuse. We haven't seen too many of those yet, especially in this final. I think Maddie managed to pull one off in the previous day yesterday, but aside from that, it's just been quiet on the Western Front.
Absolutely. We're still waiting for one player to get back into the lobby. I think we can go to a small little break until we are ready to fully go into the matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. Never mind then. We are not going to a break. We're already in round 2. Okay. Well, we're not too sure what happened in the first 2 rounds. We are back into things. Wired was a player that we highlighted in the pre-segment to see whether or not they can continue their utter dominance and help out MEOWSTARS get into the finals of Grands, kicking and screaming. That being said, though, Wired's good for at least one. The LeBron event has fallen, and these attackers have a lot of control in terms of the map. That spike to go down A.
And Avery gotta be able to find the kill, so it is going to be a round coming in for Little Pups. They lose 3 of their players though, so going by the score line, that was their full buy. Going to be a bit of a awkward economy here, but they should be able to reinvest. On the other side though, MEOWSTARS is finally going to have rifles on board, so a lot of damage done there. Looking at the score, Wire already just 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, one of the most difficult ults to get, one of the few 9-point ults that could make or break the game here. And looking at these ancient comps, I mean, it's a very defensive comp that's come out of Little Pups here. They've got the Astra, they've got the Viper, and they've got the Cypher. A lot of stall utility available for this particular team, but they are the ones starting out on attack here, so it's gonna have to be them putting together as many rounds as they can to try and help here. Because remember, while MEOWSTARS has a breach to facilitate their attack and make it a little bit easier for Little Pups, it's just gonna be whatever LeBron can find. And I mean, they've switched over from the controller to the Raze role here, so a big difference in how it's gonna go.
It looks like it could be set up for a fast execute for Little Pups outside of A, biding their time in a slow split default with the Astra and Cypher. Utility not bound to anywhere on the map. Fast execute off of this Viper wall would be huge. Little Pups, their Viper's taking a wealth of damage. Thankfully, the heal of the sky is there to help out. 55 seconds left on the clock. Carry has fallen. That's one lurk gone. And very little distance has been
Huge.
made top of A. This will be the chance, though. Maddie may have already spotted out this Astra, and that would mean no smokes for the execute. That's not going to stop the top of A Heaven, though. Make an attempt for the tripwire. Already broken. Lovers rotated heavily at this point. And off the
Spike
entry,
down A.
Crispy unfortunately has met their end. Flashes are now gone.
30 seconds left.
And a rerouting now for the flank through mid's going to be everything. Battison attempting to make this distance onto site, surrounded by defenders, and now Avery not on a Sage like we had predicted. He's going to be the last one left alive. Cannot sacrifice this Vandal and is forced to play for safety.
Yeah, I mean, 1v4 spike not, sorry, 1v5 spike not in your control. Yeah, it's just gonna be a save coming in, and I mean, you're seeing the strengths again of the composition that MEOWSTARS is running here. The Cypher, I mean, Era, of course, perfectly timed peak, ship damage first, kill second, and again, Wire is the one to find that opening pick here, which is gonna push MEOWSTARS to 3, really increasing the lead here. The thing is, though, this is one of those maps where you see the biggest flip-flops and comebacks happen all the time, so I don't think there's any such thing as a safe score unless it's like a 10-2 or 11-1 on this particular map. Like, I've seen too many teams come back from 9-3 here once they get onto that defensive side kick, and especially with the Viper as well as the Cypher being in play, a lot of util that will not only chop down your health but also just keep you from going into the side at all, combined with the Astra stars and stuns. It's gonna be a lot of work, so it's imperative for MEOWSTARS to get as much into this, as many rounds as possible on this defensive side. Now you've got the results available here for LeBron. They're gonna be going in with the help of the stun, able to confirm the kill there. That's one rifle that can be picked up, and there still is the Bucky available as well. So I feel like the Euro Theft is gonna come through here at this point and reveal the positions of these remaining defenders. Maddie's still holding this aggressive angle though.
Maddie's holding on. The good case of the timings from Maddie. Backs away. She's going to re-peek, but unfortunately,
Oh, no.
Avery. Also a good case of the timings. It's contagious. Moves on forwards. Oh, big thing to consider here, though. MEOWSTARS, they do have double sets of flashes. It's going to make their heavy executes on the attack a lot easier, but even then, they can flood information, flood lack of sight on the defense. They weren't able to this round. Little Pups this time, divide and conquer through B. Not nearly as much of a setup as opposed to A. And this might be an early of things to come. Little Pups, if they can continue to keep breaking these opening picks, Zach, that'll be gigantic for B control.
Thing is, though, there's a lot of ultimates either available or close to being available for MEOWSTARS here, so they might just very well opt to go in for a full retake, especially with them having that Rolling Thunder. It's only round 5 here, or round 6 here, Keg, and I think Wire has been holding onto this for a couple of rounds already, so that could be huge here. Only 2 away from
I
a
like this
showstopper
play.
in the hands of Flover as well. Yeah, mid-push, crunch coming in, aggressive angle taken, but Wire... Oh my god, this is why we've been talking about them for so long. Just such a clean kill to come through.
Oh, I thought we were going to see the Rolling Thunder into a raise swing into the showstopper, but no, apparently not. Timing was not there. Lover attempts to make the swing anyways. A smoke does help a tiny bit, and it does. One left alive now. It's Battison. No longer a duelist. Their own pacing so much slower compared to the rest of this series. Spike is not available, but audio's heard of Ira's rotate. Oh, but they don't know about the rerouting. Ira's holding the angle, and Battison's gonna think it's safe and not check the angle.
Cage triggered. Okay.
Ooh, yeah,
Take
just
what's
didn't
useful.
go. I mean, they were checking, just didn't expect them in the corner there. Not able to make the adjustment at the time. And MEOWSTARS, yet another defensive round found successfully. I mean, I like that they were more reactive towards mid. Last time it felt like mid was the weak point, but without the help of that showstopper, just not able to take the space on that entry here. I think that it's going to make things quite difficult if they let too many rounds slip out of their hands. And now Economy on its last legs, they have to win this. And to do it, they've got the Seekers as well as the Cosmic Divide available from Avery here. If Battison can get a kill as well as the Ult Orb or the plants as well, they're going to have the Viper split to boot. So a lot of ults that could come into play. But again, the Rolling Thunder is still very much a possibility here for MEOWSTARS.
Yeah, Little Pups have a lack of a breach that's going to make these fast pushes off the hands of a Raze A Heaven much more difficult. It's a slower take, relying purely on this attacking Viper wall to clear out some space. Levi is well aware about the presence of top A Heaven. A Cypher Cam is there too, and depending on its position, you can't shoot. Never mind. There used to be an exploit where you couldn't shoot that out. I'm glad that
I think
everyone's
it's legal.
playing very nice and very legally here. Fast push though. Keep in mind, retake, 5 ults available from Meow. Ira's gotta stay alive, gets the kill into the neural theft. Oh, it just keeps going. A meltdown once more, a complete eruption on A site. A 4K for Ira.
They made you weak.
Hard anchor. I mean, we were just talking about this, Keg, the potential, the different kinds of ways that a Cypher can play, and so far, at least, Ira has been playing completely from CT, or, you know, somewhere far away, happy to leave this A side open for a retake, but this time we saw the potential that hard anchoring can really do, and I like how they keep changing up these setups here. That too, I mean, combined with the ultimates used, the Seekers as well from Levia doing so much work there to be able to ensure that, you know, the Seekers blinded the players on site and just kept Ira alive in terms of both information as well as kills. Now, Little Pups, unfortunately, not with the greatest money here. Not much to work with either. They have a couple of flashes, sure. They've got some sheriffs online, but it's going to be very difficult for them to take the space, especially with how fast and loose this team seems to be willing to play with mid. Dainshell's actually not going to find anything right now, and Wire still has a Rolling Thunder available if they want to use it here. 3 players towards mid right now, and LeBron takes a little bit of space, but forced to fall back.
Forced to fall back, a complete collapse towards mid. Still, you have Ira holding far back A side past the Viper wall, not worried about anything really on A because of those tripwires. The wall does come up. That's going to give a massive tell about the rotate back towards A. A potential lurk with the Cypher on mid could be helpful for the late game. But a fast execute going in. It's going to be, again, much harder without the initiation of a breach on this map. Luckily, though, LeBron Avanked does remove that nasty Cypher who got a 4K into the last round. And it leads to an easy spike plant. That Rolling Thunder must be everything here. Levia still has 1 flash, and a dog does not want to waste their life just yet, but they almost didn't have a choice. LeBron's in the deep lanes, drowns to the Sharks. 3 left alive for the attackers. Their chance to keep things competitive with a 3rd round on the board. Maddie checking, angling. No, Stinger doesn't win. Top, above, last alive. Maddie, 2 teleports available, 3 including the ult. Where's that Cypher? Stuck top heaven. Maddie, no information on them. Watching, piercing through A main instead. Caught between 2.
Really nice Thrifty there to come out of Little Pups. And yeah, I mean, Maddie makes the attempt, but the timing not just there for them. And it is going to be a round coming in. A Thrifty to boot for Little Pups. So that's going to do wonders for their economy. They've still got this Cosmic Divide. They've still got this Viper's Pit. So 2 huge ults that are still very much in play here. That said, though, on the opposite side, you've got almost nothing to try and fight with here. You could get the neural theft for Ira, but aside from that, I mean, I like this kind of pressure that Little Pups has been consistently putting on mid. It's a bit of conditioning that's being done throughout this map, and 1 round where they decided to just go for something straightforward, the change of pace really seems to catch MEOWSTARS off guard. I mean, of course, some nice sheriff shots as well by the players there, but overall, I think that was a very convincing round that showed like the importance of how map control could work. And again, the strip wire gotta be broken early on here. The Skydog broken as well, so Trailblazers are not gonna find any value. But look at the space that's been taken on mid, and Baddison, if they can find the timings on this peak, if they in fact choose to fall back and not lurk up, this kill could be everything.
I like this default though. The potential double lurk, maybe even a split push top of male and B. Carrie's leading the charge. Can't find much yet. A step closer to the neural theft. 3 stacked up now on A site. The dog at least confirms 1. And this is going to be the collapse down, but there's a problem. There's no other attackers on A site. It's all there with a Cosmic Divide back on B. Spike goes down, but very little map control goes in the hands of Little Pups. They don't know anything beyond that wall. They have to hide and play around this funnel. But LeBron is playing a very dangerous game right now. And this is going to rely purely on Carrie's gigantic lurk through heaven to give all the information needed to keep these attackers alive. Crispy for 1. This is all the shots. LeBron down through the smoke, jumps and somehow still converts the kill. Yes. With 2 left alive now, 1 of which top of heaven, still unknown. Carrie makes it 1, but Lover is there for the trades.
Like you could stop me.
Really nice retake there, Keg. Like you said, very methodical, and the barrage of utility towards backside especially. I mean, I'm surprised. It was a plan for Heaven and Bean, but there were still so many players on site trying to, I guess, buy time or something, and eventually it's just too many bodies in an attempt to trade that were dropped by Little Pups there. Now, the momentum really at risk of swinging firmly in favor of MEOWSTARS here. 6-3 right now, and so far, both of the maps that we've seen so far today, they have been able to take a lead in that first half. Oh, and first map they weren't able to capitalize off of it, but second map they managed to do exactly that. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they can continue it. I mean, you've still got these ults for Little Pups, but the economy not in the greatest position. They do have a couple of rifles to work with though, and I think that if Battison or on this lurk can find a little bit more value, it will be huge here. So far, at least, it's just been these wide peaks. First kill comes through, second as well. That's the impact that we were talking about there. And the double kill, it's gonna cause a rotation over towards that A side, or at least make things easier for the rest of MEOWSTARS here. But look at this. You've got two players pushing down mid and a judge ready to find that impact.
Huge impact. And back to B we go, this time with a lot more prepared defenses for the post plan. A Viper's Pit available, Showstopper for clearing. Era still unknown. Has to go for the swing. Still the 50-50. Oh, losing critical, valuable players for Little Pups. You don't want to get rid of a Cypher and Astra just like that. Luckily, though, the Viper's Pit is still capable of going online. Caught off in the middle of everything, though. Era! Are they not called out? Battison falls in mid. There wasn't much they could do. A 2v2, and now the Viper's Pit. I deja vu'd it. It's gone. The rocket helps save the day. Brings things to an advantage for Little Pups. Era spots out at least one. This is seemingly their domain. Surely they know about Alleyway. Yes. Cyber Cage confirms, and LeBron gets the revenge.
Came down to the Raze ult in the end, and I mean, Battison, they got two huge kills, but might have like rushed it a little bit with their attempt on pushing in through their own molly. Either way though, the ground saved by LeBron. 3 overall, really the GOAT of not just basketball it seems, but also Valorant, the way that they're playing at least this particular matchup. 10 kills so far, 2 ultimates, and so far 100% success rate on the Raze ult, which honestly so far is the most impressive thing that I've found. For this penultimate round though, MEOWSTARS unfortunately not gonna have the greatest economy, but they've got Buckies, which honestly I find scarier than actual Vandals sometimes.
It depends if you can find distance to get and take these fights up close, and well, honestly speaking, Little Pups, they've had a hard enough time getting up close that I still think their full rifles might have some sort of advantage. That being said though, oh Maddie, that's a dangerous move. Dangerous move here to play around the perma-smoke like that. Especially with the dog still available. Now that it's gone, there might be a greater chance.
Oh.
But this is just a simple lead-in back to A Heaven. Right? No?
I don't know. Okay, they clear it. The hard clear works out, but still a 1-for-1 trade. And Era able to find vengeance for their fallen teammate with the help of this Bucky. Now they're gonna hear the sound of all of these players falling back here, and they might be able to even pick themselves up a rifle. So Spike itself looking to get committed towards B. We've still got some Cypher util to worry about here, and that Sky Flash actually gonna detect Era. They have a Phantom now, and they are ready for the peak off the flash. First kill, second kill, both in their favor. The Cam doing so much work here right now, along with Wire, and it's just 2 players left alive, both stuck towards Rain. I think the saving grace here, Keg, is that at least they have the spike, but now with 30 seconds left, whether they want to rotate or whether they want to try and walk into all 4 players, it is a call that they need to make, and now there's just nothing to be done. A triple kill for Wire, a double will allow MEOWSTARS to get themselves to 7 once again, and
in the half.
to boot off the back of a thrifty.
Wire
For the win.
has been monstrous so far in this match. I'm surprised. 10-8 does not seem like the same impact that they're having in this server. It really does feel like every round there's at least a 2k or a 3k in their favor. But regardless though, the utility usage from MEOWSTARS and just the raw, again, we talked about it in the pre-show, the stall potential that MEOWSTARS can bring up against Little Pups has been undeniably powerful. And the attackers, I should say, have just not found a consistent answer to get into a site other than B. Back to A we go though, a fast push finally comes out. With the judge is helpful, but Wire falls to the hands of a stolen kill from Carry. Levia and the other Rays still up above though. Fast plant goes down, Viper's Pit finally available. What will the return be? Possibly an Omen ult in the back lines, maybe a flank.
In Viper's pit, Seekers, you got the Judge in the close range as well, so it's going to be a very difficult retake. They hear the Judge as well, so the spam, it has to find these players. Actually going to connect with Livia here, so that's a huge kill to come out. LeBron, though, tucked away into the corner. Timing on the peak, gotta be everything. And Crisp is the one to swing out on the back of the flash. The Omen as well with the Judge out of bullets. At least the Showstopper finds something, but now 1v3. The timing has to be perfect, and it is for Carry. A huge round here for Little Pups, and once again, Keg, we have a 7-5 half in favor of MEOWSTARS for the third time today in the series.
Yeah, Little Pups have been thriving in chaos on their attacking side, and now that they can be on the defense, the Astra, Util, and Viper will have so much more lasting impact other than just lurking non-stop. So, I want to see the stall capabilities from their side too. I imagine the Astra and Viper are probably going to keep switching spots round after round to keep things fresh. And that's going to make lurking a lot more difficult for MEOWSTARS too. They'll have to keep resetting the conditioning info that they know. They can't rely on past rounds to infer where they think a Viper wall could be or where Astra Stars will be set up. And look how far given up Lil Pups are giving sight. They do not want to get hit by any utility.
Classics in hand, already having control, or rather Ram's control taken here, and the problem is getting into the site because you can go all the way up this slope here, but you're still gonna have to worry about all of this utility here. In the meantime, though, there is a push towards mid, and it is LeBron once again proving themselves to be the GOAT here. They've got the Sky as well for a little bit of sustain necessary. Carry looking to do the damage, pushing forward right now. Madison, the wall actually gonna deny them the info at least for a little bit, and it's just timings on top of timings not going in favor of Little Pups. Look at the amounts of space they've gotten, but Carry thankfully spots this out and is able to get away and play safe towards the CT side. Madison watching this angle as well dedicatedly. The debuff through the wall will be enough to help them get the kill, and now all three players spotted towards A Heaven. They have to make their way onto site here. The Paint Show's at least gonna be able to cut off and actually find the kill onto Crisp. Now a 3v4 situation, and despite that player getting trapped by the trip, there's no way for them to deny this plant. Again, Paint Show's doing just a bit of chip, and all three players on site to try and make this close plant work.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Right click from Maddie. 1v3 now. Does have the ghost upgrade picked up here, but I mean, yes, the second one as well. Knows where the third player is. 5 HP and a dream! Almost the 1v4, but heartbreak at the end as Carry finds that final kill, ready for the trade. There was I don't even know how many was alive at that point, Keg.
It was messy all throughout. And Little Pups, they succeeded with one player left alive. I loved how they played that early round. They didn't want to be at the wrong end of the barrel rush from MEOWSTARS. Having the Breach Sky combo with the raised distance behind to make your way top A Heaven. It's going to be so important to watch and see the utility usage of those initiators, helping out Lover take that space. If any of that utility's off, Little Pups know to take advantage and swing out at the perfect time. Back to A we go. A stun available, top A Heaven. Looks like the Sky's already looking to get that early Seekers if possible. But off of the potential stun, it's going to be the Breach backing away, dancing around towards mid. That's scary without a smoke available. Disadvantage too is that the Omen, the radius of the smokes coming out is limited compared to an Astra. Won't be able to have that cross global utility. You have to stay closer to your team.
Cage trigger. Our spike carrier is killed.
Oh wow. That is so lucky from Avery. Madison, same exact ordeal. Good to chase down. The reverse chase, I'd say, of Wire. Maddie tried selling a fake towards A side. That's not going to work. 2 left alive now for MEOWSTARS. They didn't buy up much this round, Zach. But if they lose this round, it'll be tied up a Lil Pups.
And I mean, the thing is, Keg, tied up is one thing, but Little Pups is the one on the defensive side, and like you've got the Astra, the Cypher, as well as the Viper. It's just gonna be so difficult for them to really make things work here. Oh my god, almost the double kill here. It is just gonna be Era left alive. Does have the spike in their control, looking to probably just get the spike down at the very least, but 2 players in heaven lying in wait, the firing squad. waiting for their demise, and it is going to be Little Pups to tie things up here, like you said. Now, full buy kicking in for their opponents. I think it's imperative for MEOWSTARS to be able to convert this round here to keep this game looking competitive for sure. But on the opposite side, right, look at the buys here. You have two Stingers, really good in close range. You never, especially if you're like an A Heaven or A side, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage. And mostly, I think the presence of this outlaw from LeBron could be a huge difference maker because you've got two players with the light armor here, and it's going to make things very difficult.
A lot of priorities from Little Pups to play towards mid. The early dog's going to come through, and LeBron thought they could have the angling before the Viper's orb was procced. Not going to be quite the case. They can maybe get one shot in, especially with that Cypher trip falling, before they can blast pack out. MEOWSTARS, they have a big advantage here. They have the breach, and they have the raise to find so many fast executes, and they haven't taken advantage of that yet. Madison's hiding from behind. Inside a mail, not cleared out. Carrie's forced to back away and does not want to take a solo fight.
Ooh, look at this Stoira on the lurk here. Actually finds the Astra. Now forced to fall back with you really don't want to take a Stinger in that range, but it is gonna summon Crisp over on the rotate. So now I think the MEOWSTARS, they can continue their advance towards this B site. Smoke gonna be pulled back, but you still have this outlaw towards
Right
CT
there.
watching for the cross here. You have to be very careful about this angle, and Wire in a good position to just confirm that kill. Now towards the, it's going to be Avery towards CT, just running it down here. Wire in a linchpin position. I don't know if they're going to be expecting it. And oh, the timing on the peak is just not there. Carry now with the Nero theft. 2v3 situation. 30 seconds left. They have to get the spike. That's a TP that missed out here. And Carry still able to push to the smoke and find a kill. Era now. 20 seconds left. Spike dropped. No way to really make anything work. And yeah, they're just gonna fall back and chill and hold on to this rifle at the very least. I mean, it's really not the outcome you want on your full buy round, but the damage that was done there by Carry towards the end, Keg, that is so massive for this bonus round. And I mean, Little Pups, they're gonna be happy to take it and those upgrades for free.
Absolutely. It is an early Christmas gift for Little Pups.
Very early.
And Era has a big job to do in this server. On the attacking side, your Cypher Lurk can be so powerful. If you don't have a Viper, you bring down that Cyber Cage, you block out any sort of mid-range towards A, lurk your way up heaven, you can have so much added value for the late round. And that's where Crisp needs to come in on the A Heaven attack, A Heaven defense, excuse me. You bring out the Skybird, you get that early information against a potential lurk, you shut that down. But Crispy's playing so far out of the way that that's not going to be a possibility. Watch A Heaven, or I'm sorry, watch A Main. Will we see that Cyber Cage come down? No, it's a direct fight. Same with mid.
Cover going out.
Again, though, dark cover gonna be refreshed here towards mid. No peaks really being given away here by Little Pups. It's just these off angles, these kind of I mean this in a positive way, the cringe plays that are really difficult to deal with, but instead it seems like MEOWSTARS want to kind of put their resources just rushing into sites, and they're gonna be able to force flood A site here. Madison able to dodge the flash. The second as well. No, actually no. Second one actually does connect, but there's no way for them to really push forward. Just a 1-for-1 trade. Make that another as Carry swings in like a hero. Almost gets both players here, but again, just these contact plays. Perfection coming in from Little Pups. It's all up to Maddie. You know exactly where she is as well. Expecting her to be Heaven, but instead it's a defuse that gets stuck here. No point or no kills to be coming through. Maddie does a little bit of damage, almost takes care of Madison, but just too many bodies in the way in an attempt to deny that defuse. And now Little Pups starting to build up their lead here. 9-7. Timeout gonna be called right now by MEOWSTARS, and I think it's a really good time. You're gonna have that economy coming in, and you want to be sure that Little Pups does not get to double digits without like stops in their way.
That round almost went horribly for Little Pups. The fact that Era was able to gain so much space on A site without really being known outside of shooting out a Cypher cam was gigantic. That's what the Sky Util's for. Stall out the lurkers. Make sure they can't take that space. And yet, even that Little Pups, thankfully they were all hiding in mid, waiting for that big battle that never came. Because they rotated so quick, they dropped down, reflooded site, and they stopped MEOWSTARS before things became from bad to worse. Now you have Omen ult to worry about, and Sky ult too. That's a lot of information that Meow can work with, and the Omen ult can transport yourself anywhere on the map. And this is such a good rotate heavy map too, to bring out just that piece. So what will Little Pups do here? They have the time to figure things out because yes, they do have the lead. They are winning rounds. They have yet to lose a defensive round. But that doesn't mean they're winning by a landslide. MEOWSTARS can easily pivot around and readapt. They just need the buys to do it. This is the round to have it.
Pivotal round for sure, and I'm kind of excited. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen an operator come out yet because, especially on that Haven map, it was having such impact. But I mean, you just don't want to let the breach really mess with you here as the satchel comes through. But the tripwire, oh my god, Madison just handed that kill on a silver platter at this point. And the spam through the smoke, it's just gonna find another two. Madison absolutely on fire in mid. 3 kills already found here, and that timeout gonna avail nothing at this point unless there are huge mistakes being made by MEOWSTAR. Unless by Little Pups, it's not gonna be a round for them. It's a flawless here, and MEOWSTAR is left without a leg to stand on, without an economy to stand on. Absolutely difficult here. And I mean, again, the Cypher, we've been talking about carry all day today, Keg. Well, last match of the Deadlock. This time on the Cypher, and the way that she is just spinning around the map here, getting utility on A, switching over to mid one of these rounds. The reads are completely there from Little Pups here, and MEOWSTARS once again in an equal round. I mean, sure, they've got Era's ults, they've got the Seekers, but I really don't think we're going to be seeing any of these come into play unless they get that first blood.
Blinded.
I mean, that was just, you couldn't ask for a better Little Pups round there, the collapse on mid. Fast attack once again, MEOWSTARS. They found success on A before. They're going to attempt to go for it again. This time, once more, Little Pups. They have heaven control. Go for the Viper's Pit. Drop down below Raptors. There's a lot of options that these defenders have, and Madison just takes advantage of these funnels. It just
Be able to get it.
Enemy remaining.
keeps going.
Ooh, okay. Levia actually gonna be able to get a couple of kills, but now surrounded by enemies on all sides. It is another Little Pups round here, and now 2 rounds away from winning yet another Radiant Academy and graduating top of the class. MEOWSTARS, though, it's not over for them yet, Keg. They've got these ultimates. They didn't use any of them in that previous round, so, looking at it here, you got 4 out of 5, and Wire only 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. They've got a full buy. If there wasn't ever a round that they needed to win here, it has to be this one to deny that match and series point here for Little Pups. They've got the tools with which they need to do it. Hopefully that timeout, they've managed to come together and put together a strategy for that to work out here. And honestly speaking, they managed to get into A side pretty easily most of the time when Cypher hasn't been playing there. I think if they can, just use the Rolling Thunder or the Seekers to make sure nobody's playing aggressively here and get their way forward, it is going to be huge. Seekers leading the charge right now. Smoke's coming in. They realize that the hard and heavy push is the best way to get themselves onto A side here, and they are going to be doing exactly that. The problem is that they haven't taken any control past a particular point here, and oh my god, the spam actually doing so much work. Chris playing inside the dark cover shuts down the showstopper.
This isn't looking good for MEOWSTARS. Losing Showstopper there, not getting any space off of the Seekers. Levia proving me wrong. That's good. The flashes are out now, surrounded completely. The other teammates are looking to find a heaven control. Levia was a distraction, a good one at that. Maddie finds Madison Shore. 2v2. Cyber Cage out now. A good chance for the spam defuse. This is nice. It's already at half. It's just now to stick. Maddie's the last one left, but not for much longer. 12, series final point now for Little Pups. They need one more to continue their championship dynasty.
Oh my, I feel like,
point.
it
I
was
saw that
it was the breach. Wire was alive at the end there. They didn't have to peek that at all. They could have just used the Rolling Thunder with the amount of time that would have bought there. But instead, they go in for the peeks in that 2v2 and carry. Just happy to have those kills handed to her on a silver platter. Match and series point right now, and the second time out gonna be called here by MEOWSTARS, but I fear that the damage might have been too much here, Keg. That was the round that they had the tools with which to win, and they invested so much as well. Minor micro mistakes, the knife being pulled out towards heaven by the Cypher, not using the Rolling Thunder in that kind of a situation. I guess they really wanted to save it for the next round, but what's the point if you don't get yourself, if you let your opponents get to match point, especially when your eco is so low? It's going to be so hard for MEOWSTARS to come back from this particular one, but if there's anything that gives them hope, it's the fact that they did it on Ascent once, but at least so far I would say that the bark is bigger than the meow, despite the amounts of meows we've been hearing today on stream.
Who let the dogs out?
Woof, woof, woof. I'm sorry.
What? Oh, you
It's like a song, no? Like, who let the dogs out?
Woof, woof, woof.
Woof, woof. We probably sound like we're cheering on Little Pups right now, but yeah, shout out to Little Pups here for really making that round look easy. I think they managed to get it down to a 2v2, but they didn't even spend any ults at that point. It was just like contact plays coming out and Patterson going absolutely ballistic, being able to find those opening 2 kills. I mean, Levia made it even. Levia tried their best, but Carry finding that kill towards heaven, getting the Neural Theft online and getting it done here, just absolutely huge impact right now. And once again, MEOWSTARS, they're detected early on here on this A site. Maybe third time lucky, they can make this work out here. The site has been left over for the retake, so definitely a possibility. It looks like they want to contest and just make their way inside. Nobody really home at this moment at the very least. You see the Chachos coming in, the TP's onto heaven, but look at this. You got 2 players already looking to hold down the fort, so it is just going to be Maddie falling back.
This is the potential last stand for MEOWSTARS. All of these plays based entirely off of the Rolling Thunder. Procced up, soon to be released by Wire. A top player of this tournament, one who has had so many Heraculating rounds. Rolling Thunder underway, does not hit the Cypher though. The breach discovered, Carry falls, however. These defenders melting down like molten steel. Levia holds down tight, unfortunately gets hit just barely by the stun. It's Avery, the last one left alive here, pushes past through, stun, still gets a third. 1v1, no time to defuse. Off the hands of that Rolling Thunder, MEOWSTARS barely cling to life in a 1v1 to stay in this tournament.
Oh, but Avery's still able to get all of these kills, so you need to think about the fact that MEOWSTARS, after all of the losses that they've had, their economy is once again just in such tough shape. Like, look at this. One of the players, everybody's able to afford a rifle, but you just don't have the money with which so you can buy armor. And I mean, on the opposite side, you've still got the Viper's Pit with the Judge. You've got the Odin as well in the arms of Crisp now. And I mean, Avery, that was such a huge round. They might have had a quieter game this time around, but the fact that 13 assists coming in, I'm pretty sure a lot of those are damage assists as well. It's not just your average controller messing around here. So step by step, brick by brick, 4 rounds standing between MEOWSTARS and overtime. But here comes the Viper's Pit. It's been invested towards mid instead, and you've got the Race playing inside it as well. The Judge gotta be detected out here, and in the meantime, they're looking to lead the charge onto this site. They get themselves the Seekers once again online to detect this position of these players. Nobody's really home on the site itself except for the Cypher. Now they're looking to capitalize on it. That said, though, Carry only able to find one before numbers swing once again in favor, and Levia again, it's just such huge impact in terms of these kills to be able to get that spike down. And again, Era Lurk, we've seen it before multiple times. I feel like that's what they are waiting for, our Little Pups. Both players in heaven trying to find the timing here, but Era with the patience might just be able to clean up this round themselves.
Not really much you can do in a 2v4. A big disadvantage. With only one real way of getting onto site. LeBron of rank is hiding it down. Era's there for the flank. Madison made themselves known, and Odin available. Short gets 2.
Oh?
Wait, suddenly this opens back up. 3.
No way.
A 4th would confirm the entire tournament for themselves.
No way!
Madison! Unbelievable. And enough time to defuse. Little Pups remain their champions for every Radiant Academy so far for 2024.
Oh my. Well, all right. That is a win for sure for Little Pups. I'm still in awe. Madison just going huge with the Odin, a 1v4, gets every single fight isolated and wins them out top. I mean, commiserations here to MEOWSTARS, first time in Radiant Academy, and they make it all the way to the finals and make Little Pups work for it as well, because last time they won every single series in the playoffs as a 2-0, but this time around they had to actually go a map down, and third map as well was really competitive. Shout out to them. But for Little Pups, congratulations. They are your top graduates of this class of Radiant Academy 106, and they are going to be able to do it in style as well. I think across all 3 maps, multiple players were stepping up from each team. I mean, Avery, of course, consistent throughout the series, but especially in this last map, we were talking about the, viability of a Viper and what kind of value it brings here. And honestly, you could see so many of the times, the punish coming through on players walking through mollies, or players who got lowered, they got their health lowered by like the smoke orbs and something. There's just so much to work with.
Yeah, I think at this point the experience buff for Little Pups and all the players in it, whether they're Oomfies, Little Pups, or going by a variety of different team names, they have proven themselves to be very well experienced within the NAGC scene, and they have done such a great job helping elevate other talent by facing up against them. I think for a lot of the teams that we've seen so far on our streamed matches for Radiant Academy 106, there's a lot to take away from going back and VOD reviewing and looking to see, oh, these small tendencies, these macro plays, a lot to come back and take away for a team like MEOWSTARS, who can come back, probably win grand finals next time around.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I think that it is, for MEOWSTARS, it is a little bit of a heartbreaker that they weren't able to make that complete comeback happen. But, you know, they have to be proud of their journey, not only making it to their playoffs the first time around, but also to the grand finals here. You know, 2-1 against Bundles of Joy, 2-0. We saw them in action against HyperSpeed Red, especially that Haven map. That was just such a fast, quick win for them. 13-1, if I'm not wrong. So, really, really commendable there. But, you know, unfortunately, they just weren't able to push it through all the way, and that's perfectly okay because, again, you know, I think I'm just happy we finally managed to settle that age-old question of cats versus dogs.
I mean, I'm still a cat enjoyer myself, but I guess I can see the argument for dogs.
I mean, yes, little pups, very cute puppies. They have managed to come out on top, and they are howling their joy with victory, I suppose. We are still waiting for an interview right now with one of the players here, so don't go anywhere. That said, I mean, what was your favorite moments of today, Keg?
Oh, geez. Where to begin, right? I don't think I have a specific moment in my mind that was really a big standout to me. I guess you could even say the very final play we just saw with Battison was an absolute highlight, and I can't wait to see it on social media. But I think just a lot of the strategic makings that we saw throughout this whole tournament were some of my favorite parts.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you there. I think Battison's 1v4 is like the stuff of legends, you know? You think that was a round that was over, kind of a half by here, something that was expected to be a throwaway, but instead it's just absolutely magnificent. But then also, I think in that map number 2, the kind of crazy kills that Wire was getting in a lot of these rounds, like the 3Ks,
Yeah.
the 4Ks, on a sense, you know, it's already like devastating enough to see a Sova with an Odin, but then you have a Sova with the Odin who is doing that kind of thing consistently round after round. Really huge kind of impact there coming in from them, and you know, from MEOWSTARS as a whole. But I think that said, while we get our interview set up for today, we are going to take a little break. So
Oh,
we'll be
I don't
back with
think
an
we need a
interview.
break.
Never mind. I've been baited. You have been baited once again. No break before anything. Our interview is ready. So we are going to be heading in with it very soon. And I believe that we have with us Crisp. Hello, Crisp. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing
We're
fantastic.
just really excited after watching you guys play.
Yeah, it was a fun game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the map pool right now is in a bit of an interesting spot. There's neons everywhere. You only have one 3-site map to work with. When it comes to communicating with you and your team and having that experience of winning a lot of these Radiant Academies, I mean, what's the biggest challenge at this point?
Honestly, that team gave us like our run for our money for sure, because we're really unorganized and we like to mess around a lot. So just having like actual structured gameplay a lot of the times and just kind of dialing in was just like the biggest challenge for us today.
Sweet.
I think that.
Oh, go on.
Go ahead, Keg.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
All right, sounds good. I mean, yeah, I mean, it gave you a run for your money, but you all come from really high level GC experience where you've had that structured gameplay before. Yeah. But this was one of the few times I think we've seen in a tournament from y'all recently where there was a map loss. What's the best way for a team to really kind of bounce back from that scenario?
Just kind of starting fresh, like new slate, kind of just getting a different approach and just having a good mentality coming into the third game. Just kind of go next, basically.
I mean, I think that today, all 3 maps, it's been a little bit of a early advantage that was taken there by your opponents. So, you know, Little Pups, how were you guys able to kind of like reset that mental? Is there like some kind of exercise that you guys do? Or is it just like, you know, you talk strats in the beginning of the round? So how do you come back from like starting off 5-0 or 6-0 or whatever the case might be?
So Carrie a lot of the times stepped up and started Cullen, IGLing and whatnot, and then everyone else just kind of came with the vibes up, kind of not really being down, just learning from the last round that was lost or won.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could really see that once you guys had like a momentum streak going, it was very easy to kind of maintain, especially on that map number 1 on Haven.
Yeah.
But what my last question from me, I'm sure Keg will have more, but last question from me, what was the atmosphere like when Battison pulled off that 1v4 on split last round?
It was insane. We were all screaming. It was just a really unexpected moment that they were just going for it, and they kind of gave it to us in a way, but that's, I don't know, I have no words.
You gotta take those dubs. And Crispy, of course, it's
Yeah.
been amazing watching your journey as a player through all these years. And of course, everybody else on Little Pups have had such a tenured journey through Game Changers as well. Each one of these
Yeah, we are
wins,
very-
you gain more. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You gain more fans. Your family, I'm sure, is watching. More enemies, I'm sure, too. What do you gotta say to all of them?
It's fun, like, putting on a show for everyone, just kind of playing for fun, and it's kind of what we love to do, so we love to play again, and we'll probably see you next month.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I can't wait to see. Chris, thank you so much for the amazing interview. I'm so happy we got to see you play. And I'm sure if things go the way they are now, we'll probably be interviewing you again next month.
Of course.
I concur with that.
Sweet. Thank you
You
so
know-
much, Chris. What's up?
It's always a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Absolutely,
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations again today, and on your back-to-back victory as well in Radiance Academy. Hopefully, like Keg said, we'll see you again soon. Thank you very much.
Of course. Have a good night, you guys.
See ya. Well, school's out. Now we have to be adults. Live a life of 9 to 5 jobs.
Not yet.
College, maybe.
Don't say that to me.
Structure. I don't want to grow up, Zach.
It's okay, Keg. We don't have to, because we can come back every time to watch some Radiance Academy, because whenever, or, even worse, play Valorant and give yourself multiple, I don't know, heart-stopping moments, especially when you're up
I
against
love heart
players like
attacks.
Carrie and Chris. I have them every day, especially when, somebody, like, is sneaking behind me and I get knifed in game. It's very scary. I literally jump up in my chair. But, you don't have to be an adult, Keg. You can go shopping, and I think that shopping always makes me feel really happy and also younger. And the best
But
place
where?
to shop is gonna be Radiant merch. Radiant merch, people, get your cute Mercy scuffed Mercy t-shirts. Yes, I know I was talking Mercy earlier, but trust me, this t-shirt is really cute. If you love cats, you love Mercy, you love being able to buy a t-shirt that's in like 7-8 colors, whichever color you like, by the way. I personally favor the sapphire berry or something.
I
That's what
like
it's called.
Sapphire. I like berries.
There you go. You're doing great already. So there's a lot that you can get there, mugs, whatnot. If you want to get your friends some merchandise or just want to support the cause so we can make more tournaments like this happen, go to Radiant.store here. But either way, Keg, as always, it's a pleasure working with you. Thank you for handling this session of class with me and being such a wonderful, what are we, professors at this point?
TA, students that should have graduated 5 years earlier but ended up not.
Any final words that you would like to share with our wonderful viewers who have stuck with us through this beautiful journey and class 106?
Yeah, sure thing. Make sure you check out Radiant.store with all the amazing merch that they sell. Make sure you follow us on social media. It makes us very happy. And hopefully we'll see you all next month for Radiant 107. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful night.